τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη EuroLife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. EuroLife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα?
Υπόμεθα δεν έχουμε ήχο στην καμπίνα, ως εκ τούτου δεν μπορούμε να κάνουμε διερμηνία. Υπόμεθα πάρα πολύ, αλλά δεν έχουμε ήχο στην καμπίνα, ως εκ τούτου δεν μπορεί να γίνει διερμηνία.
The interpreters sincerely apologize, but there is no sound coming to the booth. I'm sure the technicians will resolve it immediately. Again, we apologize for not being able to interpret.
And we believe in a mainstream activity of the major activities, in a system of indices connecting companies and civic societies, and until today, ESG concerning the whole market, from institutional investors till the whole banking system, and the major multinationals till SMEs. We feel greatly proud for being so perceptive and for the impact we've had over these 20 years, for demonstrating and embedding a culture of social responsibility in our country. Sustainable development is an integral part of modern entrepreneurship. As a Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce, we continuously serve the principles of sustainability and ESG with great consistency and great dedication shown originally. The work of the Committee of CSR has been proven most innovative every single year and most effective and influencing, creating additional value for the business community. At this point, I would like to reiterate, I always repeat, we have an excellent CSR committee in our chamber with excellent executives. I warmly thank the President, Takis Papadimitriou, and the members of the committee who form a very dynamic team that very well need and have a great appetite for new and innovative initiatives and actions. Both personally and in representing our chamber, I warmly thank you all of you and those who have been members of the committee these 20 years for your contribution and friendship. In this conference, we'll be speaking of the need of maintaining this great effect against the negative impact of the era. We have a most interesting agenda. We'll have excellent speakers, and at the end of the day, we will be wiser and more determined for a better future. This conference would never take place without the sponsorship of the member companies of our chamber that honor us with their trust. I would like to thank the sponsors, PPC, EuroLife, the supporting companies AbbVie, Alpha Bank, DDR, and Vodafone, the assistant companies Alpha Vita Vasilopoulos, Apivita, Athens International Airport, Bayer, Coca-Cola, Diageo, Elacto, Vipco, Eurobank, ADAP, Hellenic Energy, MSDA, My Market, Mytilineos, NN Hellas, Papastratos, Pfizer, Piraeus, Financial Holdings, Pfizer, American College of Greece, Vela, Zepos, and Yiannopoulos, as well as the news agency partner, the Athens Macedonian News Agency, media partner, Antenna, and communication sponsors, Business Daily, Capital GR, CNN Greece, CSR, and ESG Review, Epihiro, and The Capital. We will thank them all for their support. Of course, I could not forget mentioning my great collaborator, Angela Boyadji, for her great creativeness, her passion and dedication, and as well as I thank thank all the executives of the Chamber that helped for today's event. Finally, let me thank you all who either in physical presence or virtually honor us once again with your presence. We invite you to stay close to our Chamber, since we will be presenting an excellent series of events in the near future. And now I invite to the tribune the President, Mr. Nicholas Bakatselos, for his address. Thank you. Thank you, Elias. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of the Chamber, it is with great joy and pleasure that I welcome you to this year's anniversary 20th conference of CSR, which is under the organization of the competent committee of our Chamber. I would like to mention the work of this committee, which has been promoting the practices of responsible entrepreneurship and demonstrates the important issues of sustainable development that are of interest of Greek society, always with a great passion, dedication, and consistency. The Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce honors the dedication and creativity of this group of people, of this actually company of professionals who put each year their imagination in action, creating events which have a real impact for the business community. In my turn, I would like to personally express my thanks and my respect to all those who have served this CSR committee these 20 years. Many of them, let me point out, continue to have the same enthusiasm and continue offering, such as the dear President, Mr. Bakis Papadimitriou. Dear members of the CSR committee, you are a paradigm of team spirit, and I congratulate you on the valuable work and the continuous and unrelentless work in a committee that shows respect and care for the human person. Year after year in this conference of CSR, we hear for the first time, as it was in the original event, words such, amongst others, sustainability in the boardroom, purpose-driven business, tribes, impact, corporate citizenship, inclusive cities, responsible leadership, and net positive. Words that are dubbed here and show a whole philosophy. Nevertheless, this conference has never limited itself in the mere name-dropping of concepts. Quite the contrary, went one step ahead, explaining these concepts, promoting the paradigm of best companies in international level, and continues with consistency the ongoing effort for improving these best cases in the Greek companies. In the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce, we serve faithfully our vision for the future with a view of substance and realism. We continuously seek ways to be useful to business community and in extenso to Greek society, promoting a business model based on the notions purpose and impact. Therefore, we seek for solutions for the eventual challenges and demonstrate the opportunities from the multifaceted cooperation between companies and company agencies. Therefore, entrepreneurship on sustainable terms is a global priority, which becomes even more imperative in our days. We are all tired of discussing the exit from the various crises, be it financial, the pandemic, or the war crisis, or the refugee crisis, or energy crisis. Therefore, the term of crisis has lost the notion of its temporal character has become now permanent. Therefore, it has become the rule and not the exception. Therefore, the flagrant question is whether all together will respond timely and before the whole situation is without return. Time is our relentless enemy. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, thank God for the last year. The last years have been characterized with a constant effort to sustainability and the constant change of culture. Nevertheless, the feats that have been registered in the company sector, either individually or collectively, are threatened from the energy and financial crisis and the very difficult winter ahead. So at this difficult conjuncture, we have to maintain our high morale to the principles of responsibility that have been advocating for all these years. And here lies the subject and the agenda of this year, more topical than ever. Headwinds. Therefore, winds that come against and make us go back, those forces that turn us back to polluting energies, therefore threatening the Green Deal of the European Union. Headwinds are those winds that bring us against new horrible refugee flows due to a war which is at the front yard of Europe, which would be unfathomable some months ago. Therefore, we must again adapt and have to perceive the so-called externalities and therefore see what we must do and we can do vis-à-vis climate change, fighting poverty and moreover energy poverty, fighting imbalances, the impact of crisis on the mental health of citizens, the combined impact of the downgrading of natural environment on human health, and therefore seek all of us jointly together the business case, that is the ways that we can connect and relate the good and wise entrepreneurship with dealing with those challenges and the creation of new business opportunities. In the last 20 years, here in the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce are tired of continuously referring to the business case of an economy which is based on sustainability, creating the win-win conditions for entrepreneurship, nature, climate, and man. The possibilities of green economy jobs creation are huge because they include high specialization jobs and a plethora of support ancillary jobs of low skills, offering therefore the opportunity to approach those who have been mostly affected. Here in our chamber, we remain stable and against any headwinds. We are ahead with a vision of development and extrovert character for the country. We firmly believe that sustainable development is an excellent tool in the hands of all of us for a bright future. Ladies and gentlemen, in concluding, I would like to warmly thank you for your presence and wish wholeheartedly every success in the works of this anniversary celebratory 20th annual conference of CSR. Thank you, and now invite to the tribune Mr. Pakis Papadimitriou, who is the president of the committee of CSR.
Dear friends, good afternoon. It is so beautiful to find ourselves together in such a large room with people we know and to discuss interesting things. So when we started back in the beginning of the year, we started planning our current conference, what we had in mind was to organize a big celebration for these 20 years as an anniversary, to remember the good and important moments we had in this organization and to honor the work of people, very important people, valuable people who shared a common purpose and who left their own mark, as it were. So it was around the end of February where a sudden turnaround happened. A war that broke out on our doorstep in the heart of Europe that actually left us a little room for celebration. We were called upon to organize a feast and a celebration at the time where we had images of death and destruction all over the mass media. The environmental destruction was not in the front light, and the threat to energy sufficiency was just emerging at the time. So it was an environment to which we had to adapt once again, and to adapt the agenda of a conference on sustainable development and corporate responsibility that might appear to some that is lacking in importance. However, it is very important, and the things we're talking about defy time. And this is the common purpose that has led us and has been driving us all these years as a team and group of people in the committee, but also as professionals in sustainability as a sector. Because, well, you see, even where we find before us the adversities of externalities, like our president said, it is very important to maintain our commitment to the people and the natural environment, and the identification of good entrepreneurship with timeless values. These were, are, and will be our priority regardless of the surrounding conditions. So our title today of this conference, Headwinds, attempts to describe this journey of sustainability, the way it developed and evolved over these 20 past years. So against these winds, we're talking about business prejudice dating back decades, talking about bad habits of wasting and throwing away resources, against the irresponsibility towards people's rights, against the irresponsibility of harming the natural environment. And where everything is trying to derail us, the surrounding conditions, we persist. We insist on a business model and an entrepreneurship that is based on the purpose of insisting and respecting universal human values. They say that when the wind is blowing against you, you learn to sail on all winds and on all seas. And this is our message today. In this time of war, in this time of recurrent social crises, in these times of an energy crisis that is, well, brutally, I would say, affecting businesses and citizens alike, and is forcing the state to halt its path to clean energy, it is these times that we are keeping the spirit of sustainability high, and we're here today to present you issues that we hope will have a substantial impact. Today you will hear about the results of a survey we organized with the American College because, well, citizens, it is on citizens' current attitude to sustainable development. And we placed a focus on young citizens because we're interested in them the most. We will hear about the major social changes that are emerging in Europe and Greece and how they need to be, well, linked to modern entrepreneurship. And they need to be embedded in the ESG strategy of the businesses. We will hear about major threats to climate and biodiversity and how these need to be explained in simple words, clear words, so that they can be understood the world over and by everyone. We will talk about the interactions of environmental and social conditions that at first glance seem disconnected from one another, but when they come together, they create an explosive mix that must be understood, clearly understood, so that we can be ready, state, citizens and businesses, to adapt in time. And if there's something that we did learn over these past few years of recurrent crises, is that it is only through adaptiveness can we survive and prosper. Adaptiveness and adaptability. My heartfelt thanks go to the members of the Corporate Responsibility Committee, current and past, for their creative imagination and the vision that led this conference to be a benchmark in the Greek business scene. I should like to particularly thank Angela Boyadji, because Without Angela, the crazy ideas of the committee would never actually make it to this room. I should like to thank the management and the people of the Chamber for their trust all these years. I should like to thank the many companies, businesses that believe in what we do for so many years, and year after year they're by us. And finally, I should like to thank all of you for being with us today, either in physical presence or via your screens, because everything we do without you wouldn't have any meaning. Thank you very much once again, and I should like to welcome to the stage, to the podium, Rouli Christopoulou, who will have the responsibility and the flow of this entire event. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Now, maybe we didn't manage to make it a celebration, but what we did prepare is a celebratory anniversary video for the 20 years of this committee. Let's roll the video, please. So, as of 2003, we've been talking about and exchanging views on responsible business, both between us and with experts that join us on this stage every year and bring their own vision and their own experience on the most important issues on sustainable development. This year, on the occasion of our 20-year anniversary, and since we're going through a period with so intense social and environmental challenges, we thought it would be of particular interest if we were to look into and investigate and look into the opinions of Greece on sustainable development. So what do the Greeks think? What opportunities for sustainable development do they see in Greece, and who do they believe is the role of businesses to play on consumers, on the institutions and organizations regarding the protection of the environment? The views of Greek society on sustainable development were looked into by the American College of Greece in collaboration with the AmCham, the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce, and Dr. Athanasios Kristalis is with us today, Associate Professor of International Business with the American College of Greece, with the assistance of two members of our committee, Rania Asariotaki, Senior Manager for Visibility in the American Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce, and Maria Dimopoulou with Papastratos. You now have the floor, ladies and gentlemen. Oh boy, does that feel good to be live and physical presence after all these years. Now, over the next 30 minutes, we'll be talking about the results of a very interesting survey, the key findings. And we talk about the key findings because it's both quantitative and qualitative. You will find it available in due time. We'll let you know through the AmCham social network and the media, and we'll talk about the results, and we'll give the floor to two representatives of the young generations, to two students, to hear about what they think about this very important topic. Now, their names, let me look at my cheat sheet. It's Mrs. Dorothea Limneu from the DRI, American College of Greece. She has a bachelor in enterprise management. And Mrs. Dionysia Zoupa, who works with the public administration, who is actually studying at the public administration department in Panion University. Mr. Christalis, Dr. Christalis, you have the floor to give us a few bits about the identity of the survey. Right, well, thank you so very much for the invitation and the opportunity you present us with actually showcasing this survey we conducted on the occasion of this 20th anniversary conference. The title, as was already mentioned, is What Greeks Think About Sustainable Development. I should like to thank, first of all, the Scientific Committee of the American College for implementing this survey, the Centers of Excellence, the Office of Public Affairs, the Center of Excellence and Sustainability, who, as I said, had the scientific oversight of the survey. Regarding the identity of the survey, the collection was carried out last June. The sample of the participants was 1,039 households all over Greece. We collected information via online, filling in a questionnaire, and of course the sample was stratified by age between 18 and 64 years of age, and it is representative of key demographic features of the Hellenic population. So we can be absolutely certain that it is a survey that gives perfectly reliable results, at least as far as this sampling is concerned. I would like to give a very fast snapshot of the key findings, and then we can move on with our discussion. Now, the main findings may be looked at as follows. Well, sustainable development is almost entirely identified with the environment. So it's E versus S and G. So Greeks identify everything that has to do with E is not so much about proper responsibility and justice, which means that Greek citizens identify themselves mostly to environmental ESG targets rather than social or corporate governance related ones. So unavoidably, the opportunities and chances that arise according to the Greek citizens' opinion on entrepreneurial activities of sustainable development have all to do with the environment, as we will talk about later. But when the question comes regarding what they would like to see more on behalf of the companies in our country, the answers relate more to social justice and proper governance and much less with the environment. So we'll see that here there's a bit of a contradiction, I should say. The result is that, yes, well, citizens do reward green initiatives, they do reward entrepreneurship and the sectors that produce responsibly regarding the environment. And as we'll see at the end, with a very small but important detail, they appear much less willing to pay more to purchase green products. I think that this would be a good time to kick things off. Right, well, the President did talk about earlier about the development and the evolution of the terms. We started with the term CSR, Then we had sustainable development, sustainability. I represent an educational institution. Our goal is to train young people and educate them. We'll hear what they have to say later on, but also the society as a whole. Regarding the new data and the new evidence we have, the solutions and the things we need to participate in order to deal with the issues we understand and realize are happening around us. But have we been perfectly understood? Do we know that everyone understands, even the last citizen understands when they hear corporate responsibility, what that term entails, or sustainable development? We have the three pillars. We have the environment, we have society, we have the financial element as well. But has this been understood, felt and fathomed by public opinion? Well, it's clear that when we're talking about definitions, we need to approach the issue, the subject, on behalf of the recipient of the message. We may be connoisseurs, and we know very well, and we know that the three components of sustainability coexist. But as the survey showed, for Greek citizens, sustainable development is primarily the environment. And words that have to do with any form of green development, ecology, recycling, renewable energy sources, and so on and so forth. So from the flip side of the social viewpoint, no, we're not on the same page. So we still have a long way to go. We to train ourselves and everyone else on exactly where we are, what we're doing and what our role is. That is true. Brilliant, lovely. So we wanted to see whether the consumers know the terms, know that sustainable development has to do with the environment, and we still have a long way to go about the other pillars. But is it enough for the citizens to know the issues that are handled by sustainable development, or what issues sustainable development is called upon to give solutions? Is it enough? Is there participation on behalf of the citizens in problem resolution? Or is it that we will pass the buck on to someone else and do that and not assume personal responsibility? Is that the case? Well, obviously, after knowledge, the next question is, what do those who are in the know do? What do they do? So we try to gauge and measure the personal contribution and the degree of participation. It was a scale ranging from 0 to 10. 0 was none at all, 0 degree, and 10 was absolutely. And the average interest was approximately 6 out of 10, which is rather, well, lukewarm, if I may use this term, or at least this is our explanation. And this is due to the fact that only 4 out of 10 appear, or at least say, that they do wish to contribute, with the rest exhibiting a degree of interest that is much lower than that. So we should probably stop coming to find you and introducing the lives of society new terms, and more focus on how to put these things into practice and into action, what we are talking about. We live in a society in which we perceive the problems around us. We hear at an increasing frequency from lay people or from simple people, everyday people who ride a cab, for instance, that the term climate crisis, financial crisis, social problems is being tossed around. One would imagine that we all share the same beliefs. We all understand, realize and see around us the same things. Is that the case? Is that true? You're quite right. Now, like most of us in this whole room know, is that the social survey shows what the most trends are showing in general. And this is what we do, what we did in our survey. It's the results from 1,000 households in Greece. If we dig a little deeper, we will see that in this ensemble we have a lot of different perceptions. If we performed a statistical analysis and found 5 different types of Greek citizens. Here you can see the so-called deniers, who are approximately 1/4 of a society. So 25% of the Greeks we dubbed deniers because they are on the flip side of what we're discussing now. They are people who exhibit the lowest possible interest in issues of sustainability. There can be all sorts of opinions heard from this part of society, that they can't find green products, that they're not of comparable quality. It is a publicity stunt. I don't believe it. It is not about me. I don't really trust them. Okay, I don't know if we can see the next slide. Right, brilliant. So they say that I have problems that are of much more concern than the environment to me. And even if a party had a political environmental agenda, I wouldn't vote for them, and I believe that environmentally green products are more expensive, which is why 25% of our society have these numbers, and the numbers of the society overall are lower than what we would wish. Does this mean that these people know half the truth? Does it mean that all they know is just the basics and do not know any details? What is the problem? What seems to be the problem? Well, we're talking about a group of people who have the socio-demographic profile we would expect. They are people of slightly lower educational level. It's mostly men than women. They're mostly residents of Athens as compared to the rest of Greece. And they're people who don't believe in a purpose. You can see here on the slide, we have included a long list of actions, environmentally friendly actions. And you can see in the red line the deniers, and in the green line it's their opposite numbers, the supporters. So there is a constant divergence of the two lines. You can see that they are 2 points apart. You see what the supporters do is to reduce food waste, which is very encouraging, and recycling. And you see that even in these parts, in those issues, deniers are much less involved and engaged, and it might be interesting to see some big differences. I mean, I worry about plastics, single-use plastics. You can see the difference. When I buy something, I look for environmentally friendly companies, and something that is very important and we should probably comment on is that when it comes to volunteering and active participation, both groups, you can see that they have almost convergence. The only thing they converge is to the point to which they would like to volunteer. And you will see later on how much they would pay more for green products. Which means that in general, Greeks, regardless of whether they're deniers of the environmental issue or not, they do not express an active interest of participation. So it is the social responsibility. I think we have learned as a society, we have not learned as a society, that we can all contribute, we can all do something to resolve to the problem, and I expect everything from the government or the businesses or anything. Yes, quite right. You can see that all this, it's a bit controversial in the eyes of our society. Another beloved term that's entered into our life is the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the SVAs, the SDGs. And we try to see to what extent our society, this civil society, has accepted the Sustainable Development Goals, how much we appear to be on the same page as far as achieving those goals is concerned. The Sustainable Development Goals need to have all the things dealt with the same way, to have the same gravitas, to share the same importance, and to be interlinked, to have an interaction, interconnection in being able to respond to the crucial questions. How does that pass on to the society? How much is it accepted by society? Right, well, as a result of the identification of sustainable development with the environment in Greece, the SDGs that are environment linked, you can see them on the graph in green, are the goals in which there is a clear divergence between the deniers and the supporters, as we saw earlier. When we leave the discussion of the environment and we talk about social justice or corporate governance, we see that the divergence between them starts to fade. And towards the bottom, when we talk about equality of the genders, the sexes, peace, justice, strong institutions, high quality education, we will see that there is this V shape, because at the base of the V, both viewpoints in the society, although they're opposite one another in environmentally development related issues, they converge. So we still have a long way to go regarding the understanding and the weight, the gravitas and the importance all three dimensions have on sustainable development.
A lot of work for us in the academia. We have this role to play. Another issue that emerged and that this survey studies and emerged lately with the Ukraine war, the energy crisis, all that, as it has been said before, this hurdle in our course towards green energy. How do you perceive the relation between the low life standard or in issues related with the financial crisis? What is your perception? The issue of sustainable development, how will it be dealt with? Where are we left in our effort to solve environmental problems or other social problems? We've heard the term, for instance, that if I have nothing in my pocket, if I have no money, if I cannot pay my gas, well, it's I will definitely not be turning towards IS or I will not be fighting for the environment. Well, the way we see things, there is a standardized relation of poverty with the environment, but I will elaborate on that. We wondered and we asked to what extent the interviewees thought that the poverty is a cause, but also the result of environmental crisis. And you see that 62% of Greeks agreed intensely that indeed poverty and environmental degrading are two sides of the same coin, are interrelated. Of course, we know that environmental problems are not only problems of the developing world, the other way around, I would say. We see that the wildfires or the erosion and the floods are problems of the developed world. Perhaps this is a wishful thinking, a way to do away with our responsibilities when we say that poverty is interrelated with environmental problem, that perhaps we're not directly concerned, because whenever there's a poor guy, there lies a bad fate. So let us see more difficult aspects having to do with responsibilities, having to do with the role of the main influencer, who is, of course, the consumer, and what citizens expect from companies, from the state. Therefore, the first question that we raised was addressed to the consumers. To what extent in the last year they avoided buying products from companies which had a very bad attitude, either vis-à-vis governance or environmental issues or whatever. Yes, the so-called boycotting approach, if we would say. Yes, this definitely regards national economy and companies. I must remind you that with blue we have set the goals related with social justice, with red we have governance, and with green we have the environment. So with this, on this scheme of colors, we see that Greek citizens as consumers have boycotted to a large extent, more than 50%, companies that have shown some form of non-responsible attitude on issues of social justice vis-à-vis the employees, first of all, child labor, behavior to animals, but also profiteering, violating safety and hygiene, which paradoxically is not number one, and various financial activities having to do with wars, with interests against the national interests. And somewhat at the end of the list, in the boycotting, we also see the environment. So we have here the paradox that sustainable development is the environment, but when I am considering my attitude as a consumer, what I'm mostly interested in is social justice, without interrelating, however, social justice with sustainable development. It is interesting also to view the age groups. We'll see with blue 25-34, and you don't see two colors in the first aspect because the two colors coincide. Therefore, the two extremes of the age groups coincide vis-à-vis the attitude to employees. Now, vis-à-vis national interests, we see people are not that much sensitized, and quite indicative of all the replies is that things that are nocive to the environment are not to be excused by the younger generation. The older generations are more lenient towards that, and this is quite optimistic. I believe that social justice is true, bears no age gap. Regardless of generation and age group, we see that Greek citizens, as Greek consumers, demand a very responsible behavior vis-à-vis social justice and governance. We also see boycotting against companies that come from enemy countries, especially vis-à-vis the older consumers, but also issues of environment is an issue which is more at heart for the young generation. So we can deduce that this is a crystal clear and a very optimistic message that Generation G is definitely more sensitive vis-à-vis the environment. Now we're running out of time, so let us come to another aspect, to the responsibilities of big companies, because we are here to give solutions to the big problems. So let us view this question. Let us see what are considered to be the responsibilities of big companies vis-à-vis sustainable development. Yes, the question is, what do Greek citizens believe that companies should do so as to contribute? And you see a mixture of all colors. Therefore, all three fields of sustainable development are included in their perception. The first three actions regard the environment, corporate governance, and social justice, the creation of new jobs in green entrepreneurship, development of new technologies, and securing parity of genders in the workplace. You see on the right here that we see women in the replies. Women systematically are far more fervent advocates of the responsibility of companies to contribute in all those fields, and in some aspects also reflecting their experiences perhaps, because they sustain far more gender parity in the workplace and greater transparency vis-à-vis the logistics, the supply chain. Now, where do we lie vis-à-vis the opportunities for sustainable entrepreneurship? What are the fields that seem to be more promising? All fields that were included in the research show high percentages, higher, of course, to entrepreneurship directly related to the environment, organic cultures, recycling, and so forth, because what the Greek perceives as such is the environment, that is, including also photovoltaic, the production also of local products by small cottage companies, cottage industry companies, which is very goes hand in hand with the economic paradigm of the agricultural production in the country. Well, nice. So it could be a major issue. The state, but I have to be very concise and quick. The state, to what extent does it support SMEs, especially? Because bigger companies have great opportunities to do things. Well, we were not original here. What we all would expect. On average, the Greek citizen has a perception, lies at 4, ranks the state at 4. That is very, very low. The Greeks do not believe that the state really supports sustainable development. So there's a great room for improvement there. Now, beyond also the states, we must mention the great role the state plays on the course of Greece. So there's a great debate to be done there. So the trust to the institutions. Whom do the Greeks trust vis-à-vis environmental issues and their solutions? Again, no originality here, or perhaps there is originality. We do trust technology. I had the impression that we were technophobic as a society. It seems that not. Scientific knowledge. Civic society comes as number 3 with ambivalent results. Therefore, there is an ambivalent attitude and quite low rate of trust to the state, to economy bodies, unfortunately, and the political parties, of course, which rank last, as it happens in many other surveys. So technology and science, of course, helped in coming out of the pandemic, so we would expect that. And the last question, so is to give the floor to the young generation. What do Greeks believe vis-à-vis the companies observing certain perspectives of development? Indeed, there's a great spectrum of activities vis-à-vis the private sector that Greek citizens do support. For instance, the fact that we should buy and support such kind of companies, that it is absolutely legitimate, and this is very interesting, that it's absolutely legitimate for companies that treat the environment respectfully, they should have additional gains. Therefore, there's a debundling between responsibility and profitability. And vis-à-vis the last finding, that it is not that Greeks are not willing to pay additionally, despite the support to green entrepreneurship. This we can explain because we must have in mind that there is a part of negators. Therefore, 1 out of 4. Therefore, this is what mitigates this rate and drops it. We are certain there's a great part of society that shows also increased willingness to pay a dividend, pay higher for companies that are environmentally sensitive. Thanks a lot. We look forward to further findings of this survey. Now we will address and turn to the younger generation, the leaders of the future, as we usually call them, to have a first comment. What is that gave them joy in these findings? What was of concern? Or what does the young generation consider as most important? Good afternoon. First of all, who would like to mention to the main constituents of sustainable development that there's the notion of needs, that is fulfilling the basic needs, and of course the notion of limitations set by technology and social organization concerning environment at large and how we'll be acting now and in the long term. A main reason are the opportunities of development that can be created through this approach. I consider extremely important to point out that we are at an era where the European Union is mainly at the levels of biodiversity and the protection of ecosystem, and therefore both the programs and actions that want to attribute to companies, both of the private and public sector, they will mainly put their trust in those companies that we will think of the impact their action will have on the environment, both for now and in the future, as they will be operating over the next decades.
Now, the integration of principles of sustainable development in entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial strategy creates not only innovation, but also development and evolution in these companies, and growth, of course, because there is an inextricable link between the environment and the companies.
Furthermore, I would like to point out that beyond the aspect of companies, it is very important to put the emphasis on social indices, that is, for people to be interested and consider seriously this issue of social development must feel that there is equality, training, and social mobility. So as for this whole aspect, to help them boost their morale so as to further get involved with sustainable development.
I should also like to say that I consider that if everyone, each person understood and was aware of sustainability in general, they could undertake small activities every day and have a much bigger result, because when many people together make small actions, the result is magnified and multiplied.
Warmly thank you. Everything has been extremely interesting. Thank you. If I may, let me point out that the results of the survey of interviewees of your generation exist. There is 18-24 age bracket, and it will be interesting to see what you said indeed is reflected in this survey. Thank you. We live in conditions extremely volatile, with the crises succeeding one another, or some of them evolving in parallel and in tandem. Those crises further broaden the social injustices with great risks and threats. So Societies in Distress is our first session with discussions on various kinds of crises. Those discussions will help us fully perceive these crises and identify opportunities on how and where companies can be active so as to improve their positive impact. So I invite Mr. Nikos Andritsas, who is a journalist in Sky TV, who will be moderating the first three panels. The first, we will be discussing with the Vice President of the European Commission, Mr. Margaritis Chinas, on the human aspect of geopolitics, which was the impact of the Russian invasion and the strategic role of the European Union. Then we have a small change to the agenda. We will discuss with Madam Agni Mariakaki, who is an ecologist and managing director of Mind Search, on the interlinkage of the pandemic and violence and how this mental fatigue might lead to different forms of violence. And in the third panel, it will be with Mr. Theophanis Stasis, who is a lecturer and lecturer of contemporary practical philosophy of the Alpen Adria University of Austria, that will approach the issue of digital era and the gaps it further causes. Mr. Andritsos, please proceed. Hello. First of all, let me tell you that it's a great joy for being again amongst you, if I'm not mistaken, in this 20th Corporate Responsibility Conference. I've had the great joy and honor to participate in at least 4 previous ones. These are conferences which are not organized for a conference's sake. And I firmly believe that, because the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce really shows the way vis-a-vis CSR with these excellent events. And I would also say that there's also some kind of success prescription, a recipe success recipe. Because if you got such a beautiful organization headed by Mr. Spitounas Bakatselou and Mr. Papakis Papadimitriou, and the ever active and omnipresent Angela Boyadji, and I would like one further warm applause for her. So when you have such an impeccable organization and have an excellent audience, as is your case, being here, physically present or virtually, and at the same time you have renowned speakers, all this lead to the recipe of success. On a subject, however, which can bring anything but broad smiles, because as Mr. Bakatsalos very appositely said, the word of crisis has lost its meaning in our days. We leave one crisis to enter another. We have a whole generation, Generation Z, that has grown exclusively in conditions of crisis. Remember the MOUs in 2010, what followed with these incredible rates of unemployment in our country, and what followed, reaching the pandemic and now the energy crisis, which eventually will come out. But what we will never come out very easily, and I believe this is the huge challenge for our country and the planet as a whole, is the climate change, the climate crisis. Because we cannot set a ceiling or a threshold for the climate crisis, as it could be with any economic activity, for instance. Therefore, the climate crisis will be the great wage, and very well said on our conference. We need resilience, we need adaptability, and we need perseverance, so as to overcome all those challenges. These are the prerequisites for sustainability. But I would also add the most important, to my humble opinion, if you allow, is empathy. The perception and the way we perceive the world around us, how we perceive your employees, the people in the street, all the people, the human beings that constitute the society we live in. Empathy vis-à-vis both the decisions and implementation of decisions and activities. Empathy is most important, because it doesn't suffice to attain goals as long as we leave people behind. Of course, that could be an ideal society where there would be no people left back. Yes, that's true. Nevertheless, we must do our best so as for the end of the day, at the end of the day, the fewer numbers of co-citizens left behind, the better it will be. That was in guise of introduction. I apologize if I took too much time. I don't know, Pakis, how you originally planned the whole event, but having Margaritis Chinas, the Vice President of the European Commission, on such a day where the whole of Europe discusses what will happen in Italy and the European Union, what Giorgia Meloni is to do and her allies, Salvini, Berlusconi, and so forth, this indeed is the jackpot. And now we have the person par excellence to speak on the matter, Mr. Margaritis Chinas. Mr. Commissioner, a great joy and honor. We would have preferred to have you here, but what can we do?
So would I, sir. I would prefer to be in Athens. But it's a day on which, well, all these developments and all these things have a very burdened agenda for you in Brussels. And this is what I would like us to start this discussion with. We don't have a lot of time. We have 20 minutes ahead of us. So what's the deal with Italy and the new data? Because, well, we have Europe that is trying to respond to these increased demands due to the energy crisis, and we've been trying for months to reach a decision. What will happen should Meloni and the next coalition of Italy, the third largest economy in Europe, says no, or says something different? Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Andritsos. Before answering your question about Italy, I should like to seize this opportunity and, well, use your introduction and make my own introduction to the introduction. I should like to say that it is true that crises hurt us in a very deep, constant, I would say, way, continuous way. These are crises that, according to Newark, would be called polycrises that started as early as 2010. And it's been 10 or 12 years of crisis now. But from these crises, we can draw two conclusions, I think, which actually apply to what happens in Italy as well. The first conclusion drawn is that all these crises, well, shattered us, shook us, maybe shook us profoundly, but they did not demolish us as Europeans. We proved, and I speak in the first plural, not as the European Union, but as a union of republics and democracies, democratic countries. We proved much more strong and much more resilient than what some of our enemies thought and believed. The second conclusion drawn is that these 10 or 12 years of crises contributed to something else. They contributed to putting an end to what I like to refer to the end of European innocence. It took a pandemic to understand that we're not snorkeling around in Europe. It took a war to understand that energy is not as granted as we took it for. We needed these movements and these flows of immigration to understand that the world is not so naive and so innocent as we thought. Which brings me back to Italy, and I say that Europe is a union of democracies, of republics. We have nothing to fear from the ballot boxes. Free elections, free expression, the expression of the people in all member states of the EU is possibly the constituent of what we refer to as the European way of life, which makes us different the world over. Of course, in this case, we heard a lot in the pre-election period. The closer we got to the Italian elections, these many things became more mainstream, less critical, more realistic, more pragmatic even. So we have to wait and see whether this government will follow this road of pragmatism and will leave this inflammatory narrative. And another thing that we all learned in Europe together in all this hardship is that no government, no states, be they big or small, northern or southern or whatever, can make it on its own vis-à-vis the threats and the challenges we have to cope with. So we hope. Now, regarding the pragmatism you referred to, Commissioner, could it be that this pragmatism creates, paves the way for the next step? Well, what I'm saying is, it's an educated guess, I would say, is that we lived through phenomena of populism that in the pre-election period went rather well, but when they tried to express themselves as a government, had to step on more solid ground. I don't think that pragmatism goes against this perception, this concept, this view that the only way to go forward in Europe is together. I don't think that any country, any member state finds solutions outside the European Union or against the European Union. And let's focus on Italy. Italy is part of the backbone of the EU. It's the third strongest economy. At the moment, on the other hand, they are waiting to receive 200 million from the recovery fund. It's the biggest part of the pie, you see. It's a share of the lion. Then they have a huge refugee crisis in the Mediterranean. Do you believe that the new government will deal with these problems on their own with a back turn to Europe? Quite the contrary, I believe. Well, you did say earlier about Europe coming of age, becoming an adult, and it's very important because we used to have a Europe in the past that was based on the best scenario, and it took successive crises in order for us to find the plan Bs, the alternative plans, and we had to suffer until that. Now, regarding the health threats, are they high on the Commission's agenda, Commissioner? Well, this end of innocence, the crash course in a sense, was proven in how the EU dealt with the pandemic. As you know, I've spent 30 years of my life in EU politics, and I never once missed the historicity of this institution. When, as member of the college, we had to decide on the largest vaccination program in the history of humanity, or how to deal with the deficits and the shortcomings and the lacks of respirators and masks, and how to see that the European pharma industry will have at its disposal all the raw material they need. And all this damned 2020, during which this game was played, I believe it was crucial to give the European Union the resilience in order to deal with the health crises. I mean, not only were we able to fight the fires that broke out, but we managed to build around the pandemic dealing a prevention network with more systemic improvements in the healthcare systems, in the community organizations, the decision-making process, and the resources allocation. And I can say that we're much more ready in health than we were in 2020. Right, the other big issue, because you are responsible for the promotion of the European way of life. How does one define this European way of life, Mr. Schinas? Given the refugee/immigration flows that Europe needs to respond to, the member states individually, but the Commission as a whole. Well, I believe that the best definition of the European way of life was given by Emmanuel Macron during his famed speech in the Sorbonne in fall of 2017, when he said that, for me, the European way of life is two things. It's the Europe that protects, Europe that paves the way and opens roads and provides opportunities. This means that the European way of life has the asylum, safety, security, refugee policies. It works as Europe as a shield, but it has the youth, culture, education, it's mobility, skills. It's where Europe presents opportunities. We put these two together for the first time at the European level under a common umbrella, and I believe that it was a proper decision, the appropriate decision, and the appropriate toolbox, as it were, because what happened over the past 3 years confirms the correctness of this choice, because we need to work on these fields together, rather than in a fragmented way. Well, the issue of immigration, and I will circle back to Italy, although Meloni herself does not have that as high on her agenda as her state partners, but in Europe it is urgent to achieve a new agreement on asylum, isn't it? Well, I believe that the only positive thing from the Ukrainian crisis, the war, if you'd like, is that a horizontal universal protection we extended to the Ukrainian refugees, approximately 5 million of them that we accepted in our societies under a European umbrella, was the pretext or the opportunity, as it were, to normalize, to detox, as it were, detoxify, normalize once again discussion around immigration in Europe. Discussion about immigration in Europe became far too toxic, far too aggressive. So we need some positivity in this discussion. And the millions of Ukrainian refugees who entered our societies in a smooth way helped in the normalization of this issue. What we're still missing is the last step, which is the completion of this agreement on asylum and refugee. We like to call it a new accord, a new European accord. We have already promoted the discussions, and we have agreement on 50 or 60% of our proposals. There's still 40% missing. Responsibility of maintaining the borders and solidarity and sharing the burdens among the member states is still what's missing. And I should like to repeat what I said in the beginning, Mr. Andretos. I believe that the new Italian government has its best interests in working for the European agreement on immigration. I mean, I don't have any signs to see that the new players in Italy will be believe that they will be better off without this European accord. They need it as much as the rest of us do. And before we close, Mr. Skinas, Mr. Vice President, regarding energy, what will be, in your opinion, there, the way things will evolve? Because, well, you do realize that this winter, the fewer possible Europeans must lag behind. None, if we can help it, so that we will not have this these monstrosities of extremisms that will shatter the European foundation and the building. What will be the what will happen in the worst case scenario? Best case scenario would be that we will have an agreement tomorrow. There is an agreement about the threshold or the ceiling, as it were, the limits of the fuel prices. Will the member states dare, because there is the Commission's proposal on the table, will the member states dare do that? Well, Mr. Andritos, dear friends, I would like to paint a more optimistic picture. Because we did have crises in 1973 and in 1979. There were huge energy crises in Europe and the world over. And at the time, we lacked both the alternatives in oil, petroleum, or the technological solutions, or the geostrategic solutions we have now and options. And, well, we did make it through those times, and we have the same chances of making it now, if not more. But we shouldn't forget that the situation we are in today is the result of an immoral instrumentalization of this energy crisis by Russia. This is something that us, free Europeans, will not forget. We're putting a pin on it for the future. It's not the war of Suez that was waged against others and we had to suffer the consequences in 1973. This is a direct, universal attack against the Europeans. So we try to cope using a plexus and a nexus of interventions that provides an answer to this threat. Our disentanglement and our lack of dependence from Russia has been reduced to 49–50%, and we have alternatives the world over that enter this game to help us. We have increased and we have filled our storage of natural gas at an unprecedented level that will allow us to not have big problems this winter. We have proposed, we have put on the table a very important package of measures that will affect prices for the more vulnerable people, and if necessary to have a second wave of interventions after the 30th of September, when we'll have a meeting of the energy ministers. So I should like to transmit a message of hope that this winter we will make it using all these measures. We will make it against an unprecedented situation that we did not create, but we have to suffer, and that we hope will not repeat itself a second time, the winter after. Well, the Belgian Prime Minister talked about 10 winters to come, Mr. Skinas, didn't he? Well, I believe that my friend Alexander Duclos probably overreacted slightly. I think he regretted it at the moment he said it, when he talked about 10 winters. But it is very certain, come next winter, to stabilize the geopolitical horizon so as not to have problems later on in the future. Right. Thank you so very much for this very interesting intervention and this discussion we had. Be well, stay well, enjoy the rest of your day in Brussels. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you, one and all. Thanks.
I believe that whatever has been said was extremely interesting. We keep his optimism, and I wish all this he said will be corroborated, and I wish we see these necessary European Union decisions coming soon, so as to attempt some kind of control vis-à-vis the gas market operation, and of course ensuing electricity market, so as not to have things unbridled as they currently are. So let us view another aspect, because the whole thematic is societies at risk, which may evolve, of course, into an unhappiness. So it's really doesn't call for broad smiles. But let us see how we'll be enlightened on this subject by Madam Agni Mariakaki. And the subject, she is a psychologist and managing director of Mind Search. Hi, Mr. Andritsos. Hello. So we speak of crisis, we speak of a pandemic, but we also speak of violence amongst all this, that is violent phenomena. And the first thing would be the numbers of violence, which in a way, happily now to a lesser degree, we were accustomed to an account, a toll of dead people. I speak of the pandemic toll, yes, but along with the great toll, daily toll, and the journal of people dying of COVID, we have witnessed that for 2 years. Antonio Damaso, the renowned neurologist, would say that this experience, he would call it an emotional bookmark. Therefore, an emotional bookmark, as it has an expression, that leaves such a very deep engraving in ourselves that really shakes out tectonic plaques, both as cultures, societies, and persons. So I would like to mention the three major impacts and the ensuing violence that they may generate. Number one is the fact that people become more myopic, therefore they see no future ahead, because there are these successive sources of fear, the energy crisis, the war, the inflation, and therefore they have no perspective ahead. They can no longer have a long-term perspective. This is the first thing. The second is because it leads to people being more conservative, and this will see people being here and working in so important companies already witnessed that, is that we live the post-war feat culture, that is the American dream, moving ahead, the social ascending. They live that. We have entered the so-called, it's not worth it. It's not worth trying. It's not worth wasting myself for the company, whatever. That is quiet quitting, the great resignation as we all know it. The great resignation that we all know, that we have started witnessing in the Western countries. These are the impact. After that, we usually deal with the victims. If we go back, speaking of the person, of the individual that takes a life, causes damage or loss or hurt to someone else. How could we handle this as a society so as to alleviate that? Well, to be honest, I'm fascinated by this question. Well, I can include it in my resume, says the moderator. Yes, that's true, because no one is involved with that. How we could support and prevent the action of the instigator, the perpetrator. Usually there are two kinds of violence. One of it is physical abuse, physical violence that we see on TV, but the other one is psychological violence, which we see in the traumas caused on children. And quite often, this is triggered by women. Let us not take them away from the equation. So where is this to be attributed? That is family violence, women getting killed, or gender violence. What causes, what creates a perpetrator? I would suggest that actually this violence starts from the moment that a person does not know how, cannot tolerate, or does not manage to handle, alleviate one's violent sentiments, the anger, the agony, the fear, the complex of inferiority, the feeling of insecurity, whatever, you name it, in this bucket of violent emotions. The point is, why can't we handle and manage those emotions appropriately? I will give you the explanation. There's a solution there, because communication has been digitalized. We all speak on our group chats on Viber. The second is the following. When I keep adding violent emotions, we have a digital assistant that I can push all the problems under the carpet. I can spend another couple of minutes with TikTok, and therefore I push my negative emotion under the rug. But when the rug is overflown, then there will be an explosion. It may not be perceived and seen on the TV screen, but it can come through and cause suffering at a very vulnerable and sensitive soul over a young child. Many of us are parents here, we are friends, we are caring persons. The point is, how can we not be perpetrators? So what I suggest is digital diet and real connection with our emotions. Open our hearts to our difficult emotions, share them, and be able to alleviate what we go and air them, give air to that. You spoke of this digital diet, but on the other hand, we have this digital bulimia that sends us to the social media. And instead of pushing those negative emotions under the rug, you spill over all these negative emotions on social media. And we have all those haters on Facebook, Instagram, you name it. Of course, that's true. And airing this violence, but venting this violence, but this is only a temporary relief, not substantially, so as to build yourself better. So, now, vis-à-vis the new violence profile, how would you characterize it? How would you view it? Because we see violence going down the road. We see a multiplication of those violent phenomena and coming lower to the pyramid. Indeed, the violence goes lower because in the lower strata, we find people who believe that they have no other options. I believe that in our Greek society as well, there is now the way out to young persons who are unemployed, who do not identify to any established system. They enter small gangs, or unemployed youth who see no other way out than being integrated in such small neighborhood gangs, or consider that they are entitled to a crime, since the time of the paternalistic state is gone by. Now, speaking of this violence, there's also another kind, a new type of violence, which is the digital violence that finds you anywhere in the office. You don't have to go down to the sidewalk. It finds you in the office, at home, new forms of fraud, new ways that people can usurpate, can take away our property, whatever. How do we do with that? Oh, you say it's so nice. Yes, it's the invisible enemy. Okay, let's change seats. Okay, no, you are very precise in describing this invisible enemy. I would suggest that the reason, the cause for all that, starts from the plethora of information, the avalanche of information, and that we have been utterly digitalized. Not the last 2 years, but the whole venture was completed in the last 2 years. That means that we do not have in our brain open a critical mind so as to process the information. When we have this avalanche of information that comes from many social networks, the internet, media, whatever, what means we gulp down this piece of information without having really assimilated it. And then one starts imperceptibly losing the old, very valuable old skill called critical mind. What does this mean? A critical mind means that I cross-examine. First, I put a brake on this avalanche of information, of this attention deficit disorder that we all have now. We have 300 screens and windows at the same time, and we shift from one screen to the other without really focusing. So we must put a brake so as not only to focus, but to impose on ourselves, to cross-check. When we think of our next click, at that point, we start protecting ourselves from the invisible digital enemy. Because the invisible digital enemy is based on our impulsive new click. So once we start cross-checking and thinking, we have already protected ourselves. We have put ourselves in the self-protecting mode, I would say. Yes, that's very good. Yes, because as we know, multitasking is excellent. Most of us exercise that, or we should exercise it in order to have some kind of career. But the point is that within this multitasking, one can get lost. And not a well thought of clicker can cost dearly. Yes, and we are very responsible on that matter. Now, regarding those cases where we have victims, people that are victims, those cases come in the spotlight. We may be interested for a couple of days on this affair, but those that should have been interested vis-à-vis both the prevention and investigating and persecuting such cases are not really interested, and I mean that the competent authorities. We've seen that in all aspects of violence, home violence, youth violence, and so forth. Well, I'll say the following. What we mostly experienced over the last 2 years, starting from the immediate digitalization and the expanse of social networks, the following. The perpetrator has more than ever access to a public say. So if the perpetrator knows how to create a narration, support it, and promote it with the appropriate networks and specialists, then the perpetrator can present himself as a victim. And we've seen that. This we've seen it on multiple occasions. So we have an alternation of roles. Yes, precisely. This I will call social gaslighting. That is the possibility, if you have a very clever narration, to put on the spotlight your victim as a perpetrator. We can say a lot about the unleveraged justice, but this is not the subject of our discussion here. I consider that this is a personal responsibility of each and everyone to manage to have individual and independent thought and action. Both of these, because then one can build internal resistance vis-à-vis the social gaslighting, and the perpetrator present himself as a victim. This an individual, independent thought and action. We must think how we will teach it our children, how it will be taught in school within the spectrum of soft skills, which is necessary so as to have effective and useful people in society. Most important, Before concluding, we have another 5 minutes. Let us move to something more generic. We have been discussing about subsequent and successive crises. It's like a babushka doll, I would describe it, because one crisis has another within it. But if we move back behind from 2010 and before that, we used to have a society, Greek society, which for good or better, that was in the phase of the so-called lobster spaghetti, we used to characterize it in Greece, therefore of a kind of affluent prosperity. Things have long gone. The point is whether all that have reduced the narcissism of the average Greek, that everything is to last forever, Porsche, Cayenne for everyone, and building up debt on the credit cards. Well, let me tell you something about the narcissistic character of the average Greek. We are a very particular case. We are this civilization that passes 12 years in the primary and secondary education learning about ancient antiquity and mythology. Originally, we are the heroes, the gods. Then we go to antiquity, then to the Byzantine, and then we end at the end of the 12th year that we are the most insignificant country of a nation of the world. And this is reiterated every 3 years. That is, for 12 years, we've been taught systematically that we have been the most grandiose nation of the world, and we are taught how our grandeur has been taken away from us. This is the reality for us who've been through this 12-year cycle of education in Greece. So what is our narcissism? I don't believe that we have a narcissism beyond the hedonism. I consider that what we really lack is contemporary Greek identity. Who are we as contemporary Greeks? What is our consistent element? What makes us a nation? What is our identity, our feeling of belonging? What relates us and connects us in our overall societal narration as an identity? So if I lose my identity because I lost my job, I got a divorce, because I have the empty nest syndrome my child has left, what is my identity, my Greek identity that can bring me back to and reconnect me to the deep-rooted values and principles? I must remind you that we have started as Alexander the Great, and we are taught how we concluded being the Karagios. So we must find our next paradigms, the next models. This is a job that each and everyone does. Precisely the creation of those paradigms, these role models, where could it stem from? I think that it can stem from people such as you and all of us here in this hall who assume their personal responsibility as a personal responsibility of being leaders. The people that will parade from this podium, the next speaker, Mr. Tassis, who has said wonderful things and has a very effective place in the academia. These are modern, contemporary Greeks, such as you, Mr. Tassis, the next speakers, and those who have preceded, and we've already had Mr. Bakatselos, Mr. Spirtounias, Mr. Schinas. These are the Greeks, the shiny Greeks, if you allow the expression, who, even if we've got this caption that they write something, actually they have it on their front, the virtue. The virtue, this is a long forgotten word. The integrity of our nation, the sacrifice and generosity and being good, these are virtues. Some people have a front writing precisely all those principles and values, and this we will perceive and we will assimilate through the osmosis, as long as we take it personally, most of us. And before concluding, in political leadership, what could political leadership do? What could a new generation of politicians do? I don't like to put it on age graphs, if you like,
because there are also young people who are already old and older people who may be indeed agencies of innovation. Well, I would be very heretic in my answer. I would say, therefore, that today, when people have been through 2 years of terror and see an additional terror coming along of war, inflation, and so forth, they vote and select bulldog politicians, warriors, that is, politicians who are Hulk and Hogan for those who follow the Marvel heroes. They want people that can bite. They want angry people and abhor the political sissy, pansy, this kind of helplessness. They feel helpless, and they want a Rottweiler as politician, find Rottweiler politicians. And this will take us back to the medieval ages. I'm so sorry. The young generation of politicians, however, the new generation of politicians might perhaps create and coin a new leadership model, but I don't believe that they will do it. Why? Because behind them in the political scenes, there are the political pro-Christian characters that we will cut them around so as to have them fit in the specific standards. If some politicians have the nerve and the resistance to remain outside the wooden molds of politics, will not be wasted. We do have these shiny exceptions, bright exceptions. I do have a couple of persons in mind who have really already changed our lives. One example is our digital transformation in the public sector. I believe that this we can make a great prayer for such people to come along in the politics. I don't know about you, but I really enjoy this session. God bless you. We really thank you. Thank you. We usually, after such a discussion, one has to make a sum up of what was heard. But I don't know what to take out. Everything is to be included. I believe we must keep everything, especially the last session, vis-à-vis politicians, bulldogs, warriors, and the polite ones. This has its value. But since we had this introduction vis-à-vis digital transformation, and this is where we're moving to.
With Mr. Theophanis Tassis, who has joined us, and I would like to ask him to the floor. He is professor of, just hold on, because I need to give your whole title in honorific, because you're so many things. You're a philosopher, professor of contemporary practical philosophy, Alpen Adria University of Austria and St. Gallen University of Switzerland, practice political, social and ethical. Professor Tassis. Right, so how was Italy? Well, Napoli is even more intense, more ruckusome than Athens, and the airport is infinitely more dysfunctional than ours, which is why my flight delayed. So I came straight from the airport. Just a second, you're talking about an airport. We have Pakis Papadimitriou here. Kudos for the Athens International Airport, as compared to that of Napoli, of course. So are we ahead, Mr. Tassis? I mean, let's start with digital transformation. Did we make the steps that, well, let's compare ourselves to the Italians. To what extent have they managed to make steps forward in terms of transformation? Well, not just Italy, and I mean Germany, as far as vaccines are concerned, did manage to schedule them using a unified platform for all the citizens the way we did in Greece. I mean, we should have, in this constant feeling of insecurity that appears to characterize us as a people in Greece, we should also add some pride for the acquis, for what we conquered over the past few years. The previous speaker talked about the narrative of education in a very eloquent way, who said that we are taught history as a succession of decadences. We could also see Greek history as a success of successes that follow periods of success and decadence. As to the things that she mentioned earlier, and she was very polite and very generous to include me, I really don't perceive me that way. I perceive me, with reference to the past, as a part of a relay race. There's a language that's being spoken here for 3,000 years, and this language bears some value. Some of us try a bit more than the rest, possibly, to take care of this language and the values it carries, so as to pass on the torch to the next. Because only if you know where you're coming from, you may know where you want to go to. If you don't know your roots, you don't know where you're headed to. Right, well, as concerns digital transformation that we have coined as a term, let's talk about technological evolution. That we have new challenges and new issues. One of them is digital illiteracy. It has to do with all those fellow citizens of ours that, well, be it for age reasons or for other reasons, cannot adapt the way this time and place dictates. What can we do with those people? Well, digital illiteracy obviously has to do with people of a certain age that do not possess a certain set of skills, basic skills. But it's not a static thing, because we ourselves, who believe that have some sufficient digital skills, in 5, 10 or 15 years, we may no longer have them. We may no longer be modern or contemporary, if you take into consideration how fast techno-science evolves. Digital illiteracy is linked to an overall digital inequality that has to do with social castes, social strata that have many more social and digital skills than others. At the level of states and countries, one may also ascertain this inequality. There's a different set of digital skills of Finland or South Korea, and a different set of digital skills in Senegal. The issue here is that we need to comprehend that we are at a time that is radically different than the previous one. I call it iconistic. What does that mean? It means that through digitalization, services, goods, our own self are turned into images. So it's imagistic. So we have a hybrid person. Is it a meta era? No, I wouldn't call it a meta, because there is a pro-meta and a meta-meta. I will call it imagistic or iconistic or figurative. We are in the here and now, but we are also digital images of ourselves. And I hope some of you, I hope not many, because you do not look at your screens or your phones. Some of you may scroll, may have your communication, and you experience, and we experience our presence here at the here and now, the physical presence, but also digitally. So this way of existing has not existed in human history so far. It creates a social reality that is unprecedented. The world did not change that much in the Industrial Revolution, when we had cars and machines and everything. The world becomes different in the way we understand it as a space and as a time. It is really a new condition in which we need to accept that there is no way back. There is no return. This condition will accelerate even further. Well, this condition is based on these platforms, the social networks, isn't it? You can't limit something in space or in time, because it is something that is happening incessantly. It happens all the time. So could it be that a new gap is created in this environment? Because, well, some cannot follow, some follow and some lag behind. There is a new gap, but again, on different levels. There's a gap at the level of people. Some people have more digital skills and better capacities to, direct their life in social media, which results in them increasing their visibility. When one increases one's visibility, they increase the social, cultural capital they have. Some other people have relatively more limited capabilities to do so, which creates an incessant attempt to have more visibility. Those who are more visible draw more attention, and those who draw more attention increase their social, financial, cultural capital. This competition, however, does not always lead upwards. This competition may also lead downwards in the sense of a homogenization. In order to enlarge and increase your visibility, draw the attention of others, what must you do is present a digital image of yourself that is the more charming possible. Rounded, without any spikes or anything? Yes, but smoothed. But a person who is driving as a taxi driver in the countryside, or someone who owns a small business in a very small town, their own images and the snapshots of their daily lives as compared to the snapshots of an actor or a musician or an IT programmer are not as charming. One may upload visits to gourmet restaurants, visits to foreign countries, activities that are more unusual. And in this way they may increase their visibility as compared to the second one. So we need to present our lives that appear unique, and to present them as unique, and then we have an inequality in the form of a gap between what we actually are as physical beings and the digital image of ourselves as a result of our editing or directing of our lives. So we are the curators of an exhibition that is our lives. And it is a burden, because when you see your image on social media, you have two options. You either recognize that it's not who you really are, and it is a projection, an idealization that is necessary, fake it if you make it, or you deny it. But if you deny it, you accumulate a tension, a stress in terms of conflicts, because what you edit and you direct, in essence, does not create, does not exist. How does one manage it, is the question on behalf of the moderator, because what you say leads to misery, extreme misery. Of course it leads to misery. It leads to a form of misery even to those who are considered as advantageous or privileged, those who have high social capital or cultural capital. So over the past few months, I observed that there are various famous people or recognizable people on social media who will say that they will leave Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, or wherever. This is one way. Another way could be for us to turn again, as Greeks, to our tradition and to recreate, explain ourselves. In philosophy, in ancient times, we had the know thyself. Why should I know myself? Because I need to be able to care for myself. And caring for myself had to do with caring about one's mind, one's soul, and one's body. So they had to care for their body, care for themselves, and there they became virtuous and they became good people, contributing to what's best for the city. Today, this caring would have to do with caring for one's digital image. What could that mean? Well, why do I post what I post? When do I do that, and what do I expect? Well, there's the distance between what I am and what I wished to be. Why I would wish for people to see me the way I wish people to see me. Some key questions. What happens to my data that is accumulated during this editing of my self-image? How do I appear in the framework of a general condition? What sort of society is it that creates these visibility competitions that I try to excel in? These are key ingredients of a digital care for oneself. If it started through education, and many children are self-taught, as we are in those skills, and it would be very fertile to have this in education. And when I say that they're self-taught, that in the decades, the 60s and the 70s, one being able to stand in front of a camera and present oneself was characteristic of just the movie stars, Brigitte Bardot, Sophia Loren. I mean, an 18-year-old from Florina or a 12-year-old boy from Igoumenitsa have similar capacities of self-editing and self-directing. They have taught themselves without being taught that. All it takes is a camera, which is a mobile phone, and nothing. Yes, without a cast, without a crew, without directors. What these children learn to do is to create a self-care of their digital thing. They self-protect. Some more, some less. They experience this tension we have between the idealized picture they project and their physical presence. Right, okay. Let's go back to what you mentioned earlier, to this imagistic or figurative society. And here we have a question: what are the limits of this iconistic or imagistic? Because, well, everything happens online, and we don't have something to remind us what our lives used to be. What will be the evolution of that? Well, what our lives used to be... Well, have you noticed that recently the majority of advertisements have a lot of nostalgia? The cafe, the old village, mother's pies, references to Greece and past decades. Why does that happen? Is because nostalgia is a very potent drug. It works as a sedative in our stress for the future. It delays constant reality. The lack of an end, or where these things will balance out, or where we will reach a plateau, where the rhythms of our day-to-day life is to see, yes, okay, it's the 90s. I mean, if you take a look at YouTube videos, you will see how slowly things were in the 90s. People stood, they had a drink, or sit at cafe for hours. So the lack of such a plateau, if you'd like, increases our stress. And a plateau with such a deceleration will never exist again. We can claim the deceleration of our individual lives, but in the short term, I can't see how we could decelerate society as a whole. Social time will accelerate because the technological scientific evolution is accelerated. The future is already here. It is unevenly distributed. Not all of us have the same access to the future. Some do. I mean, if you live in the Silicon Valley and you're a senior official of Facebook, have a higher access, and others have lower access of the future. If someone is a postman in Komotini. But this future, to which few people have access, will be the future of the others very shortly. And to the extent that I am monitoring and studying this future, it is even faster than the future we're experiencing now. Which is why many people say that, well, in order for us to meet the requirements and the needs of this imagistic condition, we should probably upgrade ourselves. A very influential thing, the superhumanism, is that without improving our intellectual and emotional capabilities, we will not be able to carry this burden of a fast, rapid exchange of information and imaging of everything. So we need to reset and upgrade. Well, you see already, everyday lives, when we're talking about ourselves, we're talking on computer terms. I mean, when persons understand themselves, they understand themselves via animals or machines. You say you're a beast when you're doing something very well, or you're a machine when you're doing something very well. What do these things have in common? That we underestimate humans as humans. It's something that Sophocles said, is that there is nothing more scary and more great than man. So we reduce our humaneness and we elevate machines as a standard. And in the past, the beasts as a standard, as a model, which is very dangerous. We are infinitely more beautiful and better than any AI program. Right, great. Okay, let's move on to another risk, which is also a sign of the times, because those of us with a Twitter or an Instagram account, well, not so much Instagram, but Facebook as well, you can see a lot of hate, a lot of toxicity, a lot of controversy, a lot of... Well, people wake up and sleep only in order to confront and contradict someone else. How could we manage all these networks? Because we see hate overflowing our computers, our tablets, our mobile phones. Well, first of all, why does that happen? Well, in my opinion, it happens for two reasons. One of the reasons is that as we feel and live ourselves as our images, our digital images, there is a need to express our corporality and how we feel our body through our feelings. So when you're sitting before a keyboard or a screen and you interact as an image, you're not there, corporeal, in order to balance this imagization, you feel your body more and you increase your mental and your soul temperature. And the negative feelings are more intense and more easy to surface than positive ones, although in reality feelings are both at the same time always at the same time positive and negative regarding the spectrum that we leave them. I mean, they are at the time positive and negative, but in order to feel their corporality, they vent emotions, they express their emotions on the internet. This is one of the reasons why I believe what you described happens. The second reason is that in this visibility competition that I described earlier, the less visible, in their attempt to become visible, the only way they have at their disposal to do that is to express the more emotion possible, which will make them more unique. Why? Because higher social and cultural capitals do not express that much emotion. They're more cool. So those who are marginalized in the fringe, by expressing their negative emotions, manage two things. First of all, they balance these contradictions within them, this exclusion feeling, and at the same time, because there is this emotional charge of their digital image, they draw attention. So, I apologize for interrupting you, but like Mrs. Mariakaki said earlier, is it the time of the bulldogs or the pit bulls, or will the bulldogs take the spotlight and they're the ones who bark and make noise, and what we do is just follow what they do? Well, it's a time when you claim visibility requires much more expression of emotions and feelings. It's a time when democracy will become themocracy, for the two reasons that I mentioned. So these groups that try, and people in groups that try to express their feelings in this way, are the least visible ones, or they are invisible. And populism, what it does is it preys on this indignation. It is the idol of the invisible. Trump, Orban, all those people are nothing more. Meloni, if you'd like. Yes, Meloni, thank you. They are the collective digital projections of the invisible ones, who now take their revenge and manage to appear in the global sphere, empowered through the form of a superego. So in conclusion, this is the biggest challenge, isn't it? All those people who have either lagged behind or they're feeling like they're lagging behind are the ones who tomorrow will just cast their ballot in the box, and they will elect no matter whom, as compared to what most people think. And then we will move from populism to populism, don't we, Professor? Well, one of the many reasons, and there are too many reasons and too little time, one of the reasons why this happens is that the liberal democracy over the past decades became, and this may sound like a paradox or a conundrum for Greek things that happened in the rest of the West, much more a compromise. Democracy was focused in the middle, and this way it did not have any difference. And there is a strong confrontation in democracy, but if this is not expressed because political correctness has prevailed, because a strong center has prevailed, as a reaction the extremes will become stronger. So a democracy that lives up to its name would be a democracy that seeks out compromise without excluding confrontation, to see flaming, burning issues, to express those who are invisible and not allow them to express themselves through the extremes. And this is what the democracy needs to do in this decade. And this is the big challenge we have ahead. Thank you so very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all. And this is the end of these three presentations. We have a lot more interesting to look forward to. Thank you very much for your attention.
So we close this session on the title Society in Distress with the issue of children, the children effect. How
all those crises affect the children and how do we secure their rights. Luciano Calestini, representative of the UNICEF Greece country office, with the assistance of Melina Thomaidou, who is the member of our corporate responsibility committee, and also members of CSR in APV, will shed light on this important aspect on our children. Γεια σας. Αισθάνομαι πολύ μεγάλη τιμή και ευχαρίστηση που σε καλωσορίζω, Λουτσάνο, στο 20ο ετήσιο συνέδριο του AMCHA στα θέματα εταιρικής κοινωνικής ευθύνης. Ξεκινώ λέγοντάς σου ότι έχω διαβάσει την έκθεση της UNICEF. Όλο το καλοκαίρι αυτό διάβαζα ουσιαστικά, την έκθεση της UNICEF. Αισθάνομαι πάρα πολύ τυχερή, γιατί είμαστε εκτεθειμένοι σε πολλά ποικίλα ζητήματα. Μπορούμε βέβαια να αναλάβουμε με πιο σημαντική εξέταση των διαφόρων υπόρρητων εμποδίων που εμποδίζουν τα παιδιά μας να είναι πλήρη μέλη της κοινωνίας. Μετά την ανάγνωση της έκθεσης όμως, συνειδητοποιώ πόσο διάχυτη είναι η παιδική φτώχεια σε όλη την Ελλάδα. Υπάρχει θέμα μη προσπελασιμότητας σε δομές ψυχικής υγείας, η διάσπαρτο φαινόμενο της παιδικής παχυσαρκίας, τα θέματα φτώχειας, βίας και αρνητικών διακρίσεων. Όλα αυτά είναι ζήτηματα τα οποία από κοινού συζητάμε. Όμως τώρα, εξετάζοντας τα διαθέσιμα στοιχεία με την έκθεση, οφείλω να ομολογήσω ότι ανησυχώ παραπάνω. Πιστεύω ότι πρέπει να ανοίξουμε ως άτομα σε πιο δημιουργική συζήτηση για την αντιμετώπιση προκαταλήψεων και δομών που έχουν να κάνουν με το φύλο και τη φυλή. Εν κατακλείδη λοιπόν, και δίνοντας βέβαια το λόγο σε σένα, γιατί εσένα θέλουμε να ακούσουμε, πιστεύω ότι έχουμε κάνει πολύ εντυπωσιακές μεν πρόοδους, αλλά κάποια κοινωνικονομική πρόοδος δεν μπορεί να μας τυφλώσει στο ότι έχουν μείνει πάρα πολύ πίσω πολλά παιδιά και πολλές κοινωνικές ομάδες σε αυτή τη χώρα. Θα ήθελα λοιπόν, Λουτσάνο, να μας παρουσιάσεις ή να σχολιάσεις κάποια από τα βασικά ευρήματα της ανάλυσης της κατάστασης των παιδιών στην Ελλάδα και το 2020. Ευχαριστώ πολύ για την ευκαιρία. Το πλαίσιο της ανάλυσης την οποία εκπονήσαμε, επειδή ανοίξαμε γραφείο σχεδόν πριν από 2 χρόνια, είναι η πρώτη φορά δηλαδή που η UNICEF επισήμως ήρθε και άνοιξε γραφείο στην Ελλάδα. Προφανώς το πρώτο που έπρεπε να κάνουμε ήταν να κατανοήσουμε την υφιστάμενη κατάσταση και πού πρέπει να επενδύσουμε τους πόρους μας και ποιες προτεραιότητες πρέπει να θέσουμε. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό που αναφέρεις ότι είναι η πρώτη φορά που η UNICEF έρχεται και άνοιξε γραφεία εδώ στην Ελλάδα. Όντως, υπήρχε παρανόηση πάρα πολλά χρόνια σε ό,τι αφορά τη UNICEF. Ναι, υπάρχουν πάρα πολλές εμψυχώσεις και ενσαρκώσεις της UNICEF για πάρα πολλά χρόνια. Πρώτη φορά η UNICEF έχει επίσημο γραφείο εδώ όμως. Εμείς είμαστε η πραγματική UNICEF για πρώτη φορά που εμφανίζεται στην Ελλάδα. Κανένα από αυτά τα στοιχεία τα οποία παρουσιάζεται δεν είναι της UNICEF. Δηλαδή τα πρωτογενή ευρήματα δεν είναι δικά μας, ήδη υπήρχαν, είτε από την Ελληνική Στατιστική Εταιρεία, είτε από τα Υπουργεία. Δηλαδή είναι δημόσια σφαίρα. Δεν ήταν δηλαδή επικίνδυνες αποστολές του Tom Cruise για να βρούμε τα στοιχεία. Τα στοιχεία υπάρχουν παντού, μπορεί να τα βρει ο καθένας. Αυτό που είχαμε εμείς την ευκαιρία να κάνουμε ήταν να συγκεντρώσουμε όλα παντού, να τα συγκεράσουμε
και να τα μελετήσουμε και να τα κάνουμε μια συνεκτική και ολοκληρωμένη έκθεση για να δουν οι πάντες ποια είναι η πρόκληση που αντιμετωπίζει στην Ελλάδα. Είναι μια ιστορία δηλαδή δύο ημίσεων, θα λέγαμε. Το πρώτο ήμιση, όπως ανέφερες και στην εισαγωγή σου, είναι ότι η Ελλάδα έχει κάνει εκπληκτική πρόοδο και δει τα πολύ δύσκολα χρόνια μετά τον Δεύτερο Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο και τον εμφύλιο. Είναι σοκαριστικά τα στοιχεία, αν βλέπετε τότε. Ένα στα 14 παιδιά πέθανε πριν από τα 5 με λοιμό παντού μέχρι τα μέσα της δεκαετίας του 70. Τα μισά μόνο παιδιά πηγαίνανε στο δευτεροβάθμια εκπαίδευση. Στη δεκαετία του 80 η σχετική κάλυψη ήταν 70% τα παιδιά που πήγαιναν στο γυμνάσιο. Είναι μια άλλη χώρα δηλαδή αυτή που βλέπουμε τώρα. Και οι 20 κυβερνήσεις που ήρθαν όλο αυτό το διάστημα και όλες οι προσπάθειες που κατεβλήθησαν από την κοινωνία, από τους ευεργέτες κλπ. Έχει γίνει τεράστια πρόοδος. Αυτό είναι το πρώτο μισό της ιστορίας. Το άλλο μισό, το λιγότερο ευτυχές θα λέγαμε, είναι ότι εξακολουθούμε να έχουμε πιθανότατα το μεγαλύτερη αναλογία αποκλεισμένων παιδιών σε σχέση με οποιαδήποτε άλλη χώρα της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Σε κάποιοι δείκτες είναι καλύτερα από άλλους, αλλά συλλογικά πρέπει σίγουρα να τα βελτιώσουμε τα πράγματα. Σας δώσω κάποια παράδειγματα για να αποδείξω ακριβώς τι λέω. Αν δούμε την παιδική φτώχεια, που μετρείται με τον ίδιο τρόπο σε όλη την Ευρώπη, έχουμε σχεδόν 1 στα 3 παιδιά να ζουν κάτω από το κατόφλι της φτώχειας και σχεδόν τα 2 τρίτα των παιδιών αυτών είναι σε ακραία φτώχεια, το οποίο μας βάζει στο υψηλότερη σκαλή στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, πίσω μόνο από τη Βουλγαρία και τη Ρουμανία. Άρα, σε απόλυτους όρους, σημαίνει ότι από τα 2 εκατομμύρια παιδιά της Ελλάδος, σχεδόν 570.000 είναι σε ακραία φτώχεια ή τα βγάζουν μεταβίας. Εάν δούμε τώρα στην ιδρυματοποίηση, εξακολουθούμε να είμαστε μια κοινωνία που πιστεύουμε ότι είναι αποδεκτή πολιτική και που υποστηρίζεται και από τους πολίτες γενικά, να μπαίνουν τα παιδιά σε δομές κλειστές, σοφρονιστήρια, αναμορφωτήρια, ορφανοτροφία κλπ. Μετά από πολύ συγκεκριμένη προσπάθεια από την Υφυπουργό Εργασίας, κυρία Μικαηλίδου, που συνεργαζόμαστε, βρίσκουμε εναλλακτικές στο που μπορούν να μπουν τα παιδιά, γιατί είναι άρνηση του δικαιώματος κάθε παιδιού να είναι σε μια οικογένεια. Εξακολουθούμε να συμβαίνει, δηλαδή πολύ πιο εύκολα στέλνονται σε ιδρύματα κοινωνικής πρόνοιας ή ορφανοτροφία. Η παχυσαρκία τώρα, παιδική παχυσαρκία. Έχουμε την πολύ θλιβερή πρωτοκαθεδρία αυτή τη στιγμή στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, να έχουμε τα πιο παχύσαρκα και τα περισσότερα υπέρβαρα παιδιά σε όλη την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. 40%, 2 στα 5 παιδιά είναι υπέρβαρα ή παχύσαρκα. Από τους 40% δηλαδή τα μισά είναι παχύσαρκα. Με τεράστιες συνέπειες στην υγεία τους, σε πρώτη φάση, αλλά και την πίεση που προκαλείται στο σύστημα υγείας όταν τα παιδιά αυτά ενηλικιώνονται. Και συν το ότι δεν μπορούν να συμμετάσχουν σε διάφορες δραστηριότητες, γιατί βλέπουμε από στοιχεία από όλο τον κόσμο ότι ένα παχύσαρκο παιδί πιθανότατα θα γίνει ενήλικας με πολύ φτωχή υγεία και επομένως λιγότερη συμμετοχή σε οικονομικές δραστηριότητες. Άρα είναι τεράστια πρόκληση αυτή. 600.000 παιδιά σήμερα εμπίπτουν σε αυτή την κατηγορία στην Ελλάδα. Ας δούμε τώρα την παιδεία. Εκατοντάδες ανθρώπους έχω μιλήσει εδώ ως φιλοξενούμενος εδώ στην Ελλάδα αυτά τα 2 χρόνια. Νομίζω το θέμα αυτό είναι εκείνο το οποίο συγκινεί όλους τους Έλληνες, ιδιαίτερα τους Έλληνες γονείς, οι οποίοι πληρώνουν αδρά συμπληρωματική παιδεία, φροντιστήρια κλπ, αλλά δεν αισθάνονται θετικό αντίκτυπο στα παιδιά τους. Και αν δει κανείς τι συμβαίνει μετά την αποφοίτηση από τη δευτεροβάθμια εκπαίδευση, αν και έχουμε έρθει σε πολύ μεγάλη πορεία από τη στρατοσφαιρικά επίπεδα ανεργίας των νέων κατά τη διάρκεια των μνημονίων, εξακολουθούμε να έχουμε πολύ ψηλά επίπεδα. Είναι περίπου 33-34% η νεανική ανεργία. Και αν περάσουμε ένα επίπεδο πιο κάτω, όχι μόνο τους ανέργους, αλλά που δεν έχουν και καμία επαγγελματική κατάρτιση, είναι 1 στους 5 νέους. Που βέβαια σίγουρα αυτό δεν είναι συνταγή για οποιαδήποτε τύπου συμπεριληπτική αειφόρο οικονομία, αν δούμε το μέλλον. Ως εκ τούτου, τα λέω όλα αυτά, διότι είναι πάρα πολύ δύσκολο να το πω αυτό σε μια Ελληνίδα ή σε ένα ελληνικό ακροατήριο, προφανέστατα, γιατί ξέρω ότι αυτά τα θέματα είναι πολύ μεγάλης ευαισθησίας και είναι πάρα πολύ κυριαρχούν το αφήγημα στην ελληνική κοινωνία ότι λατρεύουμε τα παιδιά μας, έχουν την πρωτοκαθεδρία και τα παιδιά μας είναι ο πρίγκιπας και η πριγκίπισσα στο σπίτι. Τα αριθμητικά στοιχεία μας λένε όμως ότι συνολικά ως κοινωνία δεν ακριβώς τηρούμε τα λεγόμενά μας, γιατί δεν επαληθεύονται από τα νούμερα. Υπάρχουν πολλοί λόγοι για τους οποίους είναι έτσι αυτά τα αριθμητικά στοιχεία, αλλά ούτως έτσι έχουν και αυτή είναι η αλήθεια. Κλείνοντας λοιπόν με αυτή την πρώτη αναφορά, μπορούμε να πούμε ότι δεν υπάρχει καμία κυβέρνηση ή φορέας ή θεσμός που έχει προκαλέσει την κατάσταση που βλέπουμε σήμερα. Είναι μια συσσόρευση δεκαετιών ανεπαρκών πολιτικών και νομοθετικών πρωτοβουλειών για τα παιδιά, κατακαιρματισμένων υπηρεσιών και έλλειψης λογοδοσίας αυτών των υπηρεσιών, και δεν δαπανούμε αρκετά χρήματα ως κράτος στα παιδιά μας. Δεν είναι πραγματικά προτεραιότητα, είναι μόνο ρητορικά η προτεραιότητά μας και δεν μπορούμε να αρνηθούμε ότι το θέμα της κουλτούρας και αυτών των παραδόσεων που είναι επιζήμιες στην πρόοδο των παιδιών εξακολουθούν να κυριαρχούσες. Πολύ συχνά πρέπει να σκεφτούμε πολύ βαθιά ποιοι είμαστε, τι πιστεύουμε και πώς εκδηλώνουμε αυτές τις πεποιθήσεις και τις επιλογές που κάνουμε για τα παιδιά μας. Γιατί σε εμάς βασίζονται τα παιδιά μας και το συμφέρον τους θα έπρεπε να είναι υπαριθμόν ένα κριτήριο. Η αλήθεια είναι ότι τα παιδιά αυτά δεν διαμαρτύρονται, δεν κατεβαίνουν σε πορείες στο Σύνταγμα, δεν ψηφίζουν, δεν φωνασκούν. Εμείς είμαστε η φωνή τους. Και είναι υποχρέωσή μας να συμπεριφερθούμε αναλόγως. Δεν ξέρω πού να αρχίσω και πού να... Νομίζω ότι θα μπορούσαμε να συζητήσουμε όλα αυτά τα ευρήματα επί 2 ώρο ή 3 ώρο και δεν θα καταλήγαμε κιόλας. Αν θα μπορούσα μόνο να θίξω κάποια από τα ευρήματα αυτά, κάτι που πραγματικά δεν μπορώ να αγνοήσω ή να μείνω σιωπηλή, είναι το τεράστιο πρόβλημα της βίας εναντίον των παιδιών. Έχουμε τεράστιο πρόβλημα βίας εναντίον γυναικών και παιδιών, βέβαια. Όμως, τα τελευταία χρόνια υπήρξε τεράστιο παγκόσμιο κίνημα για την προάσπιση των γυναικών και της κατοίκων βίας. Αλλά τι γίνεται με τα παιδιά? Τι γίνεται με τα παιδιά τα οποία είναι θύματα οικογενειακής βίας, bullying στο σχολείο ή που γενικά φοβούνται? Θα ήθελα να σχολιάσετε από αυτού. Δύσκολο το θέμα αυτό. Και άκουγα προηγουμένως την Αγνή με πολύ μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον κατά τη διάρκεια της παρουσίασής της. Το πρώτο που μπορώ να πω είναι ότι είμαστε πολύ πιο ανοιχτοί σε ό,τι αφορά το να συζητάμε το θέμα. Υπάρχει ένα ταμπού πάνω στο θέμα στις περισσότερες κοινωνίες, σε όλο τον κόσμο θα έλεγα. Αλλά υπαριθμόν ένα καταπληκτικό είναι και μόνο που το συζητάμε και πρέπει να συνεχίσουμε να επεκτείνουμε τη συζήτηση αυτή σε κάθε κλίμακα της κοινωνίας. Γνωρίζουμε ότι παγκοσμίως 1/4 των παιδιών υφίστανται ψυχολογική, σωματική ή και σεξουαλική κακοποίηση. Και βέβαια τριπλάσιο είναι το ποσοστό των κοριτσιών έναντι των αγοριών. Αλλά αν πούμε διακενεαλογικά την βία, ξέρουμε ότι ένα νεαρό αγόρι το οποίο έχει επιβιώσει ή υπήρξε μάρτυρας οικογενειακής βίας είναι πιθανότερο 3 ή 4 φορές να γίνει θήτης αυτός στην οικογένειά του ως βίαιος. Επίσης, κατανοούμε πολύ καλύτερα τον αντίκτυπο της βίας σε ύστερη ζωή, συμπεριλαμβανομένη στο άμεσο αντίκτυπο στην γνωστική ικανότητα του εγκεφάλου, που έχει τεράστιους αντικτύπους μετά στη ζωή, συμπεριλαμβανομένης ικανότητας φύλου πλήρους κοινωνικής και οικονομικής συμμετοχής στην κοινωνία. Και ξέρουμε ότι η φύση της βίας εναντίον των παιδιών αλλάζει στην αρτήση της ηλικίας του παιδιού. Και βέβαια το φύλο, δεν μπορούμε να το αρνηθούμε, παίζει θεμελιώδη ρόλο. Οι κανόνες που αφορούν και διέπουν τις σχέσεις των φύλων αποτελούν βέβαια και πηγή διαφορετικής βίας. Τώρα, τι σημαίνει στην Ελλάδα? Η απάντηση είναι ότι κανείς δεν ξέρει. Η τελευταία σημαντική και αξιόπιστη έρευνα που μπορούσαμε να βρούμε εμείς και που έγινε πριν από 10 χρόνια, πάνω από 10 χρόνια, από το Ινστιτούτο Παιδικής Υγείας. Υπήρξαν πολλές μικρότερες κλίμακας μελέτες έκτοτε και κάποιες πρόσφατα, αλλά καμία που μπορούμε να πούμε, από όσο γνωρίζουμε εμείς δηλαδή, που να καλύπτει πλήρως το φάσμα και να μας δίνει ένα στατιστικά αξιόπιστο δείγμα σε όλη την επικράτεια. Υπάρχουν σημαντικές προσπάθειες που γίνονται αυτή τη στιγμή, όπως από την Έλληνα Ράπτη, η οποία πραγματικά είναι πρωταγωνίστρια ως βουλεύτρια στην αντιμετώπιση της σεξουαλικής κακοποίησης παιδιών. Το πρόγραμμα δράσης το οποίο προάγει μόλις υπερψηφίστηκε. Οργανισμοί όπως Ελίζα, με τον οποίο συνεργαζόμαστε πολλά χρόνια, επίσης κάνουν πολύ καλή δουλειά. Παρ' όλα αυτά πρέπει να πούμε ότι παρά τις πολύ καλές προσπάθειες σημαντικού αριθμού εμπλεκομένων, δεν έχουμε ακόμα κάποια ενιαία αντίδραση και ενιαία κατανόηση του φαινομένου στην Ελλάδα. Δεν υπάρχει κάποιο ενιαίο πλαίσιο στην Ελλάδα για τη συλλογή στοιχείων και μαρτυριών για την ανάλυση της βίας εναντίον των παιδιών. Βασιζόμαστε σε μικρής κλίμακας ανεκδοτολογικές, αν θέλετε, αποσπασματικές μελέτες. Ξέρουμε πράγματα από την κοινωνία των πολιτών που εκτιμούν, επί τη βάση των παιδιών με τα οποία έχουν σε επαφή, ότι κάπου 7 με 8.000 σοβαρές περιπτώσεις παιδικής κακοποίησης, επί τη βάση των δικών των όμως εμπειριών και άμεσης παρέμβασης. Επίσης, οι τηλεφωνικές κλήσεις σε διάφορες τηλεφωνικές γραμμές έχουν αυξηθεί κατά 50%, 1/3 με 1/2 από το 2019. Προφανώς βέβαια μπορεί να οφείλεται αυτό και στο COVID και τον αντίκτυπο του COVID μέσα στις οικογένειες ως ένα κομμάτι, ένα αίτιο από αυτό. Τώρα, αν δούμε όμως τα επίσημα στοιχεία, για παράδειγμα τα αστυνομικά στοιχεία, τα στοιχεία της αστυνομίας, έχουν αναφέρει πάνω από 1.200 περιπτώσεις που τους έχουν παραπεμφθεί από το 2019 έως το 2020. Ας το συγκρίνουμε λοιπόν. Έχουμε την έρευνα τη δεκαετή που έθετε ότι το 50% των παιδιών έχουν βιώσει σωματική κακοποίηση, 75% ψυχική κακοποίηση, 7 με 8.000 περιπτώσεις που έχουν συλλεγεί στοιχεία από τους ΜΚΟ, 1.200 περιπτώσεις από την αστυνομία, πάλι διαφορετικά στοιχεία. Άρα το συμπέρασμα είναι ότι πρέπει να κάνουμε πολύ περισσότερα συλλογής μαρτυριών και στοιχείων, προκειμένου να έχουμε μια ικανοποιητική εικόνα και αντίστοιχη πολιτική που θα εκπονηθεί, που πιστεύουμε ότι θα μπορεί να αντιμετωπίσει τα αίτια. Διαφορετικά δεν μπορούμε να αναλάβουμε δράση. Μπορούμε να αναλάβουμε κάποια δράση καλή την πίστη και με τις κάλιστες προθέσεις, αλλά θα έχουμε χάσει ζωτικά σημεία γιατί δεν ξέραμε επαρκώς την εικόνα. Σε ό,τι αφορά τώρα τους μοχλούς που καθοδηγούν όλα αυτά, πρώτος θα έλεγα ότι είναι, αλλά και πάλι ζητώ συγγνώμη για τα κακά νέα που σας αναφέρουν, αλλά η Ελλάδα παραμένει στην 27η θέση σε ό,τι αφορά την ισότητα των φύλων. Νομίζω ότι κάθε γυναίκα σε αυτή την αίθουσα έχει βιώσει είτε ως παιδί είτε ως ενήλικας τι σημαίνει αυτό στην Ελλάδα. Είτε οι προσπάθειες που πρέπει να γίνουν για να μπει σε θέση υψηλόβαθμου στελέχους ή να μπει σε διοικητικό συμβούλιο όπου οι γυναίκες υποεκπροσωπούνται. Έχουμε λιγότερο από 20% γυναίκες βουλευτίνες. Το ίδιο συμβαίνει και στην τρέχουσα κυβέρνηση, σε υπουργικές θέσεις. Εν κατακλείδη, ουσιαστικά, αυτό είναι το αποτέλεσμα όλων όσων έχουν προηγηθεί. Δεν μπορούμε να υποτιμήσουμε τον αντίκτυπο που έχει σε ένα νεαρό κορίτσι ή και νεαρό αγόρι που βλέπει αυτούς τους ρόλους πώς παίζονται στην κοινωνία και στην οικογένεια και διαμορφώνει τις πεποιθήσεις τους για το τι είναι δυνατό και τι όχι. Ξεχώντας τα διαρθρωτικά προβλήματα, δηλαδή τα δομικά, διαμορφώνει μια ταυτότητα και τις πεποιθήσεις και το δυναμικό κάποιου νεαρού ατόμου. Είναι σαφές βέβαια. Αλλά αυτό έχει αρχίσει να αλλάζει. Βέβαια, γι' αυτό ανέφερα τους πολιτισμικούς νόρμες, πολιτιστικούς κανόνες. Έχουμε μακρά πορεία να κάνουμε. Σίγουρα αλλάζουν τα πράγματα και εξελίσσεται και η κουλτούρα. Αυτό είναι πολύ σημαντικό. Δεν λέω ότι είμαστε στατικοί και ότι δεν υπάρχει ελπίδα. Αλλά είναι σημαντικό να θέσουμε επιτάπητο στα πράγματα αυτά πάνω στα οποία πρέπει να συνεχίσουμε να δουλεύουμε. Είναι πέραν των θεμάτων κουλτούρας. Είναι, όπως είπα και προηγουμένως, έχει να κάνει με τους υφιστάμενους θεσμούς, του πώς ανταποκρίνονται στις ανάγκες των παιδιών, είτε αυτών που κινδυνεύουν, είτε αυτών που έχουν ήδη βιώσει τη βία. Έχει να κάνει με τον κώδικα σιωπής, την ομερτά η οποία παραμένει, επιμένει στις κοινότητες σε σχέση με φαινόμενα οικογενειακής βίας, και πάλι έχει να κάνει με τις ατομικές πεποιθήσεις και στάση του τι είναι αποδεκτή συμπεριφορά και αν όντως μπορούν να θεωρηθούν υπόλογοι για την κοινωνική τους συμπεριφορά, είτε από τις οικογένειές τους είτε από τις αρχές. Για να ολοκληρώσω, ξέρω ότι τελειώνει ο χρόνος, για μας στην UNICEF προσβλέπουμε στην επόμενη πενταετία να κάνουμε 3 σημαντικά πράγματα. Να υποστηρίξουμε το ελληνικό κράτος και κάθε εμπλεκόμενο φορέα στο πεδίο αυτό. Πρωτίστως πρέπει να ξέρουμε περισσότερο για να κατανοήσουμε καλύτερα τι συμβαίνει. Ελπίζουμε λοιπόν να κινήσουμε μείζωνα έρευνα τα επόμενους μήνες που θα είναι αξιόπιστη και θα διεξαχθεί σε όλη την επικράτεια σε συνεργασία με 1 ή 2 ή και περισσότερα υπουργεία, και είναι προσκεκλημένοι όσοι θέλουν να συμμετάσχουν, και μέχρι τότε, τουλάχιστον σε ό,τι αφορά τη UNICEF, θέλουμε να επενδύσουμε σημαντικούς πόρους πέρα από την ανταπόκριση την κατεπήγοντος που προκύπτει από καιρούς καιρών. Δεύτερος πυλώνας θα ήταν να αφαιρέσουμε το στίγμα γύρω από την όλη συζήτηση, να το απενοχοποιήσουμε και να βρούμε τρόπους να εμπλέξουμε και τις κοινωνίες και να ευαισθητοποιήσουμε στο ότι υφίσταται το ζήτημα. Ας μιλήσουμε γι' αυτό ανοιχτά και ας φέρουμε αυτές τις κοινωνίες, κοινότητες και οικογένειες στην όλη συζήτηση, και τέλος ουχή έλατον βεβαίως να επεκτείνουμε το ρόλο του κράτους και των εμπειρογνωμόνων που διαθέτει για να υποστηρίξουμε τα παιδιά αυτά. Είτε πρόκειται για την αστυνομία, είτε πρόκειται για το δικαστικό σώμα, είτε για τους κοινωνικούς λειτουργούς ή οποιονδήποτε εμπλεκόμενο. Να σας πω ενδεικτικά ότι Αθήνα και Θεσσαλονίκη μαζί, τις 2 μεγαλύτερα αστικά κέντρα, έχουμε μόνο 4 κοινωνικούς λειτουργούς αποκλειστικά για την προστασία των παιδιών, πάνω από το μισό του πληθυσμού. Άρα τι μιλάμε, και μόνο να αυξηθούν αυτοί είναι τεράστιο βήμα. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ, Λουτσιάνο. Για να ολοκληρώσω, νομίζω ότι έχουμε 3 λεπτά στη διάθεσή μας. Θα ήθελα να ακούσω τι έχεις να πεις σε σχέση με την εκπαίδευση και τη συνολική ποιότητα εκπαίδευσης στην Ελλάδα. Είπες ότι υπάρχουν προβλήματα προσπέλασης στην εκπαίδευση για κάποιες μειονότητες, όπως τους Ρωμά, τους πρόσφυγες. Αυτού λευθέντος, το ερώτημά μου συνδέεται σε συνολική ποιότητα εκπαίδευσης στην Ελλάδα. Τι πιστεύεις, τι θες να αναφέρεις, τι θες να σχολιάσεις? Σε 3 λεπτά, σε 3 λεπτά το κάνω αυτό? Όχι, σε 2 λεπτά, όχι, σε 2,5 λεπτά. Πάρα πολύ ωραία. Αυτή είναι πραγματικά επικίνδυνες αποστολές που με βάζεις. Θα το πω στο πιο γρήγορα. Έχεις την DDG 4. Δεν μπορούμε πια να μιλάμε, να φτάσουμε για προώθηση των θετικών επιστημών και διδασκαλίας. Όλος ο κόσμος θα πάει. Πρέπει να μιλήσουμε δηλαδή για το πώς θα τα σώσουμε πρωτίστως. Δηλαδή όλη την εκπαίδευση στα επιστήμη, τεχνολογία, σε όλα τα σχετικά. Ο Γενικός Γραμματέας του ΟΗΕ, ο κ. Γκουτιέρες, είχε προείδρευση σχετική σύσκεψη και το είπα και πριν, είμαστε σε μια εκπαιδευτική κρίση τόσο μεγάλου βάθους που δεν έχουμε δει από το Δεύτερο Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο. Ο COVID τα επιδίνωσε, έχουμε 2,5 δις παιδιά που για μεγάλο διάστημα ήταν εκτός σχολείων, αλλά έχουμε 1 στα 3 δεκάχρονα σε όλο τον κόσμο που δεν μπορεί να διαβάσει και να κατανοήσει μια απλή ιστορία. Αυτός είναι ο αντίκτυπος δεκαετιών υποεπενδύσεων της ποιοτικής εκπαίδευσης για τα νεαρά παιδιά. Και αυτό ισχύει παντού. Για την Ελλάδα, να σας δώσω τη σύντομη εκδοχή. Οι 15χρονοι, σύμφωνοι με τη βαθμονόμηση PISA, είναι στη 34η θέση από 37 όλων των χωρών του ΩΣΑ. 1/3 δεν θα πάνε καλά, ούτε στο διάβασμα, ούτε στη γραφή. Πώς αυτά τα νεαρά άτομα θα αντιμετωπίσουν τις προκλήσεις που θα τους κληροδοτήσουμε, όπως την κλιματική αλλαγή, αειφόρες πόλεις, κυβερνοασφάλεια, όταν δεν ξέρουν τα στοιχειώδη. Είναι πάρα πολύ δύσκολο να το κάνουμε χωρίς κάποιο μεγάλη μετασχηματιστική προσπάθεια. Τώρα, σε ό,τι αφορά τα θέματα προσπέλασης, το 15% των παιδιών με δυσκολίες κινητικές ή άλλους που μπαίνουν στο δημοτικό τελειώνουν και δευτεροβάθμια. Δηλαδή, τα υπόλοιπα όμως δεν τα καταφέρουν. Εάν δούμε τις μειονότητες όπως η Ρωμά, το 45% των Ρωμά δεν τελειώνουν ούτε καν δημοτικό. Αυτοί που ολοκληρώνουν την δευτεροβάθμια και προχωράνε και σε τριτοβάθμια είναι μόλις 3%. Και σε ό,τι αφορά τους μετανάστες ή τους πρόσφυγες, αυτό είναι πολύ πιο προκλητικό για την Ελλάδα, πολύ πιο δύσκολο από ό,τι πριν από 6-7 χρόνια. Ούτε εκεί τα πάμε καλά, καθόλου καλά. Πρέπει να δώσω μεγάλη πίστοση στην Υπουργό Κεραμέως και την ομάδα της και το Υπουργείο Μεταναστευτικής Πολιτικής. Είχαμε λιγότερο από 1 στα 10 παιδιά των προσφύγων στα σχολεία. Τώρα έχουμε 95% ποσοστό. Λόγω της συλλογικής δράσης που ανελήφθη, συμπεριλαμβανομένων βέβαια των κονδυλίων που ήρθαν από την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Ως εκ τούτου, ποιότητα, όπως είπα και προηγουμένως, κάθε γονέας δεν χρειάζεται εμένα να τα ακούσει από μένα, χρειάζεται προσπέλαση. Μπορούμε να πούμε ότι έχουμε σχετικά συνολική και καθολική εγγραφή στο σχολείο. Αλλά το τι συμβαίνει μετά εξαρτάται από τη κοινωνικονομική ομάδα και την κοινότητα στην οποία ανήκει το παιδί. Αυτή είναι η σύνοψη της απάντησης στις ερωτήσεις αυτές. Αλλά πραγματικά αισθάνομαι εντελώς περιττό να στα λέω εσάς αυτά που έχετε περάσει το εκπαιδευτικό σύστημα στην Ελλάδα ή που βάζετε τα παιδιά στο εκπαιδευτικό σύστημα στην Ελλάδα. Η πρόκληση για μας είναι ότι η κοινωνία, όπου εκεί που η εκπαίδευση στις παλιές καλές μέρες ήταν ο μεγάλος κοινωνικός εξομοιωτής, τώρα αντίθετα είναι ο μεγάλος διαχωριστής. Γιατί αυτοί που έχουν το οικονομικά μέσα να συμπληρώσουν για την ποιότητα την οποία δεν θεωρούν ότι δεν παίρνουν τα παιδιά τους, θα το κάνουν είτε με ιδιωτικά σχολεία, είτε με ιδιωτικά φροντιστήρια, είτε με ξένα πανεπιστήμια. Η τεράστια πλειοψηφία που δεν έχει τα οικονομικά μέσα για κάτι τέτοιο θα καταλήξουν σιωπηλά να πολεμάνε μέσα σε ένα σύστημα το οποίο δεν μπορεί να ανταποκριθεί πια στις ανάγκες της αγοράς εργασίας και τις απαιτήσεις της αγοράς εργασίας του 21ου αιώνα. Για μένα λοιπόν η μεγαλύτερη ευκαιρία από όλες αυτές τα διαφορετικά ζητήματα περί παιδικών δικαιωμάτων είναι ακριβώς αυτό. Αν δεν πάρουμε κάποια σοβαρή απόφαση ως κοινωνία να αφήσουμε παράμερα την πολιτική και τα ειδικά συμφέροντα και να σταματήσουμε αυτές τις παθιασμένες συζητήσεις που ακόμα και εγώ έχω παρατηρήσει ως πολύ πρόσφατος κάτοικος στην Ελλάδα και δεν συμφωνήσουμε σε μια ριζική μεταρρύθμιση της παιδείας και του χάρτη, θα έχουμε την ίδια συζήτηση και τα επόμενα 5, 10, 15 χρόνια. Και τελευταία παρατήρηση, το τι δαπανά η Ελλάδα. Η Ελλάδα ως κράτος δαπανά μόλις κάτι παραπάνω από το 1/3 του κοινοτικού μέσου όρου σε κατακεφαλήν εκπαίδευση του παιδιού μας. Δηλαδή το κράτο μέλος διαθέτει περίπου 7.000 ευρώ ανά παιδί κατ' έτος. Εδώ δαπανώνται κάπου 676 ευρώ. 2.700 ευρώ κατ' έτος ανακεφαλή. Αν επενδύεις, έχεις απολαβές, έχεις απόδοση. Αν όχι, δεν περιμένεις. Δεν επενδύουμε ακριβώς στο επίπεδο που αξίζουν τα παιδιά και αυτό είναι εις βάρος της χώρας, αν μου επιτρέπετε.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Ελπίζω, μακάρι να είχαμε περισσότερο χρόνο. Εξακολουθώ βέβαια να είμαι πάρα πολύ προβληματισμένη. Θα τα καταφέρουμε. Θα τα καταφέρουμε.
Now, we could devote an entire conference on society in distress, but it is time to move on to the next session, which is net positive. We will approach, well, what else? Issues of climate change, both in their essence as well as in their communication. Because nowadays it is of equal importance to see what communication of science is, to be able to make these things well perceived, not only within the scientific community, but to each and every one of us, from the political leadership and businesses down to the citizens, in order for each and every one of us to be able to undertake the action that is our part and to become part of the solution. Now, I don't think that there are people more suitable to open this discussion from Dr. Kimberly Miner, who is a climate scientist and systems engineer with NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California Institute of Technology, and Pakis Papadimitrou, and head ESG with Eurobank. Γεια σου Κίμπερλι, γεια σου Πάκη. Λοιπόν, θα ξεκινήσουμε την συνεδρία αυτή που έχει αντικείμενο την κλιματική αλλαγή. Αυτή την εποχή είδαμε την κλιματική αλλαγή να μετατρέπεται σε κλιματική κρίση. Τώρα λοιπόν βρισκόμαστε σε περίοδο κρίσεως. Και ήρθε ο καιρός να αρχίσουμε να συζητάμε για αυτήν την κρίση με όρους που να μπορούν να κατανοήσουν όλοι. Στο επιχειρηματικό περιβάλλον και ειδικά σε εκείνο των μεγάλων επιχειρήσεων υπάρχει μια πολύ έντονη συζήτηση με αντικείμενο τους κλιματικούς κινδύνους, τις κλιματικές στρατηγικές, την ενσωμάτωση της κλιματικής αλλαγής και της αποδέσμευσης από τον άνθρακα και ούτω καθεξής. Υπάρχει λοιπόν μια μακρά διαδικασία συμπεριλήψεως της επιχειρηματικής κοινότητος σε αυτήν την συζήτηση και της επιτελέσεως αλλαγών. Υπάρχει επίσης ένα πολύ ισχυρό ρυθμιστικό περιβάλλον εντός του χρηματοπιστωτικού τομέως, που ξεκινά ως εφαρμογή της Πράσινης Συμφωνίας στην Ευρώπη και πώς αυτό περνά στην οικονομία. Υπάρχει μεγάλη συζήτηση περί της κλιματικής κρίσεως και πολλή συζήτηση αυτής σε επιχειρηματικό επίπεδο. Οι περισσότεροι που θα ξέραμε, που γνωρίζουμε, είναι μάλλον αδιάφοροι και δεν θα τους ενδιέφερε καθόλου το τι θα έλεγε, τι γίνεται με την κλιματική αλλαγή παγκοσμίως. Πόσους ξέρουμε που τα γνωρίζουν αυτά τα πράγματα και ενδιαφέρονται για αυτά τα πράγματα? Πόσοι γνωρίζουν ότι μια αλλαγή της θερμοκρασίας της τάξης του 1,5 βαθμών ή 2 βαθμών της κλίμακας Κελσίου θα ήταν αποτέλεσμα της αλλαγής της θερμοκρασίας που έχουν στο θερμοστάτιο του air condition τους? Χρειαζόμαστε απελπισμένα στοιχεία, αριθμούς και μερικά απλά λόγια προκειμένου να περάσει αυτό το μήνυμα σε αυτούς που πρέπει. Πέρσι, το 2021, η Ελλάδα υπέστη μερικές από τις πιο καταστροφικές πυρκαγιές στην ιστορία της. Κάηκαν 1.300 τετραγωνικά χιλιόμετρα ή περίπου 1% της ελληνικής επικράτειας. Η Διακυβερνητική Επιτροπή, αν έχει δίκιο, και μάλλον έχει δίκιο αυτή που ασχολείται με την κλιματική αλλαγή, είναι ότι εάν υπολογίσουμε μία αύξηση της θερμοκρασίας κατά 3 βαθμούς Κελσίου, αυτό θα σήμαινε για την Ελλάδα ότι θα καούν περίπου 2 έως 3% της συνολικής επικράτειας κάθε χρόνο θα καίγονται. Αυτή, όπως αντιλαμβάνεστε, είναι μια καταστροφική κατάσταση, την οποία πρέπει να κατανοήσουμε και να την περάσουμε. Πρέπει να εξηγήσουμε στον κόσμο τι συμβαίνει με την κλιματική κρίση, κατά τρόπον ο οποίος θα μας επιτρέψει σε όλους να καταλάβουμε τι συμβαίνει και να δράσουμε συλλογικά. Γι' αυτό λοιπόν υποδεχόμαστε με χαρά την δόκτωρα Kimberly Miner. Όπως είπαμε πριν, είναι επιστήμονας με αντικείμενο το κλίμα και μηχανικό συστημάτων στη NASA, είναι καθηγήτρια στο Virginia Tech, είναι βοηθός καθηγήτρια στο Πανεπιστήμιο του Maine και σύμβουλος σε θέματα κλίματος. Άλλο ένα σημαντικό σημείο του βιογραφικού του είναι ότι η Δόκτωρ Μάινερ βραβεύτηκε προσφάτως ως μία από τα 120 πιο σημαντικές γυναίκες από το Smithsonian, Ινστιτούτο Smithsonian στην Αμερική. Αν δείτε το προφίλ της στο LinkedIn, λέει ότι η Γη είναι σε ένα σημείο καμπής. Στα επόμενα χρόνια θα πρέπει να αποφασίσουμε με τι θα μοιάζει το μέλλον για όλη τη ζωή στον πλανήτη και αν μπορούμε να σταματήσουμε την κλιματική κρίση. Πρέπει να δημιουργήσουμε περισσότερα δεδομένα και να έχουμε πληροφορίες για τις αλλαγές που επιτελούνται σε όλο τον πλανήτη, από τους δορυφόρους μέχρι την δειγματοληψία στην Αρκτική και την Ανταρκτική. Η δουλειά μου με φτάνει στα πιο ακραία περιβάλλοντα στον κόσμο. Έχω μελετήσει την κλιματική αλλαγή σε αμφότερους τους πόλους, στις Άλπεις, στον Καναδά και στο Everest. Εδώ λοιπόν έχουμε την δόκτωρα Κίμπερλι Μάινερ μαζί μας, και την οποία θα ήθελα να ρωτήσω τι κινητροδοτεί μία επιστήμονα η οποία εργάζεται με την NASA να ασχοληθεί με το κλίμα. Κοιτάξτε, από τότε που ήμουν κοριτσάκι, με ενέπνεε η φύση γύρω μου. Και το υπέροχο πράγμα, αν θέλετε, με το επάγγελμά μου και την επιστήμη του κλίματος είναι ότι μπορούμε να το δούμε σε πολλά επίπεδα. Μπορούμε να σκαρφαλώσουμε σε βουνά, να δούμε παγετώνες και να τα δούμε αυτά να τα δούμε από πρώτο χέρι. Ή μπορούμε να τα δούμε αυτά από πολύ μακριά από τους δορυφόρους. Και είναι πάρα πολύ συναρπαστικό να είναι κανείς επιστήμονας με αντικείμενο το κλίμα, διότι είναι απτά αυτά τα πράγματα που βλέπουμε. Με τι θα μοιάζει δηλαδή το μέλλον του κόσμου στον οποίο ζούμε. Και έχουμε αυτές τις πολύ κρίσιμες αποφάσεις να πάρουμε. Και νομίζω ότι ελάχιστες φορές στο παρελθόν στην ιστορία του ανθρώπου είχαμε τέτοιες ευκαιρίες. Θέλουμε τώρα να έχουμε ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Θέλουμε αυτό ή θα αποφασίσουμε να έχουμε κάτι το οποίο θα είναι πιο προβληματικό, πιο απαιτητικό, με περισσότερες κρίσεις όπως αυτές οι συσσωρευμένες που είδαμε. Αυτό που σας κινητροδοτεί αλλάζει συν το χρόνο. Σίγουρα. Πιστεύω ότι όσο μαθαίνω περισσότερα και όσο προχωρούν τα πράγματα και όσο εξελίσσονται τα πράγματα, βλέπουμε δηλαδή αυτούς τους καύσωνες, αυτές τις αναπόδραστες κρίσεις υψηλών θερμοκρασιών, τις πυρκαγιές στην Καλιφόρνια όπου ζω. Βλέπουμε ότι το περιβάλλον εξελίσσεται συνεχώς, αλλά νομίζω ότι θα πρέπει η λύση να συνειδητοποιήσουμε ότι βρίσκεται στο να επιστρέψουμε στην φύση, στο να φυτεύουμε περισσότερα δέντρα, φυτά, να προσελκύσουμε είδη πουλιών, να βελτιώσουμε τον τρόπο που αλληλεπιδρούμε με το κλίμα, με τη φύση. Για να μιλήσουμε λοιπόν λίγο για το κλίμα, για την έρευνα που έχετε κάνει στην Αρκτική. Κοιτάξτε, έχω ανέβει στην Αρκτική 3 φορές φέτος. Πήγα στην Αλάσκα την Άνοιξη, στη συνέχεια πήγα στον Καναδά, μετά στη Σουηδία. Δεν ξέρω αν το γνωρίζετε, αλλά πολύ συχνά υπάρχουν αυτές οι εβδομάδες έντονης μάθησης, όπου έχουμε τους μαθητές, είναι σαν κατασκήνωση, ας πούμε, που από τις 7 το πρωί μέχρι τις 7 το βράδυ και τους διδάσκεις για την κλιματική επιστήμη. Είχαμε λοιπόν την ευκαιρία να εξερευνήσουμε την Αρκτική, να τη δούμε από επιστημονικής απόψεως, από πολιτισμικής απόψεως επίσης, με έναν τρόπο που δεν το είχαμε κάνει στο παρελθόν, γιατί τώρα είναι λιγότερο παγωμένη η Αρκτική. Έχουμε περισσότερες δυνατότητες προσβάσεως μέσω ναυσιπλοείας, μέσω αέρος, μέσω διαθαλάσσης και χερσαίες προσεγγίσεις και μπορούμε να δούμε τα προβλήματα από πρώτο χέρι. Το έδαφος το οποίο είναι παγωμένο επί μακρόν, αυτό έχει πολύ άνθρακα μέσα. Επομένως, αν φύγει όλος αυτός ο πάγος, το διοξείδιο του άνθρακα που είναι παγιδευμένο θα εκλειθεί στην ατμόσφαιρα. Επομένως, το ξεπάγωμα, αν θέλετε, των πόλων με την υπερθέρμανση του πλανήτη είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό. Το ένα κομμάτι είναι η άνοδος της στάθμης των θαλασσών. Υπάρχουν όμως και άλλα πράγματα τα οποία προσπαθούμε να μάθουμε για την Αρκτική. Και προσπαθούμε συνέχεια, γιατί οι αλλαγές είναι κατακλυσμιαίες, είναι ταχύτατες, είναι ραγδαίες και πρέπει να φτάσουμε εκεί πριν γίνει η αλλαγή, πριν επισυμβεί η αλλαγή και δεν πρέπει να είμαστε πίσω από τις αλλαγές αυτές. Ακούμε πολλά για διαφορετικά σημεία καμπής στην κλιματική κρίση και την κλιματική αλλαγή. Τι δείχνει η δική σας έρευνα? Πλησιάζουμε σε ένα τέτοιο σημείο χωρίς επιστροφή, σε ένα σημείο καμπής, όπου η κλιματική αλλαγή θα επιταχυνθεί σε τέτοιο βαθμό που η ζημιά θα είναι αδύνατον να επισκευαστεί, θα είναι ανεπιστρεπτή? Ποια είναι η άποψή σας? Κοιτάξτε, με βάση τις έρευνες θα έλεγα ότι ναι, πλησιάζουμε πολύ. Δημοσιεύθηκε πολύ πρόσφατα μια εργασία πριν από 2-3 εβδομάδες, νομίζω πριν από 20 μέρες, που μιλούσε για όλα αυτά τα σημεία καμπής ανά τον κόσμο, τα οποία πρόκειται να δούμε, από τους κοραλιογενείς υφάλους μέχρι τις παγετώνες οι οποίοι λιώνουν, και την κυκλοφορία των ωκεανών που κλείνει ή σταματάει ή αλλάζει. Και όλα αυτά είναι πολύ εξαιρετικά λεπτεπίλεπτα, θα έλεγα, συστήματα, πολύ ευαίσθητα. Επομένως, αν η ισορροπία αλλάξει, δεν θα μπορέσουμε να την ανακτήσουμε και να τα επαναφέρουμε στον βαθμό και στην κατάσταση που ήταν όπως γνωρίζαμε. Και πραγματικά η ίδια η επιβίωσή μας στον πλανήτη θα είναι πρόκληση, γιατί έχουμε συνηθίσει σε κάποια πράγματα. Έχουμε συνηθίσει στη κυκλοφορία των ωκεανών να είναι με ένα συγκεκριμένο τρόπο. Η ατμόσφαιρα, έχουμε συνηθίσει να τρώμε συγκεκριμένα είδη τροφών. Όλες αυτές οι αλλαγές θα είναι εξαιρετικά δύσκολο να επιβιώσουμε και θα επηρεάσουν πολλές γενιές. Ναι, πραγματικά αυτό που λέτε, ότι απειλείται η ίδια η επιβίωση του είδους μας, ένα από τα θέματα που θέλαμε να θίξουμε και να αγγίξουμε σε αυτό το συνέδριο είναι οι διαφορετικές αλληλεπιδράσεις και οι διασυνδέσεις μεταξύ των κρίσεων. Και μετά από αυτή τη συνεδρία θα έχουμε άλλη μια συνεδρία με αντικείμενο την βιοποικιλότητα και να δούμε πώς αυτή εξελίσσεται. Είναι σημαντικό όμως να εστιάσουμε στις διασυνδέσεις μεταξύ αυτών των κρίσεων, να δούμε λίγο τη συστημική προσέγγιση. Υπάρχει η άποψη ότι ό,τι κάνουμε για την βιοποικιλότητα είναι καλό για το κλίμα, αλλά δεν μπορεί να λεχθεί το ίδιο για το αντίστροφο, ότι πολλά πράγματα που μπορεί να κάνουμε υπέρ του κλίματος μπορεί να έχουν αρνητικές επιπτώσεις στην βιοποικιλότητα. Υπάρχει λοιπόν αυτή η θεωρία. Ποια είναι η δική σας άποψη, τι βιώνετε, τι βλέπετε όταν επισκέπτετε την Αρκτική και την Ανταρκτική? Τι σας δείχνει σε σχέση με την αλλαγή του φυσικού περιβάλλοντος και την απειλή για την κλιματική αλλαγή? Τι διασύνδεση μπορούμε να έχουμε? Κοιτάξτε, να δούμε λιγάκι αυτό που είπατε για τη βιοποικιλότητα. Ισχύει εάν σκεφτούμε μια γεωμηχανική προσέγγιση με βάση τον άνθρωπο, στην οποία θα πρέπει να θυσιάσουμε τη βιοποικιλότητα, αλλά αν το σκεφτούμε αυτό με συστημικό τρόπο όλοι μαζί, μπορούμε να βελτιώσουμε και να αυξήσουμε τη βιοποικιλότητα και ταυτοχρόνως να έχουμε θετική επίπτωση στο κλίμα. Νομίζω ότι αυτό είναι πολύ θετικό. Το πώς πάνε χέρι-χέρι. Και όχι να τα δούμε ξεχωριστά, γιατί η ατμόσφαιρα καλύπτει όλο τον πλανήτη, συμπεριλαμβανομένης και της βιοποικιλότητας. Ως προς τις αρκτικές αλλαγές, κοιτάξτε, τα πράγματα αλλάζουν με πολύ ραγδαίους ρυθμούς. Αλλάζουν το τι γίνεται με κάποια ζώα όπως τα καριμπού ή κάποιους ταράνδους, κινούμενοι προς το βόρειο, το permafrost που λιώνει. Δημιουργεί τεράστιες τρύπες και φεύγουν παγετώνες, και θα πρέπει να θυμηθείτε ότι οι παγετώνες είναι υπέροχοι και βοηθούν την σταθεροποίηση των ωκεανών και της ατμόσφαιρας, αλλά παρέχουν νερό σε δισεκατομμύρια επί δισεκατομμυρίων ανθρώπων κατά τη διάρκεια του θέρους. Χωρίς αυτό το αποθετήριο, τη δεξαμενή νερού που θα μπορούμε να χρησιμοποιήσουμε το καλοκαίρι, θα είναι πάρα πολύ δύσκολο να επιβιώσουμε αυτών των υψηλών θερμοκρασιών που βιώνουμε τα τελευταία χρόνια. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό αυτό που λέτε για τους παγετώνες. Είναι μια συζήτηση την οποία μπορούμε να έχουμε και στη συνέχεια. Η τήξη των παγετώνων που αποθηκεύουν φερειπίν βακτήρια, τα οποία ήταν κλειδωμένα εκεί επί χιλιάδες χρόνια, και τώρα η τήξη αυτών των παγετώνων έχει ως αποτέλεσμα την αποδέσμευση αυτών των βακτηρίων στο περιβάλλον. Δεν είναι κάτι το οποίο έχει σαφή διασύνδεση με αυτό που περιγράφουμε ως πλανητική υγεία, η υγεία του πλανήτη? Ποια είναι η κατάσταση του κλίματος η οποία απαιτεί τη λεγόμενη την προσέγγιση αναγέννησης? Να προσπαθήσουμε να επιδιορθώσουμε τις ζημιές που ήδη έχουν επιτελεστεί. Αυτό είναι κάτι το οποίο συζητείται πάρα πολύ στους κύκλους μας. Κοιτάξτε, δεν νομίζω ότι επίτηδες ο άνθρωπος καταστρέφει το περιβάλλον, δηλαδή από την βιομηχανική επανάσταση και μετά, και με τα πλαστικά και τα εντομοκτώνα και όλα αυτά. Ενθουσιαστήκαμε με τις διευκολύνσεις που μας δόθηκαν και μάθαμε πολλά πράγματα έκτοτε, και τώρα κατανοούμε ότι οι πράξεις μας έχουν συνέπειες. Και μας δίδεται η ευκαιρία σε αυτή τη γενιά και στις επόμενες γενιές να αποφασίσουμε ποιες δράσεις θέλουμε να αναλάβουμε, τι θέλουμε να κάνουμε, αν θα συνεργαστούμε με τη φύση και να κάνουμε αυτές τις πρακτικές που έχουν ως στόχο την αποκατάσταση και να προχωρήσουμε μπροστά με τρόπο βιώσιμο ή όχι. Το πρόβλημα με το να βρισκόμαστε σε αυτήν την στάση του συνεχώς να παίρνουμε, του λαβίν χωρίς να υπάρχει δούνε, είναι ότι δεν έχει μία μονιμότητα. Στην τελική ανάλυση θα φτάσουμε σε ένα σημείο που θα έχουμε πάρει τόσα πολλά και θα μπορούμε να δώσουμε ελάχιστα και δεν θα υπάρχουν πλέον άλλα να πάρουμε. Θα πρέπει να έχουμε μία σχέση αμοιβαιότητας με τον κόσμο γύρω μας. Νομίζω ότι είναι κάτι το οποίο συμβαίνει τώρα, το συζητάμε σήμερα και είναι κάτι στο οποίο οι επιχειρήσεις μπορούν να συμμετάσχουν. Θα χρειαστεί καινοτομία, θα χρειαστεί τεχνολογία και θα χρειαστεί σκέψη και ευρηματικότητα. Θα χρειαστεί βεβαίως και η ηγεσία. Σίγουρα απαντάει η Dr. Kimberly Minder. Ας περάσουμε λοιπόν στο κομμάτι της ηγεσίας. Κατά τη διάρκεια της θητείας του, ο πρόεδρος Jimmy Carter των ΗΠΑ αγωνίστηκε για καθαρή ενέργεια και μιλούσε πολύ για χρήση ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας. Επομένως, ως σύμβολο της πίστεώς του στη δύναμη του ήλιου, όπως έλεγε ο Κάρτερ, φρόντισε για την εγκατάσταση 32 ηλιακών συλλεκτών στη στέγη του Λευκού Οίκου, της Δυτικής Πτέρυγας. Ήταν το καλοκαίρι του 1979. Αυτά τα πάνελ χρησιμοποιήθηκαν για τη θέρμανση του νερού στον Λευκό Οίκο, μέχρι που ο επόμενος πρόεδρος, ο Ρόναλντ Ρέιγκαν, τα αφήρεσε το 1986. Έμειναν σε κάποια αποθήκη, κρατική αποθήκη, και μερικά χρόνια αργότερα δωρήθηκαν στο Unity College του Maine. Αυτό δημιουργεί στο μυαλό μου μια σειρά από ερωτήματα σχετικά με το τι θα γινόταν αν. Τι θα γινόταν αν ο Κάρτερ είχε δεύτερη θητεία ως πρόεδρος ή αν ο Αλ Γκόρ εκλεγόταν πρόεδρος το 2000. Και είδαμε με τρόμο τον πρόεδρο Τραμπ να αποσύρει τη χώρα από τη Συμφωνία των Παρισίων και στη συνέχεια ανακουφιστήκαμε κάπως με την σημερινή κυβέρνηση που επανέφερε τις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες. Επομένως, η ερώτησή μου είναι τι χρειάζονται οι πολιτικοί και επιχειρηματικοί ηγέτες προκειμένου να τοποθετηθούν στη σωστή πλευρά της ιστορίας και πώς μπορεί η επιστημονική κοινότητα να τους υποστηρίξει. Κοιτάξτε, το σκεφτόμουν αυτό και καθώς μιλούσαν οι προηγούμενοι ομιλητές που λέμε ποια είναι η στάση μας προς το περιβάλλον και η οποία αλλάζει με το τρέχον πολιτικό περιβάλλον. Αυτό νομίζω είναι το κλειδί, είναι να καταλάβουμε και να κατανοήσουμε την επιστήμη, να κατανοήσουμε τη μηχανική, τα μαθηματικά. Όπως έλεγε ο τελευταίος ομιλητής, η εκπαίδευση ξεκινάμε από τις μικρές ηλικίες και προχωρούμε στη συνέχεια προκειμένου να μπορεί ο κόσμος να κατανοεί τι συμβαίνει στον κόσμο γύρω του. Τι είναι αυτές οι αλλαγές, τι είδους επιπτώσεις θα μπορούσαν να έχουν. Έτσι θα αλλάξουμε την άποψη του κόσμου, την κοινωνική ηθική. Είναι κατανοώντας την επιστήμη. Και είναι η κοινωνία της επιστήμης και η επικοινωνία της επιστήμης. Και εδώ έχω το τελικό μου ερώτημα, λέει ο συντονιστής. Έχουμε επιστήμονες οι οποίοι πάνε σε συνέδρια όπως το δικό μας. Ας μιλήσουμε για την επιστημονική επικοινωνία. Ας μιλήσουμε για τον τρόπο με τον οποίο όλοι αυτοί οι σοφοί άνθρωποι είναι σε θέση να μεταδώσουν τη γνώση τους κατά τρόπον που το κοινό να μπορέσει να την κατανοήσει. Είμαι βέβαιος ότι θα συμφωνήσετε μαζί μου όταν πω ότι έχουμε επιστήμονες οι οποίοι πάνε στο επέκεινα του πειραματόζωου, έτσι. Δεν μιλάμε για ανθρώπους οι οποίοι ασχολούνται μόνο με τα πειραματόζωα, βλέπουν την κοινωνία και τον κόσμο γύρω τους. Έχουμε ξεπεράσει το σημείο του τυπικού σεναρίου ταινίας όπου έχουμε τον επιστήμονα που λέει «εγώ σας τα έλεγα» όταν φτάσουμε στο σημείο να είναι πρώτον πυλών μία καταστροφή. Τι είδους επιστήμονες χρειαζόμαστε σήμερα? Τι είδους ανθρώπους χρειαζόμαστε προκειμένου να πάρουμε αυτήν την γνώση και να την περάσουμε στην κοινωνία? Κοιτάξτε, θα έλεγα ότι η επιστήμη χρειάζεται όλα τα είδη επιστημόνων. Θεωρώ ότι μερικοί είναι καλοί στην επιστημονική επικοινωνία και άλλοι όχι. Άλλοι είναι καλύτεροι στο να κάνουν μοντελοποίηση δεδομένων, άλλοι να κάνουν καλή πρόβλεψη, άλλοι να συζητούν επιστημονικά θέματα με άλλους. Και νομίζω ότι χρειάζονται όλα τα είδη. Και νομίζω ότι κάποια από τα πράγματα στα οποία εστιάζαμε εμείς ως οι πρέσβεις που αναφέρατε νωρίτερα είναι στο να δείχνουμε στους νέους με τι μπορεί να μοιάζει ένας επιστήμονας. Ότι δεν μοιάζουν όλοι με αυτόν ο οποίος φοράει τη ρόμπα του εργαστηρίου και κάνει πειράματα. Μπορούν να μοιάζουν με οτιδήποτε. Μπορεί να είναι άνδρες, μπορούν να είναι γυναίκες, μπορούν να είναι διαφόρων φύλων. Μπορούν να έχουν πορτοκαλί μαλλιά, χρυσά μαλλιά, μαύρα μαλλιά. Όλοι έχουν κάτι να δώσουν και όλοι έχουν την δυνατότητα να κάνουν επιστήμη. Και αυτό πρέπει να επικοινωνήσουμε στις νέες γενιές, ότι η επιστήμη δεν είναι τα πάντα και το να είσαι επιστήμονας από την άλλη πλευρά είναι κάτι το οποίο είναι προσιτό σε όλους. Κάτι το οποίο δεν ίσχυε όταν μεγαλώνα εγώ. Δεν είχα τα ίδια πρότυπα, αντιλαμβάνεστε, και σας το είπα και στο παρελθόν, Πάκη. Είχα μοντέλα από την τηλεόραση που ήταν ηθοποιοί, δεν ήταν επιστήμονες, αλλά έπαιζαν αυτές οι ηθοποιοί τις επιστήμονες στην τηλεόραση. Επομένως, αυτά ήταν τα μοντέλα τα οποία ακολουθούσα και πραγματικά όταν είχα μια δύσκολη μέρα, σε αυτές τις ταινίες επέλεγα να πάω. Είναι δύσκολο να δώσουμε στις καινούριες γενιές τώρα μοντέλα, πρότυπα αν θέλετε, για το ποιοι να γίνουν. Και αν κάνουμε αυτές τις ερωτήσεις, αυτές τις επιστημονικές ερωτήσεις στους δασκάλους, θα δούμε τι γίνεται. Τώρα γράφω ένα βιβλίο το οποίο έχει να κάνει με το πώς να σχεδιάζεις το μέλλον, πώς θα επιλέξεις το σπίτι σου, πώς θα επιλέξεις αν θα κάνεις παιδιά ή όχι. Γιατί είναι εξαιρετικά προκλητικές οι στιγμές που ζούμε, οι μέρες που ζούμε και τρομακτικές ταυτοχρόνως. Και χρειάζονται όλα τα είδη των ανθρώπων για να μπορέσουμε να προχωρήσουμε. Και αυτό προσπαθώ να μοιραστώ με όλους, ειδικά με τις νεότερες γενιές. Δόκτωρα Κίμπερλι Μάινερ, σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ που ήσασταν μαζί μας και που μοιραστήκατε όλη αυτή τη γνώση μαζί μας. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ, Πάκη. Ευχαριστώ. Now for a short break. I believe that the time has come for us to take a short break. We may have to reduce it slightly. It will not be 30 minutes, it will be 20 minutes, but just a short break, and then we'll be right back.
Basking in the sunshine, watch a songbird fly. Walking by the river, staring at the blue sky.
Αν θέλεις ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη EuroLife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. EuroLife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα?
I think after having eaten, drunken, relaxed, and having our mind cleansed, it is the right moment to discuss on the institutional and legal framework on all those subjects we've been discussing. I have the great joy to have with you Phoebe Kouduri, who is professor of School of Economics in the Athens University of Economics and Business, as well as the National Technical University of Denmark, who is globally renowned on sustainable development. She will be developing the issues on the rapid changes in the European legal framework and help us understand how big and SMEs companies and SM companies are affected by those changes. Madam Kouduri, you have the floor. Thank you for the invitation. I thank the Chamber for bestowing me this honor to be invited in this conference. It is indeed the most important. And first of all, not only political news and realities, but also the corporate reality. This transit that we try to effect is not a luxury good. It is the only way for our survival. And this is how we should perceive it. And we should also understand that this one way ahead towards survival does not afford the luxury of time. We must make this transit quickly, swiftly, effectively. And that is why we should really pay heed to science. So what lies ahead? We have a non-sustainable development. Each year, the SDSN network, Sustainable Development Solutions Network, under the aegis of the Secretary General of the UN, presided by the Columbia professor Jeffrey Sachs. I'm in charge of the European hub. This is a European network consisting of 1,700 universities all over the world with hundreds of thousands of members, which is prevalent in the effort launched by the UN to assist all stakeholders, politicians, policymakers, businessmen, financial institutions, funds, civil society, to be fully involved in what is called the transit towards transition towards sustainability. I lead the network for Europe with 450 universities, and each year we have a report affected showing how each European country responds to the goals of sustainable development. The goals of sustainable development 2015, which were established in 2015 in New York, when 193 countries sign and adopt 17 goals setting the transition towards economic, financial, climatic, and social sustainability. With 160 sub-goals, they are all quantifiable, measurable, and easy to communicate. So, when you quantify performance with regard to the SDGs, one can also communicate the progress or non-progress. Each year since 2015, you can find our report showing each country performs with regard to these SDGs. For each of these 169 sub-goals, each one out of the 17 major goals. Until before the pandemic, we registered a great progress. Now we are stagnate and quite far away from what we want to attain. This is the overall context, the global agenda, which along with the Paris Convention on climate change, so as to restrain the increase of average temperature below 1.5 C degrees, this is a global agenda. In Europe, more specifically, we are in the foreground with regard the transposition of this agenda into specific policies, legislation, regulations. And this, of course, is the European Green Deal 2019 on 4 axes: zero sum by 2050, zero pollution, leadership on European business, and leave no one behind. That is to attain social cohesion during this transition. So in 2020, we pursue this effort for this European Green Deal on 4 axes and 9 policies, to have it transposed into detailed directives, laws, and regulations. But there, COVID came along. A major success was that this great non-linearity of COVID did not affect the course of Europe towards sustainability. That means that Europe fully understood that in order to avoid further COVIDs ahead, down the line, as well as other crises, the only way was to have a comprehensive systemic intervention that might lead all the countries indiscriminately towards environmental and socio-economic sustainability. And this is precisely what the European Green Deal does, and this is precisely what the 700 billion euros, in addition to the multi-annual framework, which are RRFs, the Recovery and Resilient frameworks. These are on 2 axes. I apologize for the Greeklish, but I understand that you all understand them, so I don't make an additional effort to have everything translated into Greek. So the focus into climate resilience, 37% of the budget must be earmarked for climatic neutrality, that is net zero net, and non-harmful actions against the environment, and 20% digitalization. So the agenda of Europe remains green and digitalized and digital.
even after COVID. And this is important to understand. What did we have in 2021? We had the climate law, which is climate regulation, which is gradually transposed into each European Union country and beyond Europe. We have the EU taxonomy. What is the EU taxonomy? Europe tries to direct the capital flows into sustainable activities. That is climate adaptation, climate mitigation, circular economy, biodiversity protection, sustainable use of water and marine resources. Whatever goes under this umbrella can be funded on preferential terms. Therefore, a very important reconstruction work is done in the focus of the financial sector. Along with that, we have Corporate Sustainability Directive. What is that? That is, companies of a certain size must follow very specific rules on which piece of information should be introduced in the sustainability reports. These sustainability reports are being monitored and assessed, and they also become digitally intact. And along with that, we have delegated acts on the fiduciary management and the financial asset management, so as for these to be including sustainability rules. So not only are we changing the overall regulation, the laws, the regulations, the directives, but we also change the direction of the financial sector and the direction of the business sector. And with all that, we have also the Fit for 55, which are 14 legislative proposals so as to restructure all the laws and rules of Europe concerning the use of natural resources, of energy, which regard the emission taxes, the emissions trading system, the border emission tax, all that regards the regulation on mercantile, marine, on aviation, on car transport, heavy lorries. So you realize that there is a dramatic change of which no one can escape, and no one would wish to escape. Because this is a change which, although it will be significantly reducing the environmental footprint of the production and consumption activities of our people, has a great capacity, great potential to increase profits for companies, huge potential to create and increase jobs. We have important positive job multipliers. It also has the potential to enhance growth in a country, and even more importantly, it has the potential to reduce inequality between countries, amongst countries, and within the countries themselves. Therefore, what is most important is for each company to understand, be it a state-owned company or the state per se, or a private company, or a PPP, they must all understand how they will affect this transformation. I preside an alliance research body with 180 researchers, with 5 labs, research labs, with 4 innovation accelerators, and with great interconnection with European and global networks that are involved with that precisely. That is how governments as well as companies, will be able to bring forward this transformation in a way that will be feasible, profitable, and in a measurable way, and that can be communicated. I would like to have more time to show that in detail, but we can come at another stage and show it in detail, whomever is interested. Have no more time. Just conclude by saying that last week in New York, during the General Assembly of the United Nations, I presented the Global Climate Hub, which I will share, on the mission and goal to assist governments in establishing detailed roadmaps towards the net zero resilience and climate endurance by identifying the necessary technologies, policies, and financial instruments that can assist in this transition. This is the three pillars that we must see in time and space for each country, so as not only to have high-level plans on how to reach climate neutrality and sustainability, we need down-to-earth detailed pathways, a detailed roadmap, so for all the stakeholders to be engaged, to understand transition, to believe that they can really participate and really implement it. Implementation, again and again. In order to do that, along with the science-driven support, we also need a very big investment, heavy investment in education, in upskilling and reskilling. Because without knowledge on that this transition is necessary, and knowledge on how it will be affected, one can engage no stakeholder, and therefore one can have no implementation. Thank you for your patience.
According to WWF, the populations of mammals, reptiles, and amphibians have been reduced at an average by 68% as compared to 1970. That's a shock. Whenever a species disappears, it's as though a link disappears that gives stability to the next one. So maintaining a strong nexus and plexus of biodiversity is of critical importance for the health of the planet and man, humans. So biodiversity is what we'll be talking about in the next panel. Sotiris Pastas, a member of our committee with Apivita. We'll be talking with Dimitris Karavellas, with WWF Hellas. That's what is necessary to do to protect the planet. While beekeeper, Mr. Wusiadis, will talk us about insects and their interesting and important role in maintaining biodiversity. Dear friends, we are now in the net positive thematic, who Paul Polman talked about in his famous book just a few months ago. They introduced it. What is a net positive company? Well, it is a company, according to Paul Polman, which can give more than they take. I don't know whether it's utopia or in 2022 to talk about net positive companies. However, maybe nature-based solutions that are the thematic of this panel, are the solution in that direction. In the morning, I visited the official page of the European Union Council on Biodiversity, so I saw some information. 1 million plant species, insect species, and bird species and mammaries are endangered now. On a daily basis, up to 200 species disappear the world over. I would like to share Mr. Bakatselos's thing that says about the threat and our enemy, which is time. And I will start with Mr. Karavelas and share something you said on a social networking platform. After the fire in the core of the Horse of Dadia, you said that on the sky we have a black vulture while there's another sitting on the rock. Hope and optimism amid blackness and sadness. Nature resists. I should like to keep this last phrase. Really, I wonder, how long will nature still resist? Now, this post came after several days I spent in Dadia. I found myself on a hill, it's up on the antennae. And I did see this. We saw a huge part of the core of the forest of Dadia, which was not burned, and it was rescued, it was saved. If I start with this example, with this very particular forest, one can see that nature, the forest, has the power to regenerate, to be reborn, provided that we will help it, or at least let nature run its course. But if I were to unzoom and see things from a bird's eye view, the truth is that the capabilities of regeneration of nature and of maintaining what it wants is really marginal at the time, which makes it very important. All protection measures have been adopted or decided to move forward much faster than they have so far. Time is not an ally. And I believe that the trends we've seen so far are not on our side either. I have a question. Why do we need nature-based solutions when our very planet has the capacity, the skill, the ability to self-regulate and reach a state of equilibrium, of balance? In a nutshell, I would say that because we are running amok. We have, roughly speaking, we have two trends that are moving in entirely wrong directions. We have one trend that has to do with emissions or humans' footprint on the planet, and we have another trend that has to do with biodiversity and the planet's health that goes downwards. So the challenge is to change these trends, the upwards, to turn the frown upside down, as it were. Now, what we have been experiencing in the most painful way the last few years, through floods, through wildfires, through the loss of human life even, is that our relationship with nature, with the ecosystem, is one that is not of luxury. It is a relationship of dependence, that our very survival depends on having a healthy ecosystem around us, on having healthy ecosystems in plural. So this is at the very foundation of any worldview of how we want to evolve as a society, as a form of growth, and so on and so forth. If we do not move forward, adopting solutions that not only involve, implicate, or pertain to nature a little, but are based and founded on the very healthy worldview of ecosystems, we're the ones that have the problem. Self-regulation, yes, it can happen at times that will be very, very slow for us to experience. We're the ones in dire need of what we call ecosystem services offered to us by nature. And I believe that this is the predominant feature that we all need to understand before we make our choices. Now, I'm talking to representatives from the business world as well, so I must say that over the past few years and the whole dimension of climate risk, I'm not just talking about business risk, it's climate risk. It's for you a very important part as well, isn't it? It is directly linked to what we're discussing right now. Now, in the 20 years of history of this conference, I think it's the first time that we have a beekeeper with us. Mr. Guskiaris, you came from Karavica yesterday. Thank you very much for that. And I would like to ask you a question that I know is in the minds of many people. What do bees have to do with biodiversity? Now, these two things are inextricably linked. It is an inextricable link because through pollination, bees for a few million years has been regulating the size of biodiversity to a great extent. If you imagine that 80% of plants are pollinated by bees. You mentioned pollination. Can you say in half a minute what pollination is, how it works? Well, pollination is a great way plants have discovered, have found in order to procreate and with safety. It can happen through the air, with small mammals, using birds. But the more specialized and reliable way for many millions, it's been tested for millions of years, is pollination using insects. Now, bees develop huge populations. They play a dominant role in pollination. I mean, bees receive nectar and pollen from the plants, which is what sustains them. And what they do is they transfer genetic material from plant to plant. It is a relationship, in essence, that philosophically it's very interesting because it is a communication and relationship of two entirely different species, one in the animalia and the other in the plants. It's a mutual relationship, same as with many things. I will get back to this mutual relationship and the results of pollination. Before I ask this question, is there an official definition of nature-based solutions? Yes, well, there are many solutions. I believe the simplest form, what we need to keep in mind is this, that we try to handle and cope with social challenges like, for instance, the quality of water, sufficiency of potable water or sustenance, food, through protective actions, management actions, restoration actions aimed at ecosystems. In other words, when we have nature-based solutions, we are in a condition and in a state that assists, helps biodiversity and humans. I have a question for our audience. Prepare yourselves, brace yourselves rather, I need your lights. Now in Europe one can meet 13,000 different species of plants and herbs. Do you know how many of those we can find in Greece out of those 13,000 different species? Anyone? Any takers? Over 50%. 6,800 according to the latest survey of the Agriculturalists Institute in Greece. So what must a country like Greece do in order to have nature-based solutions? Now, first of all, this small poll you made is very interesting because, well, we need to realize that the country, Greece, is one of the countries that is gifted, endowed in Europe with a very rich biodiversity. So the question you raised, what we need to do for these solutions, nature-based solutions to move forward in Greece, is something that we raised in a recent consultation we had with people from public administration and with the scientific world. And combining it with the experience we have for Greece for the past 3 decades, we came up with 3 main challenges. One was that we have a key lack of knowledge, mainly in public administration, as to what these nature-based solutions are, what they mean, how they are designed, planned, and so on and so forth. Second thing is the framework, the institutional framework or the regulatory framework that can allow or may allow or mobilize, motivate, as it were, such solutions more. To give you an example, flood control schemes and plans that do not contain specifications that have such things. The new climate law, which we would like it to have more this nature-based solutions elements embedded in it. And the third challenge is implementation. I mean, these are projects that do have such characteristics. They can work, and they can work as examples, as models. Truth be told, in Greece we have a series of projects that delay for several decades and have been planned and designed with the brains and the mindsets of that prevailed several decades ago. So I believe that these 3 things, knowledge, institutional framework, and good practical examples, are the key challenges that we need to tackle. Let's go back to pollination, shall we? Will you give us some examples of fruits, vegetables that are pollinated by bees? Well, I'd say most of them. Pears, apples, oranges, well, courgettes. What we ate today outside, the beautiful buffet, the succulent food that was prepared for us. A lot of herbs, alfalfa, for instance, we eat it. not us, the animals actually, but the chain food is embedded in everywhere in the animal and plants kingdom. This is how important it is. In essence, bees play a huge role there, the most important role in my opinion, because, well, in agricultural environments that are controlled agricultural environments, we can intervene in a way. But in the purely natural environments, all we have is bees. There's nothing else, which is why it's equally important. In a sense, I could say that farmers control what we eat and whether we eat or not, and apiarists or apiculturalists, the quality of what we eat. This is the change from the industrial evolution to this day. So when Albert Einstein used to say that bees are so important for biodiversity, and when he said that the day the bees disappear from the earth, humanity would have 4 years of life, was it right? Well, I'm afraid it's fake news. What do you mean, sir? Well, Albert Einstein never said this per se, as far as we can tell. Something similar was uttered, but what it does, it shows, and we usually base ourselves on urban legends. This is an urban legend that apiculturalists use it, and they use Einstein's model. Exactly. Well, so if we use this today, that we would say that if bees were to disappear tomorrow, Tuesday morning, in 2 or 2.5 years from that day, we would have a huge host of problems. Difficulties in finding herbs and plants and vegetables and to feed animals and anything, so much less than 4 years. Can you give us some examples of nature-based solutions? So maybe such an example would be our forests, how we manage our forests at the level of prevention, so that we should have done more things to prevent wildfires, the way to predict that we would have more frequent wildfires from now on, how we can reduce the intensity of wildfires through the preventive management of forests, how we can create green spots, green areas in our cities, how we can restore water ecosystems, aquatic ecosystems that in many areas of our country are, well, with illegal buildings on them and other constructions that should never have been erected there. So many such examples that may be win-win, but also have a short-term political cost in order to be put in motion. Now, the work of the organization you represent, the WWF, how is it affected by nature-based solutions? Well, listen, our mandate from our very beginning was to enhance the correlation between man and nature. It may have seemed utopian back then, but now it's realistic. Nature-based solution is something we believe in greatly. It's the time when we must say that we need to move forward with specific projects. Let me give you a couple of examples. On the island of Paros, working with several other agencies, we are creating micro dams, small stone levels that aim at enriching the aquiferous horizon, the aquifer actually. And we may remember Manolis, the late Manolis Glezos started this effort on Naxos, then on Kythera. We're doing this on Paros now. There is huge interest from the islands of Ios and Seriphos. We'll do that there as well. On Chios, we have started another program with many other agencies, an initiative that will allow us to do what we have, this burning, this controlled burning of areas, of forest areas or agricultural areas, not in summer times, but on the basis of a scheme or a study in order to reduce the burning fuel that we would reduce the intensity of a wildfire. In Moronis, the nature area of Moronis that will actually protect this area that would not allow floods to happen. So specific actions that will, if the municipalities believe in them and the prefecture believes in them, to become scaled up and act as examples and models. And we're still trying at the level of policies in order to have these nature-based solutions enter into our politics as well. An active member of the program Vasilotropia, Utilization, Rescue and Improvement of Bee Genetic Material in Thessalia. That's you, Mr. Gouskiaris. How does that program activate nature-based solutions? Well, it's fairly simple, I'd say. We took bees biology, we analyzed exactly how the bee deals with the changes in the environment, and we tried through modern apiculture, because today we can't have bees without apiculturists, beekeepers. It is such the situation around us with diseases and climate change that bees cannot cope. It's quite clear. I mean, if someone 20 years ago went on the Mount of Ramos or any other mountain, you would see bee hives and bee nests in the holes of trees. But you can't do that now because bees cannot cope with this speed of the change. They have gone through ice ages, through intense droughts and everything, but the speed and the velocity of this climate change is not something that bees can cope with. So what we want is for bees to still exist. So we went to apiculture and we tried to see what we can do in terms of the beekeeper, what we can do as a beekeeper, or how we can help the beekeeper to become more productive by choosing those beehives that can cope with climate change. It's a fairly technical matter. I couldn't possibly analyze it here before this very esteemed and learned audience. But it is based on a mass selection of genetic material, natural selection. It's not an artificial one, okay? It is a program that is designed. It will be Mr. Goras, the assistant professor, is running it. It is funded by the prefecture of Thessalia. It's New Agriculture, New Generation. We have the Stavros Niarchos Foundation making a generous donation. It's been running since March. Unfortunately, we delayed slightly in its actions due to COVID. Okay, it's not something that we could do digitally. We had to do this physically, you see. There was a long list of young apiculturalists. 21 were chosen. They received intensive training, and of them, 17 are already out in the 4th regional areas of Thessalia. They come in constant contact with beekeepers. They give them the protocols. It's algorithmic, this. And apiculturists slowly see this they see they're getting a payback. They're more productive because, well, beekeepers are between a rock and a hard place. The trend is for them to abandon production because their bees find it very, very difficult to cope. We have 1 minute. I will give the floor back to you and we can close this session to tell us if there are ways that we, laypersons, the ordinary citizens in our vast majority residents of Athens, if we can help the bees. Is there a way? Well, eat more honey, okay? Greek honey, if possible. So eat honey, plants that are the ones that help the bees, and our apiculturists can let us. A little water is very helpful. Bees are not aggressive. We shouldn't be afraid of bees, okay? They're only defensive, okay? That's what they need to do. I'm very optimistic in general, okay? And this stems from what I do for a living, from apiculture. But I have maths in me as well, so data are always important to me, and I think I will agree with Mr. Karavelas entirely. I mean, we don't have time to spare. We don't have time to waste. We need to do something very precise. And in such cases, I really like a poem. It's by Andreas Empirikos that is called Transparent Backyards. My eyelids are transparent backyards. When I close them, I see in front of them what I wish for, and when I close them, I see before them what exists. So with realism and vision, there is no other way to deal with this situation. Now that was the best epilogue. Thank you so very much for being with us. Gentlemen, I thank the both of you.
We spoke about nature-based solutions in the islands. Again, it will be islands, the next panel. Actually, islands that are paradigm sustainability and circular economy, which aspire to be blueprints for a quick transition with green energy and zero waste. On this new paradigm of PPP, where the active participation of citizens give multiplying effects, we have Madam Ellie Panagiotopoulou, Group Communications and Corporate Affairs Director in Polygreen, Mr. George Terzis, Communications and Corporate Affairs Senior Manager of Alpha Bank, and Mr. Angelos Stefanopoulos, Project Manager in Cosmoca. The very lively and interesting discussion will be moderated by Mr. Sotiris Pastras. Welcome. Welcome again. Now we are more in this panel, so I'll start right away with a question, launching a difficult question addressed to Madam Panagiotopoulou, an expert on communication. So as an expert of communication, I would like you to describe us in just 1 minute what Just Go Zero program entails, which runs in TELUS. Good evening. This program, Just Go Zero TELUS, is a zero waste program. That means a change, radical change of culture, redefining the notion of waste to make things more concrete. Imagine a place where there are no public bins, nothing, no color of bins whatsoever. Imagine a place where all the citizens, all the inhabitants and businessmen have special equipment in their households to make a first triage of the creation of waste. Imagine a place where after this official triage, the collection takes place door to door with specially equipped minivans. The waste is already separated. It is transferred to a special park called Circular Innovation Park, and then the proper right management follows. Finally, imagine a place without any wasteland, since there is no wasteland, it is being abolished, and a place where currently recycling and reuse of materials exceeds 85% on a permanent basis for the past 8 months that this program is operational. This is TELUS, Just Go Zeros, in a nutshell. I can elaborate on that, but actually this is a small revolution in the daily life and the way each one experiences one's relation with what one produces, where something is no longer useful but can be useful in a new form of life. Now let us move a little bit northern to Astipalea. Someone going to Astipalea, I don't know how many have been fortunate to visit it recently. You will see an electric vehicle for taxi, electric vehicles of the police and the municipality, which are also electric. Quite soon, the island will also have the first totally electric ambulance. So I ask Mr. Stefanopoulos, what is Astipalea project and how is the Volkswagen Group involved? Thank you for the invitation. Astipalea project is the result of cooperation of the MOU of Volkswagen Group with the Greek state and is in force since April of 2020. It is developed in 2 different pillars. The first is an energy swap of Astipalea. Astipalea is a non-interconnected island, and until 2026 it will have an energy transition more than 85% through RES. The second pillar, where Cosmoca and Volkswagen Group is actively involved, as well as Cosmote, is a plexus, a nexus of synergies for the development of electric mobility in the country in a scheme of subsidies of both public subsidies and Volkswagen Group and Cosmoca. And the third pillar in this project, are the so-called smart mobilities. In other words, services aiming at the use of e-vehicles, therefore the use and the need to serve any need with a view to reducing the vehicles without, however, having any deficiency in serving the transport needs of the inhabitants. And the third pillar, if this is feasible, developing new projects and new innovations and their application after having secured, of course, that these technologies are absolutely secure, as is, for instance, the very much advertised autonomous driving. Thank you. I move straight forward to Mr. Terzis from Alpha Bank, a bank that really believed in this program. You launched three-phased actions, which does not include only the preferential funding, as we all thought, but also the environmental public awareness of local society. What does this project concern where Alpha Bank is also involved? Thank you for the invitation and the honor you bestow on us on this invitation. Angelos referred to this framework setting the background of Astypalea. For us, Astypalea had the following characteristic: how one can marry a business activity, and we are a bank that has a presence to the island, with the real goal of a major company, such as a bank, that is to totally secure each time that one has also a social operation license. That is, that what you do in the proper way, and it is of concern to the local society, the local community. So the first we had to do is to introduce a loan product. We did that so as in combination with the state and the incentives set by the Volkswagen Group for the citizens to have preferential terms for an e-vehicle. The second thing we did would be to be the big sponsors of this major initiative of Astibus, a new platform, that is, which can substitute traditional buses on terms of shared mobility, and we also participate in that. But this didn't suffice, because we had the feeling that this whole endeavor, which was also awarded and is renowned globally, lacked something. And that was that although the activities that were already designed had a character top-down approach, we wanted to mobilize a little bit more the people. That is, future citizens, inhabitants of Astypalea, to share knowledge and ideas for a change of culture and paradigm, and at the end of the day, have them assuming the responsibility for the change in their place. So we addressed the children of Astypalea through this activity under the auspices, of course, of the Ministry of Education. The people, the children of the 5th and 6th year of the elementary school collected empty bottles from the beaches. They created their own sustainable autonomous greenhouse, and by autonomous and smart greenhouse, we mean that it had solar panels. The what was the derivative from the climatization of the school. They created that, and they presented it to everyone, not only in the family of Alpha, but also the Prime Minister, who came and had a meeting with the children. I have to confess that is amongst the few moments that I have felt so deep enthusiasm, and without special incitation. Their involvement, the children's involvement, is the thing, the signal that really gave us the green light that we do something good. I remember the bank CEO, Dimitris Psaltis, who said, well, those smiles of the children and professors really corroborated the feeling that we do something good here. So we remain there. We pursue the effort, both in the educational part and supporting the platforms for the mobility of citizens and tourists. But I honestly believe that we would not be able to do any of these three, and we could not have left the island without having mobilized the students before. Excellent. I go back to the lady. I take Mr. Stephanopoulos, Mr. Tazis, and all the present persons here, and we go to Tilos tomorrow. We'll find no dustbin. No. So you tell me that you have trained the 780 permanent inhabitants, residents, to manage their waste. Now, various questions rise. How much time did you need for this training? How did you manage? And most importantly, and because it is in fashion lately, how many were the deniers of this change? Well, let me tell you that this is the most important part. Us as company, we have been elaborating technical solutions for recycling, for collection, management of waste, and so forth. All that is very important, but that cannot be done unless it is fully adopted and embraced by the citizen, the employee, the employer, to whom we address. So that was the number one interest and concern from the beginning. First of all, we also started with the local administration because there's no other solution, no solution that can be imposed without the municipal council. We asked for the support. There was unanimous support, luckily, and we also asked for the support of the region. Once this was secured, we turned to the children as well. This is the first part, the first important and critical target group, and I will agree with George, gives us the indication, the sign that they will do something well, how they embrace it, how they deal with it, how you can see with young children of the elementary that won't come in depth to what you say and respond to the small exercises, paintings you ask, so for them to better understand such a concept. Further on, we organized open meetings, targeted meetings with businessmen. That was especially restaurant owners and hotel owners who have had in their own way to support all those changes. We made workshops on circular economy. We brought the renowned chef Dimitris Karmotzos to speak about food waste that concerns all households and all companies one way or another. We explained, we had them inspired on what all this entails, what it means, Second Life, all materials we've got, and which are no longer useful. Another thing, most important, that I also mentioned originally in my introduction, is that we offered them equipment. The equipment shows someone how to do things, and along that they got guidelines. We visited everyone door to door. We entered their houses, spoke with everyone, and launched this human relationship entailing question and answer, incitation, encouragement, all those characteristics that help any venture to move ahead. Further on, we have been present, we are present in the island. From our company, we have people who are permanent residents there. They address questions. We offer and give solutions to what is asked. An important part when one has made the change is how to maintain this change. So we have exploited technology there. We have developed a special app that all Tilos inhabitants have. And all the clients we cooperate with in our program Just Go Zero, where they can manage their own attitude. So they see what they recycle, how, what's their progress, and thus they can assess themselves. We also upload mini quiz, give them tips on recycling. And the last thing, which is not precisely this educational part we've been discussing, but it's very important, is that at the end of the day, this program, our program in Tilos, has currently created more than 10,000 new jobs. Therefore, you understand that this does not respond to Tilos inhabitants, but a great number. Therefore, one can demonstrate the value at the same time. The great visitors who came to the island due to this program to see how it operates and also visit Tilos, they understood there that they are at the center of a great interest that exceeded even the national borders. and how they gradually become a paradigm for the other Dodecanese islands. We've all witnessed that, how there's a kind of a very fair competition between those islands. So all that helps. Last but not least, the time we needed. We started the communication in June of 2021. The first waste collection took place on the 1st of December of 2021, and now all households are covered. We went door to door around February, and now in 2 months we will have completed 12 months of full implementation. There are denials. They are in fashion for some way. They can be found everywhere. Thank God it's a very small percentage, and happily they are convinced by the others. First of all, because they have no other choice in Tilos. There's no bin, there's no dustbin. So they have to give it to our system. What can go wrong is to make an erroneous distinction of the currents, of the separation of the streams. And it is on that we make great efforts, so as for them to be able to fully embrace, to understand it. Mr. Stefanopoulos, what was the response of the Tilos residents in your effort? Do you have any examples to offer? Well, you touched upon the most critical point on the success of the project. When this project becomes a reality, how this is being embraced by society. I'll give you an example for each pillar where our group is involved, relating to e-mobility and the penetration of e-vehicles in the island. For us, it was most important and quickly identified that there was an issue, geographically speaking, on the proximity of our products. Therefore, we created a site exclusively for the Astipala inhabitants, where we explained the benefits they could draw through those programs. We brought all the customer journey on the Isle of Astipala, therefore, through specific and cooperative actions with the municipality of Astipala, the residents were able both to drive all the vehicles included in the list of the program, and then in cooperation with all the banks, they could get specific quotes for the way they would pay the e-vehicle. And the result, therefore, to date is that there are 20 happy e-vehicle owners on the island. As you mentioned, taxi, the single eye of Astipala, is electric. It's an IT4. Quite important was the contribution both of the municipality, that has the responsibility for developing the chargers, because one needs a network of chargers, and on the other hand, the Volkswagen Group, from the very first day of the commencement of this cooperation, has made a donation of the public use vehicles to the municipality. Therefore, this was easy. One could easily visualize this vision and the goals pursued. Vis-à-vis smart mobility services, for us it was very difficult to make it clear both to inhabitants and the island visitors. Because imagine that Astipala, in an off-season period, in relation to a tourist period, is completely disparate. Therefore, the issue of information on smart mobilities was critical importance. At the end, on critical data, very important data, the ASTI bus, that is urban bus service, that is for the transport of inhabitants and tourists with a chauffeur, has already completed 20,000 itineraries, and urban sharing service has completed more than 5,000 electric kilometers on the island. This is a good start, I believe, and it is an onset for us to further develop this project. Excellent. Mr. Tazis, I humbly think that the introduction of individualized products from a bank is necessary and a sine qua non for the success. So I would like to raise a simple but perhaps difficult question. Do we have other Astipalias in the future? It's not only sine qua non, it is also the prerequisite for the survival of all companies, including banks. One must, due to one's role in economy, to show the way. And this can be attained in two main ways. The one is to train your clientele bases, the companies themselves. In some cases, the bank is not merely a mediator, is also the one that will impose within inverted commas the change, because there are supervisory authorities that set the framework for funding, for loans. Therefore, the one job to do as a bank is to train your customers to see the risk of the non-transition, Madame Kouduri mentioned that beforehand, and the opportunities, even business opportunities, for profits to be drawn through that transition. The second thing to do is to educate the audience, either with such actions as we discussed in Astipala and Tilos, or through the product offering done. And how can you trade them? Either as active citizens to have sustainability in their criteria, or as customers, consumers, to select our products or that of another bank if they see that this best serve this need. Small steps are needed from each company, each private entity, so as to jointly move ahead. I believe that we currently have the positive conditions so as to move ahead, even if the triggering factors are disagreeable, have the great political uncertainty and imbalance, the energy crisis, the Russian invasion, but progress is here. Alpha Bank will be close, and we will obviously have more Astipalias, and I hope that we will be seeing them in our next meeting. Madam Panagiotopoulou, you referred to restaurants and hotels. Does that mean that tourists are also assisting this change? Of course, as I said beforehand, they cannot do otherwise. They come to this island, so enter this new culture, this new condition we have launched. But this is an important question, because the truth is that tourism brings about an explosion of the island population. It makes the population, it triples the population for 2.5 months. So this is an important target group. I should say that on many occasions, tourists come from countries which are far more sensitive vis-à-vis the environment and waste management, and this has greatly helped our effort. Nevertheless, one must always be shown the way. So, in all hotels and rooms to let in Tilos, we have equipment for waste triage, and we also entered the QR code that would make reference to our website, because we had the directions given for the residents and the visitors, so as to read there to know what happens, why it happens, how it is done, and so forth. So this has greatly helped. Furthermore, Tilos has a very big camping, and there we established a whole recycling station with all the direct guidelines, QR code. We had soaps individually packaged in cooperation with Cocomat. So a huge effort was made, because we want them also to be helping us, and they are also the ones that convey the message. So this gives another dimension to all those dimensions on how Greece gradually is promoted as a place of destination that works on sustainability and sustainable development, and offering solutions on issues that are of concern for the whole planet. You mentioned the preparatory meeting some weeks ago that you usually travel to Astipale. And I wonder, is this whole effort worth it? there's a lot of money and time involved. Of course it's worth. Yes, I say categorically, yes, definitely worth the effort and the cost. Listen, this kind of projects, when they are so broad, they obviously involve a lot of time committed and resources at large. But if one puts the balance, the vision is always prevailing. And when you see that this vision is shared by other bodies, organizations, and society at large, then obviously it is worth every effort. You said something wonderful. You referred to social operation license. If I'm not mistaken, you're the only bank in Astipalla. Is there a special responsibility stemming of that? Well, yes and no, and I will explain what I mean. Banks is not a mere company. I do not say that in a derogatory manner, but they are supervised. They are blood transfusion bodies in a company, in a society, and we must secure, in combination with the natural network and the alternative channels, the access of all citizens to the bank system. And this is a very specific obligation. I must remind you, despite the fact that we had no advertisement, no commercial of the banks at the time, that they were open during the black days of the COVID. All bank branches were open when the whole of the economy was shut down. So this is a public infrastructure. This is what banks are. Obviously, when one is in a small island, this responsibility focuses on one bank, one group, and is heavier responsibility. But if the question is whether we would do this action because we happen to have the only branch of a bank in the island, the answer is that obviously, but we are not so clientele-centered, to be honest. We would not do actions only where we've got our branches, because we don't use them as a commercial trick, a commercial publicity stunt. So we exploit the opportunities offered by such a small place so as to have this non-mediated relation with the people and the children of the isle. Well, there are only 4 minutes left. I would please ask you to address a question to each other. Let me start with Mr. Terzis, who has many years of experience. So I would ask him to address a question to Madam Panayotopoulou. Well, Madam Panayotopoulou left some kind of insinuation about the deniers. And this a point that gives food to these deniers is that whatever we do is an ad hoc action with a publicity goal, actually. The question is that given that none of our resources are inexorable, what are the goals? What do you believe should be done so as for these actions to have broader opening to the country and therefore address the deniability? Yes, the deniers. Yes, precisely. The problem is scalability. How can this be proliferated outside the small area where it has been implemented? The truth is that in such a program, what we try to do, and that's why it was fully subsidized by Polygreen, would be to have the possibility to check different solutions, to make tests and trials, and by trial and error, change course and so forth, so as to conclude in a system, a proposal that would be sustainable and could be therefore transferable. So currently we do have the technical solution. It is absolutely adaptable to different scales, different conditions, different economies on their respective studies. So this is not a problem. The problem lies and the challenge lies on how people will embrace this, and therefore the prerequisites for something like that to be done is to have the will from the central authority, municipal authority, but also the citizens. That is, what I see lately is that there are people that ask for that they ask for this. just go zero, for instance, the Astipalea e-mobility program. They want it too. And this gradually nurtures a dialogue, and therefore there's lobbying from the bases to the top. And there are organizations such as WWF that may ask it, once this is sought after, what is done by all of us is that we have created a base of technical solutions that can be adaptable to any size that is asked for. In conclusion, we currently have an open discussion with many municipalities of Greece, insular municipalities, with mainland areas as well, so it's a long list of areas, and a country abroad. Therefore, it starts getting momentum. You haven't finished yet. You must raise a question to Mrs. Stephanopoulos. Okay. Now that we concluded, now that summer is over, I would like to imagine that I wake up in Astipalea tomorrow. So for an inhabitant of the island, what has changed in his daily life? Such a program in an island that has its own the way they work, custom, so red work, what changes for them in their daily lives, for a permanent resident, that is, of Astipalea? In their daily lives, it's not something radically changed. The pace of life remains the same. This project does not affect the daily life, the soil, in a way, in a negative way, let's say. On the other hand, if you were a permanent resident there, you would be able to use the Asti bus services by buying a package of transfers and have within the next 10 minutes a vehicle getting you where you wish on zero noise and zero pollutants. And with the other prerogatives that are given to the residents, you might get an ID3, for instance, on a 50% discount in comparison to me, for instance, who am not an Astipalea permanent resident. The basic, however, is that in this project, nothing changes, brings about any negative impact on the daily lives, because the project operates on the substance and not the image. Well, if I can make a comment, just the fact to be in a place that has no noise or pollutant definitely changed daily life for the better. Mr. Stephanopoulos, we close with a question addressed to Mr. Terzis. Well, George, we have met on the island. Now, beyond the island, those projects are wonderful to be disseminated in the organizations. Therefore, how do you view this project in your organization, in your bank? How do you see your bank adopting today or tomorrow this project? No, I have so many things to say, will not allow us. Anyway, it's not only the values that the project incorporates per se, it must be in tune with the values of our bank. If one does something because it's trendy or in fashion, that will show and go below the bar. So what was Astipalea for us? Astipalea for us was the opportunity to show that a major program of CSR existing, along with that of education, health, and interventions in many Aegean islands. We will make an account of this first cycle of activity starting from Iraklia, and I invite you to see that. We want to demonstrate that all these open new subjects, such as circular economy or financial literacy, areas where banks have the knowledge and expertise, and it is the obvious field of operation, or should be. In Greece, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Abroad, it does. So this is the first part. The other one is that, as it happens with all of us, same applies with Alpha, who have a specific program concerning substitution of cars with vehicle ones, reducing its footprint and so forth. What is most important, however, as it is mentioned in those projects, it's not merely that we come and relate them with other actions, it's that they refuel the organization. It's no better way to tell all our colleagues following us. We speak of a small city of 6,000-7,000 people who work in Alpha Bank. It's a small city. Demonstrate them in action. What is the new goal, the new principles, the new values of this bank with such a long history behind and wants to have equal long future ahead? So we adapt. And I believe Astypalea and every kind of such project has this characteristic of the paradigm on how we should operate. You were very polite. You didn't interrupt me. We warmly thank you. We thank you for your patience. We only exceeded 3 minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
Right, net positive is over for today because these are issues that will be of concern every day and will be around us for quite a long time. So this is the last session for today, which is entitled Interconnections. Now, the modern process and achievement is we need to take into consideration everything, the interactions between the different approaches. Now, for systems thinking, we have here today Aris Vretos, Director of Sustainability, Strategy and Transformation with Croda International, with the assistance of a member of Corporate Responsibility, Chiara Conti, partner of Hellenic of CY Greece, Central, Eastern, Southeastern Europe and Central Asia. If you please. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Aris. Welcome. Well, I know that before the role you assumed now, you were for over a decade director with the Business Transformation Center of Cambridge University, the Institute for Sustainable Leadership, correct? So I imagine that in that decade you had the opportunity to work with big organizations, world leaders on sustainability. And on digital transformation, all these things we have seen and heard being discussed around sustainable development and climate change and system change was a dominant part of this transformation. I should like to start with the basics. Let's take one at a time. If we take a look at sustainability overall, at least from the Greek market, many a time what we talk about is sustainable development as though it were one thing. We're talking about sustainability, RG and everything. It's as though we're talking about the same thing, whereas it's not, is it? Now, based on your experience all these years, what is this system element contained in sustainable development? Thank you, Chiara. Talking about sustainability, we're now talking about everything. It is a very big system, and like all systems, it is governed by relationships. Talking about systems, we refer to causality, feedback loops, unintended consequences. It is inevitable to talk about everything: financial, social, environmental, technological, all the trends that are out there. Now, think, when we want to talk about climate for a system, a big system, a large system, we have large systems, medium systems, smaller systems. When we start from the socio-economic system that we have at the moment, which is slightly in collapse and overshoot at the moment, we're talking about human development, technological development, all these things that we have advanced over the past few years. Financial development, urbanization, all these things affect one another, and in turn they all create change in the line change. Land change, loss of land, deforestation, it creates biochemical change, CO2, nitrogen, climate change, which is a result of all these things. Water stresses, loss on biodiversity that was mentioned by the previous panel. And then we go back to the beginning in square one, and everything has an impact on quality of life and health and everything. So in essence, system thinking is a way of thinking. And if we start with a more narrow viewpoint or way of thinking, it's like we look at the tree and we can't see the forest. So it's a series of issues. Sustainability it's a series of socioeconomic and financial issues that they're not only numerous, they're interconnected, aren't they? Yes, precisely. I think you gave a beautiful example about vultures, wasn't it? Well, before that, at the high level, we now know that in order to resolve the climate problem, we need to invest in nature. It is unlikely when we're thinking about Code 3, which is the COs, to reach net zero without making a huge investment in the protection and restoration of nature. It's something we can see clearly. In order to have protection and restoration of nature and climate, we need to invest in social cohesion. So at a very high level, these things are something that maybe we didn't know in the past, and development and the social dynamics 10 years ago, but now they're very well known. The vultures in India example, well, a local government in India decided to channel antibiotics, to provide antibiotics rather, in a cow population to protect their health and the health of populations. What they didn't know is that these antibiotics had a very detrimental effect on the vultures that eat the carcasses of the dead cows. So they had adverse effects on their stomachs. So after a short while, this vulture population collapsed. This had as a result in the animal carcasses remained there, filled with disease, the dogs leaving the cities to eat them, go back to the cities, bite the population, and these cities to be rampant with rabies, and in essence to deteriorate the positive health feedback that they had. At the same time, vultures, to give this as a data fact, as a tidbit, by eating those carcasses, because the carcasses decay and they emit CO2, they absorb the equivalent of 2.6 million cars on the streets every year. Had they known, surely they would have done it, which is why we say that it is best to deal with the system as a whole, to understand the unintended consequences and the relationships to be able to make proper decisions. So in essence, everything is interconnected, so you're trying to do something positive and have a positive impact without calculating that you can have a problem in another impact area of sustainability, correct? It's something we can see in businesses. That the silos that exist within companies, when they want to deal with the sustainability issue, like for climate or decarbonization strategy, it's much more different to see that in a siloed approach, I mean, just supply safe to deal with it, rather than to see it across. And this appears to make things difficult. Who looks into what, and who looks into everything as a whole, and how is all this coordinated so that climate and the company's reaction in its management be a systemic one, and at the same time not to make things just about climate, but to allow the system to have biodiversity, social impacts and everything bound around this. So from your experience in this transformation, which is the model that works better, both within the companies to be able to deal with it in a more systemic way, and as to the impact area that they're trying in essence to address? Most companies, at least as of late, have reductionist approach. This is net zero, this is climate, this is whatever. And usually this is the remit of a rather narrow sustainability team. Over the past few years, primarily after pressure from the financial market and the need of the new business models, and all this pressure that exists from the system and the economy as a whole, we had the involvement of other units, and a lot of people have been hired by the companies, more specialized. In our company, Croda International, biodiversity is not handled by the sustainability team. They are the MD of the crop and seed, for instance, that have the entire access, supply chains, markets, relationships. Those are the people that have the best visibility. Decarbonization strategy that we have is handled by the head of global operations. All these are ExCo. They have nothing prior to do with sustainability. But it is in the understanding and the mindset of the company that in order to be able to react, not just from the sustainability part, but also to make it reconcile sustainability and profitability commercially, we need to have the involvement of the value creation mechanism of the company. Most companies are headed that way, rather quite a large number, but we still have a long way to go. It takes a lot of capabilities development and education. I remember when I was at Cambridge, especially in the last years, many financial institutions, banks, etc., send hundreds of their staff for training on a systemic approach. What's happening around the world, what are the implications for us, and so on. So what can be done about it? And this carries on. Now, with online learning, it has improved even further. But this reductionist approach that has been adopted for all these years, which is a derivative of those 50 years of neoclassical thinking and value creation that is outdated, it's slightly difficult. We can break the culture and the strategy and the governance with targeted interventions, but it takes strong will and leadership. I should like to take the example with the financial institutions and the banks. Now, given that some branches and sectors like banks, the biggest impact they have in sustainable development is indirect. It is, for instance, through the funding, 90% or maybe more, in some areas like climate. So would you say that a key distinction between this systemic approach and the other is the understanding of the direct and indirect impact of this system? How can you focus on an impact area that is related to others, and what is your role, and what is the most important one? Well, it's a really good point. So it's a couple of things. First of all, we should say that in order to intervene and to interfere with the system, no matter how big it is, you don't need to do this only with big goals. I mean, we can have small targeted intervention if we plan and design properly very beneficial benefits. If you remember, 10 or 15 years ago, Walmart started this corporate sustainability movement simply by making a supplier questionnaire. But it was their role so big and so influential that it had a catalytic effect. So they had many suppliers? Yes, exactly. Globally, they had a tremendous influence. At the moment, most companies have a narrow role, although this is beginning to change. They build coalitions, they join initiatives. It was mentioned in the previous discussions about policy. I mean, policy does not happen on its own. A government will not say that we will now regulate and achieve net zero. What you need is the test narrowed by the businesses, like we had the change in England in 2007, 2008. You need a push, the positive push by the companies and from the companies. I believe that in order to set a long-term goal, we need to think about impact. And the challenge with this is that when we're talking about systemic impacts, it means that we don't care for our company to be profitable in the next 30 years. We're interested in living in a system that is sustainable. We need to take system type indicators and metrics, and this is slightly tricky because it means that we share success with others. And all the metrics and the indicators we have to measure success and everything with companies is much more intricate. With the work we did at the university, we slowly found that this is changing, or that it can change. But it takes fundamental changes and a huge recognition of the business in society role. So you would say that businesses have the same role have more shared value creation potential through collaborations or through an ecosystem that focuses on the same impact area and have a similar systemic approach? Well, we can't take competitiveness out of the company. That would be a mistake. But at the systemic level, especially in long game, most benefits come through collaboration. We have a lot of examples from companies from the same sector or companies from different sectors. Come to think of the SDGs, whether you like it or not, in order to make a positive intervention in a country regarding health, we can't go build 5 hospitals. We need to take into account food, we need to take into account education, we need to take into account technology and innovation, and many of those initiatives that have been created are multi-sectoral. We need to involvement finance and policy in order to see things in a more systemic way. But we can have companies from the same sector. It's slightly more difficult at a systemic level sector like those financial services sector that can move forward in a relatively short while. I believe what is important here to say is that we have a circular model. So what I can see, at least in the Greek market, and like your experience from abroad, when we talk about circular economy, we're discussing it as though it were something like at the same level as climate, biodiversity and everything. These are challenges, global challenges. Cyclic economy is a way of management, a model of management that touches on all these challenges, be that energy, climate, raw material planning, management, waste management, how we will keep these materials remain in the economy for longer. So would it be the key to see circular economy as a model rather than an issue that is categorized at the same level as all the other issues? I mean, to find it as a solution that answers everything. This is a very good suggestion. Usually we can see climate change and biodiversity and circular economy appear in such projects differently, but circular economy is a way to react. It deals with some very important issues. Consumption and growth are the biggest problems we have, whether we like it or not, and this is why it's difficult. We delayed very much to take action. Overconsumption and unsustainable growth is what has led us, more or less, well, along with other things so far, that's driven us so far. Circular economy tries to deal with these slightly. It is important what energy drives circular economy. It's the first principle, isn't it? Yes, it needs to be a Greek circular economy. But you can imagine that, for instance, a linear model that has 4 stages, in essence, is to implement circular economy has a parallel level of complexity with system change. Every relationship has another 5 relationships behind it. This does not mean, well, we constantly, every day, we think at the level of systems as to how long it will take us to take something somewhere, what we'll do with our children, or whatever. We find it difficult when we enter into a business mindset to leave this wider way of thinking behind, a wider way of management behind, and to allow it to move a bit further. And circular economy may be a way, this circular thinking that was adopted by earlier generations to put things back in business and everything. To introduce a systemic element? Yes. Now, well, I would like to ask you a provocative question. We have a lot of materiality here in Greece. I mean, for those who are not familiar with the word, materiality in the sense of analysis, of all these interactions, that a company wants to prioritize things to see how they will set up their strategy and so on and so forth. Now, at the level that at least we here today agree that the way that we deal with the challenges of sustainable development needs to be systemic, what is the value of materiality? Well, I have 2 hats to put on, so I will put on the Cambridge hat at the moment. Now, I have worked for approximately 20 years, and I was in a think tank that actually started materiality in a way. Materiality was never intended as a long-term tool. It was something that we was built for companies to allow, at that time in 2005, 2007, to realize that these trends are financially, economically, social material. But it remains, unfortunately, in my opinion. I don't think that we need any materiality exercise for a company to understand that climate change at any sector, any size, affects the company with physical risks, with transitional risks, and it has a tremendous role to play. Double materiality comes to help the situation a bit, but then again, it's just a snapshot, it's static. What we need to make it happen and to make it properly and to have a proper involvement in the productive parts of the company is an exercise with a long-term element. Another two things might help us do things better. What about the tank horizon of materiality? Is it something very important? And the majority in Greece, I think, does not take that into consideration. If we have materiality, we have a short, long strategy with net zero and everything. When we do materiality, we look at it ex post facto. It has no forward-looking, it has no specific horizon of what is more material and what is not. And possibly focusing on the impact rather than the output in materiality. I mean, if it were an impact-based materiality that would be time-bound and took into consideration and compared apples with apples and rather than apples to oranges, and then we had risk management. I mean, risk management, the way of management, it's not an impact area that we need to address. It is one of the tools to address it. So a more impact-based approach to materiality and time-bound would possibly give a relative prioritization of issues, not an absolute one. It's not that important to say that this is my impact on climate. I mean, there are indicators and you need more impact-based indicators, but to say that I have more impact on climate than I do on biodiversity is valid. That the two are interconnected, climate and biodiversity, is what is lacking in essence, isn't it? When Croda in 2018, that's when I were advising them from the university, started and performed materiality, and we created a strategy together that is people, climate and nature positive, or land positive at the time. So what we did back then is to give the long-term horizon. I mean, the company had a double materiality, and our role was to look ahead, look in the future for all the trends we have, the role of the company, what they wanted to play, and how the sectors change, how these impacts are all interconnected, and to see how, ultimately, a company that wants to be the most sustainable provider of ingredients by 2030, how they can reach that goal. That was the North Star. Okay, that was the impact. With various things. Everything else was tools or vehicles for us to learn, to understand, and to be able to properly invest in the individual parts in order to be able to reach that point. I hope that we can escape from this static materiality that says we have an issue, we report the issue, and we start looking at all these interactions. It's something that rather sooner than later we need to make disappear in its current form, at least from corporate lives. I think we just ran out of time. I would just like to keep 4 or 5 words as a take-home message: impact, purpose, value chain, about this system approach. Feel free to jump in anytime. The role of business in society. Traditionally, companies were comfortable with a narrower role, waiting for someone to give them the viewpoint and how they would do it. We know that the system doesn't change like that. We need coalitions, partnerships, collaboration. Someone needs to make the first step and shout out loud. This is what we call leadership. Thank you so very much for being with us today.
Of designing a strategy of sustainable development, let us go to the design of a responsible brand that wants to make a difference in the consumers' lives. We have the pleasure to have with us a marketing activist and a guru of communication. Therefore, Dimitris Michopoulos, head and CEO of CEO Mühlenlohe Athens, and Thomas Kolster, the founder and creative director of Good Advertising Agency, will have a discussion on post-purpose era, where brands are not publishing themselves as agencies of change, but offer the possibility to their consumers to attain the change they desire for. You have the floor. Αγαπητοί φίλοι, έχω τη μεγάλη ευχαρίστηση και τιμή να μοιράζομαι το βήμα σήμερα με έναν διεθνή executive. Ο Τόμας είναι πασίγνωστος διεθνώς ως έξοχος διαφημιστής, ένας πολύ ταλαντούχος copywriter, ένας φοβερός marketeer, ένας κορυφαίος ακτιβιστής του marketing, συγγραφέας 2 βιβλίων μόνο. Είναι ο κύριος της αναταραχής και είναι ο κύριος των διαφημίσεων. Τόμας, νομίζω ότι μπορείς να ταράξουμε τα νερά καθήμενοι στις καρέκλες μας και στις πολυθρόνες μας. Όχι, δεν μπορούμε. Αλλά είναι πολύ ωραίο που έχουμε πολυθρόνες. Πολυθρόνες που εκπροσωπούν ανθρώπους. Πολύ συχνά ξεχνάμε ότι αυτοί είναι οι άνθρωποι στους οποίους διαφημίζουμε. Και εγώ αισθάνομαι ιδιαίτερη τιμή που μοιράζομαι το βήμα μαζί σου σήμερα, γιατί ίσως έρχεται ένα βιβλίο καινούριο στο οποίο θα σου ασκήσουμε κοινωνική πίεση, γιατί Τόμας, γιατί κάνεις αυτά που κάνεις? Νομίζω ότι το ταξίδι μου ξεκίνησε λίγος πολύ κάπως το έθιξε του copywriting. Ήρθα λοιπόν από τη βιομηχανία της διαφήμισης, μιλούσα για αρκετά χρόνια ως νεαρός διαφημιστής, γράφοντας κείμενα και μετά έκανα τη μικρή δική μου εταιρεία, αλλά αυτό που με ενέπνευσε και ορισμένες φορές είναι και καλό, γιατί δεν είναι ο καθένας ακτιβιστής. Κάναμε ένα σχετικό συνέδριο για το κλίμα στην Κοπεχάγη. Αν θυμάστε, είχαμε και τον Μπαράκ Ομπάμα και διάφορους εξέχοντες. Και την εποχή εκείνη είχα τεράστια ελπίδα να επηρεάσω ηγέτες. Στην Ελλάδα μπορεί να μην έχετε τέτοιες προσδοκίες, αλλά εγώ τις είχα αφελές παιδί και απογοητεύτηκα. Έτσι λοιπόν στα 30 μου άρχισα να ρωτιέμαι τι μπορώ να κάνω όντως με τις δεξιότητες που διέθετα για να επιφέρω κάποια αλλαγή. Τι μπορούμε να κάνουμε με τις εταιρείες τις οποίες αντιπροσωπεύουμε, οι οποίες επηρεάζουν δισεκατομμύρια ανθρώπους σε καθημερινή βάση. Αυτό ήταν το σημείο καμπής. Άρα είναι ένας στόχος που αλλάζει συνεχώς, αυτός που έθεσες. Νομίζω πως ναι. Νομίζω ότι μαθαίνει κανείς όσο ζει. Είχαμε τη σχετική συζήτηση νωρίτερα. Για μένα, όταν δημοσιεύτηκε το δεύτερο βιβλίο μου, συνειδητοποίησα κάτι. Επειδή ήμουν τόσο μεγάλος συνήγορος των εταιρικών σκοπών, το πίστευα, ήμουν θειασότης. Ζούσα τις πρώτες μέρες εκείνους, θα θυμάστε όλοι, που μιλούσαμε για μάρκες όπως η Dove, τα United Colors of Benetton, όλες αυτές οι εταιρείες ήμουν θερμός θειασότης γιατί είχαν κάποιο σκοπό. Σύντομα όμως συνειδητοποίησα ότι κάτι είχε αλλάξει άρδιν, ότι οι πάντες άρχισαν να μιλάνε σχετικά. Οπότε είδα ουσιαστικά να σκέφτομαι για μένα ποιος είναι ο πραγματικός σκοπός μου, τι κάνω τα τελευταία 10, 12, 15 χρόνια. Σήμερα λοιπόν ο σκοπός μου, και συνειδητοποίησα, είναι να εμπνεύσω, ελπίζω, ανθρώπους προς θετική αλλαγή. Νομίζω ότι είναι μια αλλαγή προς τη ζωή. Είναι κάτι υγιές. Μια μάρκα, οι μάρκες δεν είναι στάσιμες, ούτε και οι άνθρωποι. Σίγουροι όλοι σε ρωτάνε για το τελευταίο σου βιβλίο. Δεν θα σε ρωτήσω για το βιβλίο σου τελευταίο. Το Hero Trap. Αλλά θα σε ρωτήσω, ο τρόπος με τον οποίο μιλάς, το κούρεμά σου, το ντύσιμό σου, ο τρόπος που περπατάς, τα πάντα είναι κομμάτια της επικοινωνίας σου. Αν δείτε αυτό το βιβλίο, το Hero Trap, το εκπληκτικό είναι το εξώφυλλο. Ο Τόμας επέλεξε ως καλλιτέχνης να φιλοτεχνήσει το εξώφυλλο για τον καλλιτέχνη του εξωφύλλου, τον Χέρμετ Ροντρίγκες, ο οποίος είναι διάσημος Κουβανός, για να δώσει στο εξώφυλλό του την εικόνα του βιβλίου του αυτού, της παγίδας του ήρωα. Γιατί επέλεξες, ποιος ήταν ο στόχος να επιλέξεις τον Χέρμετ Ροντρίγκες για αυτό το εξώφυλλο? Ήμουν εξαιρετικά τυχερός να τον συναντήσω τυχαία πριν από χρόνια σε κάποιο συνέδριο που είμαστε και δύο μιλητές. Η ιστορία του στο ότι υπήρξε μετανάστης στις ΗΠΑ πραγματικά με συγκίνησε. Η όλη ιστορία του ότι ήθελε να αντιταχθεί στους δικτάτορες της χώρας του, και αυτό επίσης με συγκίνησε. Όταν ήμουν λοιπόν στη διαδικασία συγγραφής του βιβλίου και έφτανα σε ένα σημείο που άρχισα να φαντάζομαι πώς θα έπαιρνα το εξώφυλλο, είπα μια στιγμή, εκείνος ο τύπος, ο Ντέλ Ροντρίγκες, και οι αξίες του για τη ζωή. Είχα την τύχη επίσης να αγοράσω και ένα βιβλιαράκι του τότε, οπότε είχα το email του, οπότε του έγραψα και μου είπε ευχαρίστως, λατρεύω το όραμά σου και την αποστολή σου και ό,τι κάνεις, πάμε. Αλλά του έδωσα και άλλη μια πρόκληση, γιατί κάτι βασικό που νομίζω ότι όλοι πρέπει να συνειδητοποιήσουμε όταν μιλάμε για όλες αυτές τις αφηρημένες έννοιες, είναι ότι η αλλαγή είναι δύσκολη. Του ζήτησα λοιπόν να μοιραστεί το ταξίδι μου, να το κάνω από κοινού για αυτό το εξώφυλλο. Μέσα στο βιβλίο λοιπόν υπάρχουν όλα αυτά τα προηγούμενα εξώφυλλα τα οποία απορρίφθηκαν μέχρι ότι φτάσουμε σε αυτό. Πρώτη φορά το έκανε και είπε θα το κάνω μόνο αν και εσύ πρόκειται να μοιραστείς και βάλεις αν βάλεις και εσύ όλους αυτούς τους τίτλους τους οποίους απέρριψες. Και το κάναμε, συμφωνήσαμε. Αυτός ο φοβερός τίτλος λοιπόν, η παγίδα του ήρωα. Ποιος είναι ο ήρωας και ποιο είναι η παγίδα? Νομίζω ότι η πρόκληση σε αυτό βασίζεται. Μιλάμε για αλλαγή. Το πρώτο βιβλίο, όπως είπα, το είχα εμπνευστεί από την απογοήτευσή μου στους ερετούς αρχηγούς μας. Αν και εμείς είμαστε υπόλογοι για κάτι τέτοιο. Αυτός ο τίτλος τον εμπνεύστηκα από τη δική μου ανικανότητα να αλλάξω τα πράγματα. Μπορεί να θέλετε να κάνετε διάφορα και εσείς. Οτιδήποτε θέλετε όντας ακτιβιστές να κάνετε, αλλά το έχετε καταφέρει. Και αναρωτήθηκα, είναι δυνατόν να επιτύχουμε την αλλαγή? Μελέτησα τις προσπάθειες εταιριών να αλλάξουν. Πώς ξεκινάει η αλλαγή? Όμως η αλλαγή αρχίζει από εμάς. Όλα αυτά τα χρόνια ίσως να έθετα το λάθος ερώτημα. Ένα βασικό ερώτημα στο οποίο κατέληξα λοιπόν ήταν ποια μάρκα, αν θέλετε, ηγέτη έφερε αλλαγή? Όταν μιλάμε λοιπόν για στόχο, αυτό είναι βασικό ερώτημα. Αν δεν μπορούμε να φέρουμε κανέναν ηγέτη, εταιρεία, οργανισμό, τι μας δίνει το όραμα? Δώσ' μας λοιπόν ένα καλό παράδειγμα στόχου. Σκοπού μάλλον στη ζωή. Νομίζω ότι ο σκόπος έχει αλλάξει υπό την έννοια ότι πριν από μια δεκαετία ο σκοπός ήταν πολύ μακρινός. Λίγες εταιρείες θα έλεγαν ότι υπάρχει κάποιος μακρινός σκοπός που δεν το βλέπαμε. Δεν βλέπαμε τα θέματα διοξιδίου του άνθρακα, δεν μιλούσαμε μόνο για οικονομικά στοιχεία. Αν ανοίγαμε διαφημίσεις του τότε, ήταν οι παλιές καλές ημέρες που μιλούσαμε για μονοπάτια, αν θέλετε, υγείας, καταπληκτικά πουκάμισα, αναδικό σπιράλ, γελίες εντός εισαγωγικών διαφημίσεις. Τώρα τα πράγματα είναι διαφορετικά. Δεν μπορούμε να επιτύχουμε προγράμματα χωρίς να μιλήσουμε για το σκοπό μας, να μην έχουμε εταιρείες να μιλάνε για το σκοπό τους και την αποστολή τους στη ζωή. Το θέμα λοιπόν είναι τι πιστεύουμε. Όταν οι πάντες διατείνονται ότι είναι εκείνοι που θα μας σώσουν, εκείνοι που θα είναι ήρωες, εκείνοι που θα μας καθοδηγήσουν στους ενάντιους ανέμους, ποιον θα πιστέψουμε? Το ενδιαφέρον στους ήρωες, αν θέλετε, είναι ότι υπάρχει και ένας δράκος. Δράκοι υπάρχουν γύρω-γύρω. Ο ήρωας που είναι? Ο τρόπος λοιπόν που βρήκα εγώ, επανακαθορίζοντας το σκοπό μου, είναι ότι σε κόσμο γεμάτο από ήρωες, οι περισσότερες δράσεις και στόχοι δεν πετυχαίνουν. Είδαμε πρόσφατα τι έκαναν στην Παταγωνία. Το 99,99% των παριστάμενων από εδώ δεν θα τολμούσαν να κάνουν αυτό που έκανε η Παταγωνία, να απορρίψει η εταιρεία που ήθελε να χρηματοδοτήσει σχετικό πρόγραμμα. Άρα ο πραγματικός κόπος και οι πραγματικοί ηγέτες είναι αυτοί που βοηθούν πραγματικά. Ποιοι μπορούν να βοηθήσουν εμένα, για παράδειγμα, στο ταξίδι μου. Στο να αγκαλιάσω ένα πιο αειφόρο και υγιές στυλ ζωής. Και νομίζω τέτοιου είδους συνέδρια κρυβόμαστε πίσω από λέξεις όπως συστημική αλλαγή, αειφορία, πραγματικότητα, ενώ στην πραγματικότητα στο τέλος όλα έχουν να κάνουν με εμάς, τα άτομα, και πώς μπορούμε να φέρουμε την αλλαγή σε εμάς. Έτσι μπορούμε να προχωρήσουμε. Αλλάξτε λοιπόν το στόχο. Ο σκοπός του σκοπού έχει αλλάξει. Από το εμένα, τον εταίρο, τον ιδιοκτήτη, τον διευθύνοντα σύμβουλο, το μεγάλο στέλεχος, προς τον πελάτη, προς την κοινωνία, προς τους ανθρώπους. Αν κατάλαβα καλά, ο σκοπός του σκοπούς μέσω αυτής της παγίδας, αυτού του βιβλίου, έχει αλλάξει από την καλή διαφήμιση της παλιάς καλής εποχής. Μιλάω και για τη δουλειά μου εδώ πέρα. Από αυτή τη γελία διαφήμιση όπου υποσχόμαστε να σώσουμε τον πλανήτη, τη χώρα και τον κόσμο, το αλλάξαμε αυτό και βάζεις πλέον σαν ήρωα τον πελάτη, την κοινωνία. Σωστά? Νομίζω η αναλογία που έκανε στην αρχή με αυτή την αλλαγή, την πλήρη αναταραχή, είναι πολύ σωστή, ήταν κέραια, γιατί αυτό που συμβαίνει συχνά είναι ότι γίνεται μια άσκηση ομφαλοσκόπησης, ότι πάντα είναι η εταιρεία που κάνει τα καλύτερα προϊόντα για τον κόσμο και ξαφνικά λένε ότι είμαστε οι καλύτεροι για τον κόσμο. Και η όλη έννοια και η αλλαγή τώρα είναι να το σκεφτούμε το άτομο που κάθεται σε αυτή την κενή πολυθρόνα. Να σκεφτούμε τι έχω κάνει για τον πελάτη μου, τι κάνατε για τους εμπλεκόμενους, πώς μπορούμε να τους βάλουμε στο ταξίδι μας. Δεν είναι εύκολο. Και νομίζω ότι αυτό συνεπάγεται και μεγαλύτερη δέσμευση, γιατί ξαφνικά δεν μπορούμε να πούμε κάνουμε το καλύτερο για τους ανθρώπους και τον πλανήτη και το αύριο. Είναι το να βοηθήσουμε το συγκεκριμένο, να πάει από το Α στο Β. Για να το κάνουμε αυτό πρέπει να τους εκπαιδεύσουμε επίσης. Παρακολουθήσαμε καταπληκτικά παραδείγματα από την Polygreen, την Cosmocar, από την Alpha Bank και πολλές άλλες εταιρείες στην Ελλάδα που προσπαθούν να δώσουν τα όπλα και τον εξοπλισμό στα άτομα για να μετασχηματίσουν θετικά τη ζωή τους. Ας επανέλθουμε στη δική μας βιομηχανία. Λατρεύουμε την διαφήμιση. Ξέρω ότι οι πάντες στον κόσμο, οι πάντες τώρα, ζητούν εκστρατείες αειφορίας, σχέδια ESG, λογότυπα ESG, σλόγγαν κλπ. Πιστεύετε ότι είναι σωστός τρόπος? Υπάρχει ένα αληθές και ένα λυπηρό σημείο σε όλα αυτά και έρχομαι τόσο συχνά σε τέτοιου συνέδρια. Δεν μπορούμε να ξεχνάμε το γεγονός ότι η νέα γενιά, οι ανιψιές μου για παράδειγμα, έχω 2 ανιψιές, μία 13 και άλλη 18. Το ενδιαφέρον όταν μιλάω για αυτά τα πράγματα με τις κοπελιές αυτές, για το κλίμα και τα κοινωνικά ζητήματα, το ένα που μου λένε κάμια στιγμή οι εταιρείες είναι υπόλογες για την υποβάθμιση του περιβάλλοντος και για την κοινωνική αδικία. Αλλά το μόνο που ακούμε από τις εταιρείες είναι αυτά τα καταπληκτικά πράγματα που κάνουν. Αυτό που είδα λοιπόν και νομίζω ότι δείχνει και η έρευνα αυτή τη στιγμή, που είναι απογοητευτικό για όλους μας, είναι ότι η άνοδος του σκεπτικισμού, η άνοδος ατόμων που δεν πιστεύουν σε αυτό που κάνουμε, η άνοδος των ανθρώπων που πιστεύουν ότι τα πάντα τα κάνουμε μόνο για ερδοσκοπικούς σκοπούς, και αυτό είναι κακό και για τη βιομηχανία, για τις όλες τις εταιρείες. Νομίζω λοιπόν ότι χρειάζεται να ξανασκεφτούμε πώς μας βλέπουν, να ξανασκεφτούμε πώς διαμορφώνουμε τα διαφημιστικά μας, και ουσιαστικά είναι αρκετά εύκολο υπό την έννοια ότι υπάρχουν πολλαπλές προσεγγίσεις γι' αυτό. Η μία είναι το να πάρουμε μια πιο την προσέγγιση ενός ιεροκήρυκα και η άλλη να πάρουμε την προσέγγιση ενός προπονητή. Γιατί όλοι στην ίδια βάρκα είμαστε. Και περνάμε διαφορετικές φάσεις. Μπορεί να είχα ένα σκοπό στην αρχή, τώρα έχω άλλο σκοπό. Πιστεύω λοιπόν ότι είναι η εποχή που υπάρχει μεγαλύτερη οικονομική ασάφεια, είναι αντίθετη η άνεμη, είναι ταυτόχρονα η ευκαιρία για τις εταιρείες να σκεφτούν πώς μπορούν να μας βοηθήσουν. Υπάρχουν άνθρωποι οι οποίοι δεν μπορούν ίσως να θρέψουν τις οικογένειές τους, δεν μπορούν να αντιμετωπίσουν το ενεργειακό κόστος. Τι μπορούν να κάνουν οι εταιρείες για αυτά τα άτομα? Αυτό είναι πιο δεσμευτικό και αυτό αλλάζω το ηγετικό μοντέλο από λιγότερο ομφαλοσκοπικό, το να κοιτάει πραγματικά τους ανθρώπους γύρω-γύρω. Κεφαλαιοποιώντας λίγο σε αυτό που είπα, στην αγάπη σου. Έχουμε μαζί μας σήμερα άτομα που προέρχονται επαγγελματίες από τον χώρο του ECG και ανθρώπους του marketing. Και υπάρχει μια τρίτη κατηγορία ακροατηρίου που βλέπουν τα πράγματα από άλλη οπτική. Ας μιλήσουμε καταρχάς για τους παριστάμενους εδώ. Ξέρω ότι λατρεύεις αυτό που κάνεις, διαφορετικά δεν θα ήσουν διάσημος σε όλο τον κόσμο. Το πάθος σου, την γνώση σου, το πνευματικό σου υπόβαθρο σε κάνει τόσο ισχυρό στο πεδίο. Ταξιδεύεις πολύ, συναντάς ανθρώπους, παρέχεις συμβουλές, κάνεις coaching. Εάν ήταν να δώσεις συμβουλές στους ανθρώπους του ESG, τι θα ήταν? Δύσκολο αυτό, όταν βάζεις ανθρώπους σε μια κατηγορία. Και δύσκολη και αυτή η κατηγορία που ανέφερες. Νομίζω ότι ένα από τα διλήμματα, και εδώ είμαι λίγο πολιτικός, σε αυτό που λέω, ωραία. Ναι, υπάρχει και τρίτη κατηγορία. Θα βάλω και μια άλλη κατηγορία μαζί με τους πολιτικούς. Εν πάση περιπτώσει, θα επανέλθουμε σε αυτό. Δεν θα το ξεχάσω. Λοιπόν, λέω συνήθως ότι η αειφορία είναι από την Αφροδίτη και το marketing είναι από τον Άρη. Και αυτοί οι δύο πλανήτες των γνωστών, γυναίκες και άντρες από την Αφροδίτη και τον Άρα, πρέπει να βρούμε μια κοινή πλατφόρμα να συναντηθούν. Μιλάνε ένα γλώσσημα το οποίο δεν το καταλαβαίνει ο ένας τον άλλον. Κανείς δεν ξυπνά το πρωί να μιλήσει για την αειφορία ή ESG. Κανείς δεν το κάνει. Έτσι δεν είναι όταν ξυπνάμε το πρωί. Άρα, αυτοί οι δύο πλανήτες εκεί που μπορούν πραγματικά να συναντηθούν και να ευημερήσουν και πρέπει να δημιουργήσουν γέφυρες, έχει σωστό αφήγημα. Και νομίζω αυτό χρειάζεται να κάνουμε όλοι σε αυτή την αίθουσα, δηλαδή να κινηθούμε και να κινητοποιήσουμε τους πάντες, διότι είμαι σίγουρος ότι δεδομένου ότι οι ανιψιές μου δεν εμπνέονται από αυτό που κάνουμε εμείς σε αυτή την αίθουσα αυτή τη στιγμή. Ωραία, πάμε στο αγαπημένο σου κοινό, τους πολιτικούς και μετά εγώ στο δικό μου. Αυτή είναι η μεγάλη ηγέτης. Ας πάμε στους πολιτικούς, εντάξει. Πάντα ακούμε περί αρχών, διακηρύξεων, πολιτικών, νόμων, μεγαλόστομων ρητοριών. Εάν αναζητήσει κάποιος την βοήθειά σου για να βρεθεί στο τραπέζι των ισχυρών, των G7, και σου λέγαν, Τόμας, τι πρέπει να κάνουμε για να μπω στο G7, Δύσκολη ερώτηση. Τι θα απαντούσα? Κάτι στο οποίο είναι πολύ καλή η πολιτική και οι εταιρείες είναι να μιλάνε για το 2030, 2040, 2050. Όλοι ακούμε όλες αυτές τις δεσμεύσεις και υποσχέσεις πάντα. Αλλά αν προσπαθούμε λίγο να εξανθρωπίσουμε τα πράγματα, και ζητώ συγγνώμη για αυτή την αναλογία αυτή τη στιγμή, ας πούμε ότι έρχομαι από αυτή την καταπληκτική εκδήλωση και γυρίζω στο σπίτι μου, ας πούμε, και παίρνω τη φιλενάδα μου, εντάξει, μετά από το συνέδριο να βγούμε. Και τη βλέπω με κάποιον άλλον και μου λέει, και λέω τι κάνω, και μου λέει ότι δεν είναι αυτό που νομίζεις, να σου υποσχεθώ ότι τα 2030 δεν θα σε απατώ πια. Μέχρι το 2030 θα είμαστε μαζί. Και το 2030 θα πάψω να σε απατώ. Εσύ θα το αποδεχόσασταν? Πιθανότατα όχι. Ως εκ τούτου, ίσως δεν είναι παράξενο που τα νεαρά άτομα και όλοι μας πραγματικά απογοητευόμαστε και είμαστε εξωφρενών, γιατί τα μαλλιαλά μας δεν μιλούν με ορίζοντα δεκαετίας. Θα χάσω βάρος σε 10 χρόνια. Μα για όνομα του Θεού. Μπορεί να αρχίσει να τρέχεις μαραθώνιο και να λες, θα μπω στο μαραθώνιο της Νέας Υόρκης σε 3 μήνες, 6 μήνες. Εντάξει, αυτό θα είναι μεγάλο επίτευγμα. Αλλά σε 10 χρόνια θα τρέξεις μαραθώνιο σε 10 χρόνια. Δεν σε πιστεύω, φίλε μου. Ναι, στο βιβλίο θα σε πιστέψω. Εντάξει. Ωραία. Πιθανόν θα ήμουν έτοιμος. Το 2035 θα είμαι έτοιμος για το μαραθώνιο. Εντάξει. Θα σε τσεκάρω, έτσι. Θα σε τσεκάρω, μου υποσχεθείς. Θα σε πάρω τηλέφωνο. Όχι, δεν θέλω να είμαι εγώ ο hero trap του βιβλίου σου. Αλλά ας πάμε στο αγαπημένο μου θέμα, εντάξει. Οι πάντες εδώ, από ό,τι γνωρίζω, δεν υπάρχει ούτε ένας σύνεδρος εδώ που δεν είναι πραγματικά εκείνος ο ηγέτης, ο ιδιοκτήτης μιας εταιρείας. Δεν είναι ο μείζον μέτοχος, δεν είναι ο ηγέτης που θα πάρει την απόφαση. Εντάξει, η πολιτική είναι πολιτική. Εμείς ως εκτελεστικά όργανα μπορεί να είμαστε στο marketing, μπορεί να είμαστε marketers, οτιδήποτε. Αλλά υπάρχει πάντα ένα αφεντικό πάνω από το κεφάλι μας. Αν λοιπόν σε φέρω σε αυτή την αίθουσα όλα τα αφεντικά αυτής της χώρας, κλειδώσω τις πόρτες, τις κλειδώνω και τους έχουμε όλους εδώ και σου δίνω και το κλειδί, πότε θα ξεκλειδώσεις πόρτες? Τι θα έκανα? Εγώ θα έπαιρνα αυτό το κλειδί και θα το έκανα σε καθέναν από τους υπαλλήλους. Και νομίζω ότι αυτό που είναι συναρπαστικό στο όλο κίνημα και σε όλους τους παριστάμενους είναι ότι πολλές από τις αλλαγές δεν συμβαίνουν στην κορυφή, για να είμαστε ειλικρινείς. Νομίζω ότι ξεχνάμε ότι η μεγάλη μοχλή της αλλαγής σε έναν οργανισμό, πολλοί ξέρουν την ιστορία για το interface και τα σχετικά. Εν πάση περιπτώσει, πολλές από τις αλλαγές ξεκίνησαν μέσα από την εταιρεία. Μια ομάδα ανθρώπων που είπαν πρέπει να κάνουμε τα πράγματα διαφορετικά. Αν δούμε και τη δική μας βιομηχανία αυτή τη στιγμή, το τομέα μας αυτή τη στιγμή, υπάρχουν διάφοροι γερά μυαλά που λένε δεν θέλουμε να δουλέψουμε για τράπεζες που επενδύουν σε ορυκτά κάψιμα. Δεν θέλουμε να δουλεύουμε για εταιρείες πετρελαιοειδών. Υπάρχουν δηλαδή αλλαγές και απλώς πρέπει να τις ακούσουμε και να λάβουμε την ευθύνη, γιατί πολύ συχνά ακούμε από πού θα προέρθει η αλλαγή. Από τις εταιρείες μας, από τους αρχηγούς κρατών, ή να αρχίσουμε εμείς να παίρνουμε τα κλειδιά και να αλλάζουμε. Άρα δίνεις τα κλειδιά στους υπαλλήλους εσύ. Ναι, πιθανότατα αυτό θα έκανα. Νομίζω θα ήταν ασφαλές το κλειδί με τους υπαλλήλους. Αυτό, στα δικά μου λόγια, σημαίνει ότι δίνεις την εξουσία στους υπαλλήλους. Άρα υπάρχει ένα σαφές μήνυμα εδώ, ότι θα ήθελες να δώσεις στην αγορά το αφεντικό να δίνει το κλειδί σε όλους τους υφιστάμενους για να επιφέρουν την αλλαγή. Αν συμφωνούμε σε όλα αυτά, ας παθέσουμε τώρα αντίθετο ότι κανείς δεν είναι εδώ, ούτε καν από το web, δεν μας παρακολουθεί κανένας από το διαδίκτυο. Θα σου ζητήσω λοιπόν τώρα να μας δώσεις μέσω εμού μια συμβουλή που δεν θα ήθελες να εισακουστεί. Ποια θα ήταν? Δεν θα ήθελε να ακούσει κανείς? Όχι, είμαστε εμείς οι δυο μεταξύ μας. Δεν είναι κανείς, δεν μας παρακολουθεί κανείς. Είμαστε εμείς οι δύο. Ούτε online, ούτε μες στην αίθουσα. Νομίζω ότι όταν ακούω ότι οι άνθρωποι δεν είναι εδώ, εγώ είμαι διαφανής και ειλικρινής. Η αποστολή μου ήταν πάντα αυτή. Αυτό που πρέπει να κάνεις στη δική μου δουλειά και στην δουλειά του οποιοδήποτε, για να είμαι ειλικρινής, είναι να είσαι ειλικρινής και να απομακρύνεις την πίεση από μετόχους, από ηγεσία και να κάνεις αυτό μου σωστό. Δηλαδή αυτό που σε αποσπά την προσοχή σου προέρχεται, αν θέλεις, από την ειλικρίνειά σου και την ετοιμότητά σου. Εν μέρει ναι, και κατά βάση από το ότι ξανασκέφτομαι το μοντέλο της ηγεσίας. Πραγματικά ξανασκέφτομαι το μοντέλο ηγεσίας. Γιατί νομίζω εδώ και πάρα πολλά χρόνια έχουμε καθαγιάσει ένα συγκεκριμένο τύπο ηγεσίας που δυστυχώς ήταν συνήθως ένας άντρας που έλεγε αυτή είναι η κατεύθυνση, εγώ είμαι ο καπετάνιος, προς τα εκεί θα πάμε. Κατά βάση όμως νομίζω ότι οι καλύτεροι ηγέτες που είχα εγώ στη ζωή μου και συνάντησα ήταν άνθρωποι οι οποίοι ενδυνάμωναν τους ανθρώπους τους, που πίστευαν τους ανθρώπους τους, που τους βοήθησαν να αναπτυχθούν, και σίγουρα υπάρχει κάποιος ηγέτης που μπορεί να το αναγνωρίσεις αυτό. Όταν έχεις να ηγηθείς ενός πλοίου με γεμάτο δημιουργικούς και ορισμένες φορές τρελούς ανθρώπους βεβαίως. Ναι, θα επανέλθουμε στο θέμα των ιδιοφυών και τρελών, γιατί αυτό είναι και το όνειρά μου. Να συνεργάζομαι με υγιείς και ιδιοφυείς, με τρελούς και ιδιοφυείς. Είναι αυτοί που μετασχηματίζουν τον κόσμο στο καλύτερο. Αλλά σε επανέλθουμε στο σκοπό που λέγαμε. Αν κατάλαβα καλά, είναι βασικό κριτήριο της αίσθησης του σκοπού η εντιμότητα και η ειλικρίνεια. Ναι, αν μπορεί να το πεις στη μαμά σου, είναι κανόνας, είσαι ειλικρινής. Αν δεν μπορεί να το πεις, είναι θέμα. Η εντιμότητα. Δυστυχώς η πίεση που είδα τα τελευταία χρόνια είναι Λόγω των κανονισμών και της πίεσης εμπλεκομένων, οι άνθρωποι έτρεξαν προς το purpose-based, είδαμε αυτό που είπαμε purpose washing, δηλαδή το ξέπλυμα μέσω κάποιου ανώτερου σκοπού. Έχω πελάτες οι οποίοι ήρθαν σε μένα που μου είπαν SOS, βρες μας ένα σκοπό. Αλλά δεν λειτουργεί έτσι τα πράγματα. Μπορώ να βοηθήσω στο να τεθούν ερωτήματα. Μπορώ να βοηθήσω να ξεφλουδίσουν το κρεμμύδι μέχρι να βρουν πραγματική αξία. Αλλά είναι μια διαδικασία, δεν είναι κάτι έτοιμο που το βγάζω από την τσέπη, πάρε ένα σκοπό να σου βρίσκεται. Άρα, αντί να ρωτήσεις το ερώτημα γιατί υφίστασε, ποιος είμαι, πού πάω, τι κάνω, το θέμα είναι να θες το ερώτημα, αν θέλεις, ποιο είναι το όραμά μου, που θέλω να πάω. Αν μπορείς να απαντήσεις το ερώτημα αυτό, βρίσκεις ένα σκοπό που βασίζεται στην ανθρώπινη φύση, σε εμάς ως ανθρωπίνων όντων, και θα μπορεί να έχει απήχηση και εσωτερικά και εξωτερικά. Άρα ποιος θα είναι ο τίτλος του επόμενου βιβλίου? Δεν ξέρω, δύσκολο. Αυτό το έγραψε πριν από 2 χρόνια. Πρέπει να γράψω καινούριο, πιστεύεις? Κάτσε λίγο, να το αφομοιώσω αυτό. Νομίζω ότι πάντα έχω κάτι σε εξέλιξη, αλλά νομίζω επίσης ότι ένα που θέλω να πω, ότι το τοπίο αυτό αλλάζει με τέτοια ταχύτητα και όλες αυτές τις θεματικές αλλάζουν τόσο γρήγορα, που λέω λίγο είναι σαν να κυνηγάς ένα ουράνιο τόξο στην παραλία. Νομίζω ότι πάντα έχει φτάσει. Αν πάρουμε την ποικιλία, την βιοποικιλότητα, την κλιματική αλλαγή, το LGBTQ, έχεις το LGBTQ την κοινότητα και που καθιερώνεται σαν λέξη μπαίνει και ένα συν για να βάλουμε και τα άλλα 52 φύλλα που δεν γνωρίζουμε. Εν πάση περιπτώσει, το βλέπω ότι θα συνεχίσω να γράφω βιβλία. Αν μισώ κάτι πάρα πολύ θα πρέπει να τα αλλάξω. Το πρώτο μου βιβλίο γεννήθηκε από το μίσος μου για την διαφημιστική βιομηχανία, θα έλεγα. Και το δεύτερο βιβλίο γεννήθηκε από την δική μου ανικανότητα να επιφέρω αλλαγή στη δική μου ζωή. Νομίζω ότι όταν θες να κάνεις εκπληκτικά πράγματα, δεν είναι σωστό η καθοδήγηση, το μίσος ή η απογοήτευση. Άρα η ενασχόλησή σου με τα βιβλία είναι για να βγεις από τη δική σου ζώνη της άνεσης, το comfort zone. Ναι. Και ιδιαίτερα στις εταιρείες που σκέφτονται ότι είναι πολύ δύσκολο να επιφέρεις την αλλαγή. Νομίζω ότι ορισμένες φορές ξεχνάμε ότι υπήρξαν και μικρότερη εταιρεία. Πολύ συχνά όταν δουλεύουμε επιτυχημένους επιχειρηματίες που παίρνουν πολύ δύσκολες αποφάσεις. Και ακούω εταιρείες ότι δεν μπορώ να πάω σε αυτή τη συσκευασία γιατί θα προσθέσει 5-10 cents το κόστος. Και ταυτόχρονα μιλάμε με επιχειρηματίες πολύ μικρότερες που λένε εγώ το πιστεύω αυτό και θα συνεχίσω και θα κάνω κάτι πολύ πιο δύσκολο. Νομίζω αυτές είναι καλές ηγετικές, καθοδηγητικές αρχές στη ζωή μου τουλάχιστον. Σίγουρα το οτιδήποτε φέρνει αναταραχή. Ταξιδεύεις όλο τον κόσμο. Σου έρχεται κάτι στο μυαλό στην επόμενη ομιλία που θα προέρθει από την Ελλάδα για να τη μοιραστείς? Νομίζω ότι μαθαίνεις κάτι από κάθε χώρα. Κάποιες φορές πρέπει να επαναπλαισιώσουμε τον τρόπο με τον οποίο βλέπουμε χώρες. Όπως είπα, εγώ είμαι Δανός. Το να μιλάω για greenwashing, πώς είναι δυνατόν η Δανία να θεωρείται μία από τις πιο αειφόρες χώρες στον κόσμο? Δεν μπορώ να το πιστέψω. Έχουμε ένα ίχνος διοξιδίου του άνθρακα που είναι ασύλληπτο. Μία από τις πιο αειφόρες χώρες, ίσως θα έπρεπε να είναι η Μοζαμβίκη, θα έλεγα, όπου οι άνθρωποι ζουν, όπου έχουν, όταν πας στον κομμωτή, ένα κουβά με νερό για το πλύσιμο και το λούσιμο όλων των πελατών. Νομίζω ότι αυτό που θα κρατήσω από την Ελλάδα είναι η ομιλία του τελευταίου του μελισσοκαλλιεργητή, δηλαδή ο συγκερασμός του να είσαι οραματιστής και ρεαλιστής ταυτόχρονα. Αυτό που είπες, δηλαδή συνεργασία ταυτόχρονα με ιδιοφυείς και τρελούς. Αυτή η ισορροπία είναι της ζωής, το ονομάζω αγάπη και μίσος και δεν μπορούμε απλώς να καθόμαστε και να περιμένουμε για την ιδιοφυή ιδέα ή για τον ρεαλιστή. Νομίζω ότι αυτή είναι η στιγμή που πρέπει να δράσουμε και να επιφέρουμε αλλαγή και αναταραχή. Και δεν μπορούμε να περιμένουμε. Μπορούμε να περιμένουμε να κάποιος να το κάνει. ή η κυβέρνηση, οι νομοθέτες, ή μπορούμε να αναλάβουμε εμείς και να πάρουμε τα πράγματα στα χέρια μας. Όντας ειλικρινείς και ενδυναμώνοντας και άλλους να το κάνουν. Κυρίες και κύριοι, λοιπόν, ήταν σαφέστατα τα πράγματα. Δεν μπορούμε να καθόμαστε ανάσκελα και να επιφέρουμε αλλαγές. Σίγουρα καταλάβατε γιατί ο τύπος αυτός είναι διεθνώς διάσημος. Θερμό χειροκρότημα. The last panel.
Right, our last panel has to do with a subject that is probably the most recent as a concept and terminology, but it is the most loud example of interactions and interconnections. It's planetary health, how the human interventions affect the balance on the planet by affecting, as a consequence, human health. Answers to these questions will likely be provided by Professor Kostas Sinolakis, President of the Athens College and Chairman of the Special Scientific Committee on Climate Change, Professor of Pulmonology and Critical Care with the Athens University Medical School Anastasia Kotanidou, and Yorgos Karapanou, Public Health Data Analyst with Médecins Sans Frontières. The discussion will be moderated by Vasiliki Angouridi, Managing Editor with News4Health.gr. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being with us for this most interesting discussion in the day that has to do with planetary health. Now, if you're wondering what planetary health is, well, beyond the obvious, like Aruli said earlier, the title of this session of our conference has to do with interconnections is telling. It is interconnections and relationships. One of those relationships, probably the most inextricable of them all, and probably not the first that pops to mind, especially for us who belong to the Western or developed world, in inverted commas, is the relationship with the environment and the planet. By the way, it is the World Day for Global Health, and we had climate crisis was the result of our actions that came as a reminder that despite this arrogant opinion that we own this planet, we are the species that manages the entire planet and that the entire planet is aimed at serving them, these are our own actions that have an immediate impact on the planet and that return to us. So the relationship is a two-way one. It's symbiotic, and the circle is a vicious one. We're at a point where we can clearly see the direct and indirect consequences, always serious consequences, on the importance of the health of the people. The WHO estimates that approximately 25% of deaths worldwide are environment-related, which brings us to the term planetary health. How does climate crisis affect health? We'll have a brief introduction, and a brief introduction will be offered by the Médecins Sans Frontières, the Doctors Without Frontiers, and please roll the video. It's very informative.
When the weather becomes warmer and rainfall patterns change, insects like mosquitoes that transmit diseases such as malaria and chikungunya breed faster and survive in places they didn't before, exposing more people to these potential killers. It's been estimated that climate change will cause approximately 15 million additional cases of malaria each year. Dengue fever is also potentially deadly viral disease transmitted by mosquitoes. It is spreading rapidly, with reported cases increasing almost tenfold in the last 2 decades. The virus is now present in over 100 countries. The changing climate also means we will see more ticks and the diseases they carry, like Lyme disease. The life cycle and number of ticks are strongly influenced by temperature. When there's little water, we can't grow and produce food. On the other hand, too much can bring more pests and diseases that damage crops. Heavy rains can also destroy entire harvests. Livestock and plants we depend upon for food can't be raised without water. Rising seawater levels bring salty water to coastal areas, making agriculture impossible. All this means our food production systems will be affected, and this can cause or increase malnutrition, even in places there was none before. Natural disasters are becoming more frequent and severe. When extreme weather events like cyclones and floods hit, they can cause injury, death, and deadly diseases like cholera. Cholera, hepatitis E, and other illnesses can spread through water, so when we drink it or come into contact with it, we get sick. As the air, freshwater sources, and oceans become warmer, this leads to an increase of pathogens that cause diarrheal diseases. They're one of the most important causes of death in children around the world. The rising temperatures will cause increased heat-related illnesses like heat stress and heat stroke. The most at risk are the very young, the very old, and people with chronic conditions such as heart, lung, and kidney disease. This is worrisome, as heart disease is the #1 cause for death worldwide. Heat waves are becoming more frequent and severe. The last decade has included the hottest years on record. Air pollution is a great concern to our health. It's the cause of 9% of all deaths worldwide. Children are particularly vulnerable. Air pollution is closely linked to climate change. The extraction and burning of fossil fuels is a major source of air pollutants, and many of them cause global warming. Wildfires also produce a range of harmful air pollutants, known to cause cancer and increase the risk of heart attack or stroke. Climate change will also affect our health in indirect ways. When resources are scarce, they become a reason for conflict, and conflict forces people from their homes. There are often many different reasons why conflict erupts and why people decide to leave their home. Climate change contributes to this and makes existing grievances worse. As you can see, climate change is a serious threat to human health. The World Health Organization estimates 250,000 more people will die every year because of climate change-related health impacts. Everybody will be affected by climate change, but some are more at risk than others. The most vulnerable will be the least able to cope. We know because we're already seeing them in our waiting rooms.
So this lays the foundation for the discussion, the debate for our country as well. It's a new thing. So I would like to start with Professor Sinolaikis. What are the key planetary events? What are the key human activities that have affected that much the planet's balance, the equilibrium, thus affecting human health? Brilliant question, but before I get to this, I should like to be allowed to say that I saw the title of this conference, Headwinds. And I thought that the winds on the planet Venus, compared to its rotation, are approximately 250 times stronger than those on Earth. Venus, at one time, had conditions, or at least we believe, similar to those of the Earth. But there was a runaway greenhouse effect, which, in essence, made the planet Venus have a temperature that is approximately 500 degrees Celsius and approximately 900 times that of, or rather the pressure on the surface is as though you were at a depth of 900 meters. This happened suddenly. Now, I don't know how many years or hundreds or thousands of years, because in spatial time this is relative. It happened relatively fast. So what happened at some point was a feedback loop and things got out of hand. This is exactly what we're trying to avoid. What are the things we can see now? The beautiful video you rolled covered many of the things that I wanted to say. So this is exactly what we want to avoid. I heard many of the previous speakers say that we're all talking about a level of companies, countries. Now it's the whole planet that is involved and it's in danger. The planet per se. The planet will always be what it is. The conditions may change. Let's hope that we will never reach Venus-type conditions. The problem is, how will we be able to live humanely, and what are the conditions that can affect our health? Apart from the things that we heard and saw, of course, the increase of natural disasters, various diseases, from malaria and dengue fever. A thing that was not mentioned and that should be of concern is permafrost. Now, you know, in Greece we don't even have a name for permafrost. The northern, you go more north to the north, you know, because we have the Arctic Circle. It's approximately 30 degrees. If you start from the north, we're approximately at 60 degrees. Now, if you start from the North Pole and go 30 degrees southwards, it's the Arctic Circle. There, the Earth remains for the last 3 meters of the Earth and maybe up to kilometers. They are constantly frozen. It's a constantly frozen soil. So if we were to go back millions of years, in essence, this soil contains samples from microorganisms, microbes and viruses that existed back then. So the nomenclature attributed is Methuselah, viruses and microbes. Why Methuselah? Because, well, they have lived so far, and scientists were able to resuscitate viruses that were of 100,000 years of age. As you can understand, here we have the viruses, and I'm entering the turf of Professor Cotanidou. Many of those viruses and microbes we've never seen them. We don't know antibiotics for them. We don't know what resistances we could have, but it would be something similar to what we saw with the coronavirus. It's something that we don't know. It's something that we're not familiar with. And even if one were to add this to everything else we saw, the fact that by the melting of permafrost and with the fact that these things will be reintroduced in our atmosphere, in our ground, there will be viruses and microorganisms that we haven't seen for hundreds of thousands or even for millions of years, you realize that we are entering uncharted waters, unmapped waters. And this is of grave concern because literally we don't know what we're up against. And this is a very important part of planetary health. In addition to all that, that we saw on this very interesting video. Now, Mr. Karapanagos, Doctors Without Borders are where we can see this impact on human health. Could you please describe, in your own words, how you see this interconnection on the field? What are these direct and indirect impacts? I mean, the reality experienced by the people on site. It is true that we work in the global south, this area that is tormented by the impacts, and more directly than we are. We have mechanisms in the north to deal with it. In the south, things are different. What is of interest, and we saw this in the video, is that we who are there since the 70s, it took us a very long time to make the connection. What planetary health is here to say are two very important things. The first is the scale and the complexity of our society as to the natural environment. And the second is that the human interaction starts to bring to the surface threats that we never had thought about or that we would never have dealt with. Similar to the permafrost melting problem is the problem with deforestation that we have in Africa or in the Amazon. There are huge populations of animals that are isolated with their own flora and fauna, are being brought in contact with the human population. And it is highly likely, if not the pandemic that we experienced, that surely one of the recent Ebola epidemics was of that nature. And it's more often than not that this can allow us to make a surveillance, as it were, of the possibility of a new pandemic breaking out. A new Ebola pandemic is to follow what happens to the bats and monkey populations and other animals that are near or that are coming closer to human societies. I should like to reiterate that the scale, the fact that the human population has increased to that extent, which is a good thing, because the conditions we're living in are much better than they were any time in the past, distant or close. But we have created an overconsumption, and all this has started influencing and impacting and affecting negatively the natural resources. Mr. Vretos says this quite correctly. It's the complexity and the interconnection of all these things that has abolished the traditional linear way in which we were thinking. Things were simple. Something would rise, another thing would dwindle. Something would drop, another thing would rise. And now the courses and the lines or the etiology of all these things are much more complex, and a small shift in a single point might bring about a huge change in another point. And the last thing we said, that human interaction starts making new dangers surface. Professor Kotanidou, do we see these dangers in our country? Are there cases you have seen in the ICUs in Greek hospitals in which this disturbance of the relationship between human and nature is apparent? First of all, I would like to start from the interesting video we saw. Watching this video, all of us, well, Westerners, think that this is something that has to do with the third world. It's nothing, this is not something that will ever reach us. We're sheltered, we're protected. So on the 14th of January 2020, when the WHO notified about the emergence of a new coronavirus, potentially hazardous, was the words in Wuhan, China. We all thought that, well, China is so far away, no way it's going to come this way. And when a mere few months later, the WHO announced that this is a pandemic, and we saw the pictures in Italy, and luckily for us in Greece, because had we not seen those pictures, I don't think that we as Greeks would have taken this pandemic seriously. So we came to realize that what we were watching on films, on movies, on documentaries are here. They're in our country. They're next to us. They kill people. They kill our relatives, our friends, and there's not something drastic we can do. Like Mr. Sinolaki said, it was perfectly unknown. In year one, what we did was to learn what this thing is that came in and started killing people, and we can't even understand why it's killing them. At the same time, we were looking for something that can deal with it in an effective way. Luckily, science, as of late, has made tremendous progress, which is why we managed in a very short period of time, which is less than a year, to come up with a vaccine that, even as we speak, is one of the very few weapons we have in our armamentarium against COVID-19. What we saw on the video about malaria or dengue fever or Zika, these things are not extraterrestrial, they're not alien, we can see them in our country. Lucky for us, they're still kept at very low levels, but we shouldn't forget that we often think about the Western Nile fever, or we have cases, or we had an area just a few years ago that had a lot of a huge malaria incidents. For our country, these were things that were totally unknown, they were unusual, which is why I believe planetary health has to do with everyone, both the Western world and the developing one. And we should not watch those pictures and say it's none of my concern. Right, so Mr. Karapanagos, I would like to ask, could you please give us some concrete examples from your experience on the field? I watched the news yesterday, and it had cyclones in Canada, floods in India, even in Pakistan, typhoons in Japan and the Philippines. And this is just a very small part of from what we saw from all this disturbance and this imbalance on the planet. Can you give us some other incidents so that we can understand what it is you have to deal with? Well, in my first mission in 2018 in Congo, the first question I was asked by the medical director of the team was, we see much more frequently now these periodic epidemics of cholera we used to have, and at the same time, malaria had started spreading much more over time. The duration of the epidemic we have, it is an endemic situation there, so it has peaks throughout the year that's increased in duration. So when you say endemic, you mean like the flu here? Yes, precisely. Every year we expect a very large number of people, especially in children. People, as the people grow and are exposed time and again to malaria, they acquire some sort of immunity. But the children are terribly burdened and bothered by it. And that was the key problem. So I went there because nutritional epidemiology was my thing, and I didn't have much to do with those diseases. And when I got there and I had to deal with cholera, I was flabbergasted. I said, wait, what? And what we could see was that, well, Africa, over the past few years, has a ginormous internal immigration. The people have left small villages, the small communities they were living in, and they have moved to the big cities. This, in and of itself, is an explosive factor that affects adversely all these contagious diseases, communicable diseases. And, well, the temperature in the lakes changes. So the problem with cholera was in what we call large African lakes. It's where the cholera plasmode is endemic in. And the more the temperature rises, this can multiply more easily and infect people. A similar scenario runs for malaria as well. The conditions change in a way that makes the microbes and the viruses more resilient and resistant, and the conditions allow them to multiply more easily and faster. These diseases are one of the most important problems we can see. But these, well, we're used to hearing about them. It's in the narrative that we're used to, and we combine them with climate change. Planetary health has another bit to add, which is that of immigration and migration. The populations that are forced to abandon their headquarters in conditions of very low health coverage and to have even worse health conditions is what makes this mixture explosive. So is migration the key role? Because one may say, well, why should I care what happens in Congo? How can that affect me in Athens, on Mytilene or on Tylos? That's a very important question. It's very important indeed, and it has two entirely different answers. One of them is purely humanitarian. I mean, you should care because they're people too. Okay, I mean, to me, this is crystal clear. I mean, empathy and even a sense of responsibility that many of the problems that these people have are due to the way that the global North has behaved is a part of the answer to the question, why care? But you can see it from the video and from what Mrs. Kotanidu presented is that we are all in it together. We're interconnected, we're interlinked. Whatever happens in one point of the planet can reach us here in zero time. Mrs. Kotanidu, there are polio cases in England or in other parts of the world. I mean, this has to do with how countries can protect their populations from health threats, correct?
Well, listen, the last 2.5 years, we all operate in the framework of COVID. And many lockdowns were affected, which on one hand did good because we restrained the pandemic, but on the other hand, they more or less sterilized us within inverted commas. And this brought about what you described, that is, all doctors consider that polio is something that has vanished. We will not see it again. And here we are in northern London. There are children with polio, and now vaccination becomes compulsive today in 2022 for kids up to 9 years, which for us was like the videos that we watch from Africa. It's not only polio. We'll also see a lot of other diseases which we consider that were vanished for good. We saw, for instance, that this year we had in our country cases of flu in August. This would never happen. Now we tell people go to take the flu vaccine. They will all say, why? Flu will have in March or February. But we saw that in August we had such cases for the first time, so everything has changed. We no longer have those borders, that in January we'll have this one. That was the predictions. That was the forecast for these diseases in Greece. Now we are in a planet which is interconnected and it's under attack. What happens in Attica can happen in Greece immediately. Mr. Sinolakis, within this overall condition of climate crisis and what we are discussing, there's also another factor having to do with the geopolitical developments, the war in Ukraine, and solution of need, if you like, that many countries make, as well as Greece, in traditional forms of energy. Is this a well-documented risk, a weighed risk, a calculated risk, or is it something really dangerous? Well, it's kind of a Faust dilemma. We all know the history of Faust. We all know what happened. And we all know that at the end of the day, Faust did get what he desired, but he had to pay the bill, to have to foot the bill, and there was a problem. Of course, in the history of Faust, there's a kind God that forgives him and actually tells the devil to stay put, and we've got the devil complaining. I don't believe that we'll have the same ending like Faust. Personally, I'm against any kind of such kind of Faustian bargain. In other words, all of a sudden, we have lignite in the limelight. Well, we had reached a point where, as a humanity, we had put lignite behind, the charcoal was behind, and even in Greece, we had the most optimistic scenario for zero net moving towards 2030, 2050. 1.5 years in the National Committee on Climate Change, we were discussing of setting the threshold by 2025 to have all the lignite units closed. And there were some complaints not to do it immediately. And we wanted to have natural gas as a transition fuel. And now, not only did we offer new air to lignite units, but we also have new measures introduced for heating oil, while we had made a huge effort to have citizens, city residents, to convince them to replace the boilers, the oil boilers, and have them transformed to natural gas boilers. Now we turn back. We realize that there are political needs and experiences, but on the other hand, this is not something happening solely in Greece. It happens all over Europe. But the results of this turning back haven't been fully assessed and taken into the equation, I believe. Of course, on the other hand, we see an acceleration of a transition to IS, which is good. Now, what will happen in due course? How long how long we will be thrown back? I don't know, but only the fact that symbolically we offer a breath of life to lignite and heating oil, this is not something positive or expected. Madam Kotanidou, to what extent what we've been discussing can you imagine, or how certain will be the future? We'll be ready in the next health crisis, because what we all discuss is that most probably we'll be having other epidemiological crises as well. So are we prepared for the next crisis to come? Well, at this point, science is intensively getting prepared for the new crisis. Do you know what that will be? Well, perhaps. We definitely know that there will be a new public health crisis. What we must all understand is that we must have trust, put up trust in scientists. That's the main thing. What we witnessed during the pandemic was the fierce doubting of the very existence of physicians, of medicines, of vaccines. This was greatly doubted, and this really held us back, and very horrendous results and unnecessary toll. What is the basic, what the whole Europe and USA does, is that it prepares the medical society on how they must best address the oncoming health crisis. That is a great percentage of doctors and nurses is being prepared for dealing for this crisis. In the next crisis, there will not be specific specialties dealing with that. There will be far more greater number of scientists who will be ready to wage a war against the new crisis. Mr. Panagos, we also saw a change in the rationale and philosophy of the Doctors Without Frontiers, introducing this planetary health notion. And because there's time pressure, I would please ask you to raise also the last question here that regards addressed to all of you. What is the responsibility of each and every one of us here individually? What is our responsibility so as to change the paradigm, the discussion? And this is the quest of the whole day, what each one can do separately, and what are the policies that should have a priority in this effort. I'll start with you, and I will conclude with the other speakers, the other panelists. Listen, for the Doctors Without Frontiers, we were also late as an extraordinary needs organization. We were viewing the problems at a small scale. We were late to realize how important this international interrelation was. We had all established our supply chain and resupply in traditional ways, which were very burdening for the environment. We ignored interventions which should have been far more locally designed. Therefore, there is a part regarding the organization and the footprint of this organization, the planet footprint. So we try to rationalize the medicines movement. We're a global organization, so we obviously send people everywhere. So this is one part. For me, however, what is most important from the medical viewpoint is that we have started having discourse with the local communities in a more direct way and plan our interventions in a way that we will include the mentality of the society. A great mistake that we always did, that we would go and visit those societies, us being the knowledgeable and dictating what should be done. This was wrong. This, for me, is the most important and good thing that I learned. I was taught like that in the university, but I saw it in practice in our missions. Now, what can we do? I do not know. What I wanted to say is that going back to cholera, we knew very well that cholera is a well-known disease. We know its cycle, the parameters affecting it. No matter how complex it is, we do have the pathways. What we used to see, and that's most interesting for me, is what we saw. We had
a dramatic drop of the probability of cholera in a household only with if soap existed in the house. Complex things are most important, that's true. COP26 is most important, everything. But in our part, simple things can really make the difference. Not only those, but I will limit myself in that. Madam Kotanidou, listen, the Western world must also differentiate his mode of thinking, his rationale. We have learned here in the West that if I have got something, well, I'll take a pill and it will be over. What we must learn is that medicine can also be a poison, and in Greek it's the same word with a different intonation. So we must do prevention, be in no need of drugs. And when we are to take, this must be absolutely necessary. We have the trend to go to the pharmacy and say, I've got some kind of flu, give me an antibiotic. There's no worse thing than us playing doctors, and the most willing pharmacists offer and present the antibiotic that might kill the COVID or whatever other virus. These are the huge mistakes that we now pay dearly. Currently, when we have a patient coming to the hospital, we have to search for the latest antibiotics because he has really developed such great resistance. Unfortunately, we have so many microbes and microbes in the hospitals which are antibiotic resistant. And unfortunately, these are the ones killing the people with a very vulnerable immune system. But we have caused that. We are responsible for all that. So we must wonder, each of us separately, and we must think, for what reason do I do this? Will I hurt someone else? Will I be killing my friend tomorrow because of this? I would like to come back to a point that Madam Kotanidou mentioned, that these pictures we see that may not be resonating with us, pictures from Africa, I must tell you that having spent my life studying extreme phenomena in situ and studying something, let me remind you, the Indonesia tsunami in 2004 killed 50,000 people. When we were watching those images, no one could imagine that the worst pictures of that we were to see in Japan 7 years later, in 2011. So what's the lesson to be taught here? We must always think the worst case scenario. I'm not telling you the scenario where we might have a comet collapsing, crashing on Earth and having the planet opening and crashing in two. But there are other scenarios that we don't do as scenario. Listen at Boeing, for instance, with the accident on 737. They had not studied all these scenarios because they believed they were very strange. Even if when they had the first accident in Indonesia, the first Boeing 737 that fell, many people thought that it was the pilots, they were not experienced, they were suicidal or whatever. And there, some months later, we saw a similar accident in Ethiopia. So all these things, there are so many things that we do not know that we can not help but thinking the worst case scenario, and at the same time taking the appropriate measures. And in concluding, regarding our personal responsibility, recycle, reuse, reduce. These are the 3 R's that we've been learning in the university 40 years ago. We had forgotten that, and all of a sudden back. Climatic change is most important, both for people and companies. So recycle, reuse, reduce. Thank you. I thank you all for staying that late. And we also thank the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce for this extremely interesting day. Have a nice evening.
No, we are not through yet. Another 5 minutes, and then you're gone.
Now it's time for the outro. Okay, this is the end of the 20th annual conference of CSR. Now, in a single word, Headwinds managed to fit 20 years of a course to go against the wind. So what will we have as a take-home message from today? Well, as far as I'm concerned, it's all connected. What we're talking about, that we can't talk about singular things that are independent from one another. We need to get into our minds and our thoughts this systemic thinking, be we corporations or citizens. Everything we're discussing about, the environments, economy, society, are all interconnected and they all affect one another, and we need to always keep them in our minds. Well, I will keep the bright side as well. A little bee will save the world. Yes, well, it's the bee that will save the world, but what do you keep as a take-home message? Well, first of all, I've taken tons of notes from what we heard. Yes, so did I. And I think I would keep a single thing. The first one is this change in the culture of Greeks, that we have a new generation that is interested in the environment. They identify it with the sustainability of the planet, but at the same time they're very stressed and concerned about social inequalities, while at the same time they have a very strong point and a strong view on the company's stance. And it's this change in culture that leads to awarding and rewarding companies that care for the environment and take care about their impact on that. So this means that the companies cannot embellish their image? I think so. We are constantly hearing about greenwashing. We can't embellish our image, and we heard about how brands are linked to impact. What is of value to a company now is what they do at the end of the day. And it's what was discussed by many of the speakers, is that someone needs to make the step forward. Someone needs to make the first step. At a cost, yes, but someone needs to get the ball rolling and to do things. Truth be told, these new conditions in society and the environment are so complex that I got a bit scared when we started talking about pandemic stress and fatigue, about the consequences it may have to behavior and to lead to violence, explosions and outbursts. I was scared. Well, the pandemic left a lot of problems behind. It left us with a lot of social inequalities, a lot of problems, but it also left some good things behind. It left us with a self-determination and a self-definition. And it helps us, both as citizens and as businesses, to see things from another viewpoint, perhaps a more realistic one, but also a more a viewpoint of more empathy, like Nikos Andritsos said in the beginning. And we need to take things a step further. We need to realize this and to see it through a different viewpoint. We have a lot of work to do. We have our work cut out for us. All of us need to go back to our companies and talk to them, go back to the citizens and let them understand about these new challenges and these new requirements. Now, I would like to keep what Thomas said earlier, who said that you, ESG people, are people who live in another planet, in a different world. You speak a language that only you can understand and that you can only speak. So this is the essence, isn't it? And we've been trying to do this for a number of years in the committee, to say things that you need to explain in terms that can be understood by management, to translate scientific thought, but you need to use a few clear words so as to be understood, so that this message can be understood. And I believe that this is what we're trying to do every year. We did try to do this year as well. And you will give us your input as to whether we were successful or not, is to bring people here together, people who share the same concerns, the same interests. And we'll keep on doing it for another 20 years to come. Thank you all very much for being with us.